National Signing Day 2017. Thanks so much for making us a part of your Wednesday morning, and what a busy Wednesday morning it has been. The fax machine here at the Milan Pushkar Center has certainly been working hard. Overtime. Might have to change out the ink. We have a number of contracts that are rolling in, 6 by my count already, and we will be discussing all of the signees, plus some of the early enrollees, some JUCO transfers as well. Jed Drenning is alongside. Dale Wolfley is getting a breather right now because Shane Lyons is going to do some heavy lifting with us, West Virginia Athletic Director. Shane, here we are, 2017. Hard to imagine. I know you break things down in a number of different ways, by fiscal year, by scholastic year. Sometimes you look at it in quarters here, but 2017, in a vacuum, generically speaking, is off to a terrific start.
We really have had a terrific start to the whole academic year. Obviously, football, what they did last fall with the 10 wins, plus finishing in the top 20, for the final rankings. Our women's soccer being national runners-up. We currently have both men's and women's basketball nationally ranked. Men, had a great win last night. Rifle team's ranked number 2 in the country. So gymnastics is ranked in the top 25. So we're really having a great year so far, not only athletically, we talk about academics as well. Last fall we had overall roughly with 500 student athletes, 12 of our 17 teams had a team GPA average over a 3.0 overall. Our team GPAs was 3.11, so I'm very proud of that. And our coaches and student athletes are not only doing it on the field, they're doing it in the classroom as well.
Shane, what I'd like to talk to you about is, let's get your take on the legislation that's at play right now in college football, talking about moving back this day, the National Signing Day. I've heard a lot of dates in the past bandied about. I think at one point it was discussed August 1st by some conferences, had favor for that. Maybe the SEC favored the Monday after Thanksgiving. First, let's talk about the reason for moving it, but second, talk about the impact, because I know, a lot of coaches want to avoid babysitting 20 kids who are committed for the last couple months to follow the season, but it might also force some decisions by some marquee players as well. Talk about the ramifications of what's playing out there.
Well, and again, I think it goes back to your first point is a lot of babysitting's going on, and this has been bandied around for years. In my previous life, I was on the compliance and governance side, and this has been talked about for years, probably over 10 years, if not longer. But, ultimately what's on the books right now is, the potential to have an early signing period. I think where we've landed is a small window that we currently have in December already with the junior college players. We haven't defined if it's going to be 48 hours, 72 hours, but at least get those young men who have committed off the books, let them sign so your coaches can then focus on the 7, 8, 5, whatever the number may be, and still have this signing period, but this isn't going to be the big and only signing period for football. One time it was talked about moving it all the way back to June. You mentioned August, you mentioned, after Thanksgiving. There's pros and cons to all these things, Jed, but I think we ended up, I was supportive, the Big 12 was supportive of that December period, as opposed to moving it back, because now we're going to start recruiting kids younger and younger, and then interfere with their senior seasons in high school. So it looks like in April that we'll vote on legislation to have it in December. In addition to that, there's another piece of that proposal that adds a 10th coach. Right now we have the head coach and 9 assistants, and what they're talking about is adding an additional coach. If you look at the breakdown sport by sport, football does have, not probably, it does have player to coach ratio the highest of any of our sports that we have. So by adding that 10th coach, that ratio will drop, and I think it's needed. So we'll work through that this April and see where we come out.
Shane Lyons, West Virginia Athletic Director, he needs no introduction, is joining us here on National Signing Day. You have an opportunity to watch Dana Holgerson and his assistants go to work, do their thing, and guys like Juwan Sider and so many other assistant coaches, how they passionately, and I'm not doing it justice when I just say passionately, go after athletes and really do it in the right way. And I think that kind of separates West Virginia, and not to say that other schools don't do that, but the job that they've done over the last handful of years obviously has paid dividends. And looking at this year's class, my goodness, a lot of kudos their way.
It is. It's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of hours on the road. It's a lot of time away from their families. You know what? A lot of fans don't understand. We start the football season in August. Obviously, they're with their current student athletes. There's some recruiting that's going on during the fall, but the bulk of it is out on the road in December and January. And the amount of hours, places that they fly, point A to point B to point C in one day, going to the home of these prospective student athletes, selling West Virginia. I think we have a lot to sell here. We got a great tradition, great history in our football program, and to be able to, talk to these student athletes, the parents, and talk about coming to West Virginia, put the blue and gold uniform on, represent this great university, this great athletic department, and continue the tradition and history we have as something that's special. And these coaches have done a heck of a job.
Well, Shane, the reason I always like getting a chance to talk to you is because you get a perspective, big picture on the national scope. And to that end, I'd also like to talk about the college football playoff. A couple years behind us now, the ramifications or impact that it's had on scheduling.
Right.
I know that West Virginia, for a long time, has had plans to add some of the blue bloods to our schedule moving forward. We've had a lot of success in doing that. Season opener against Virginia Tech next year isn't by accident.
Right.
And in years after that, a lot other teams, previous matchups of high marquee matchups, we're trying to steer in that direction. But it seems that a number of other teams across the college landscape are trying to resume build as well. And maybe, that's what I'm about to ask you, is it in large measure because of that profile or trying to build because of the playoff?
Yeah, I think you have to follow suit, and there was discussions about the strength of schedule, and now with the new college football playoff model, I think it's being looked at, it's being talked about by the media about what is the strength of schedule. There's a balance there, Jed, that you have to look at. But I think if you look at our schedule starting next year all the way through 2025, pretty much have Power Fives. We have 9 conference games. 9 conference games plus 2 additional Power Fives within our schedule. And, that's a tough schedule. But at the same time, I didn't ever want us to be in a situation where we had a successful year and they looked at our schedule and said, well, you played an FCS school and you also didn't play really 2 very good Power Fives, or you played an FBS school and an FCS and only 1. So I think we've set it up as an institution so that can never be in doubt. The thing hard about scheduling is that, as I just said, we're in 2025. We've got the Penn States, the Marylands, the Virginia Techs back on the schedule, which I wanted from a regional standpoint. But, that could be a tough schedule along with all that we have in the Big 12 Conference in, the coming years.
I think looking back on things with the benefit of hindsight, the tough scheduling that you did this year, when you reevaluate it, as you guys are constantly doing, you probably said, yeah, thumbs up. This is the way that we need to be, just from for all the reasons that you mentioned per Jed's question. But from a football, X's and O's, sharpening the knife standpoint, I think Dana was rather pleased with how his team was feeling and where they were at as far as caliber of play going into that conference league.
Right. No, absolutely. And then again, I think from a student-athlete standpoint, they want to see that schedule. They want to see the big names on that schedule and have something to play for. Like you said, we're opening up with Virginia Tech, and to look at that next year for our student athletes, and as hard as they work during the summertime and off-season conditioning, to say that game means something, that first kickoff. In future years, and Jed, you kind of touched on it, we've looked at the neutral site game with Virginia Tech. The following year, we go to Charlotte. It was just announced a couple of weeks ago, that in 2020 we're going to go back to Atlanta in Florida State. So that gives us something to look forward to, and the student athletes to look forward to. But again, it's a tough schedule. I've always been under the belief if you want to be the best, you got to play the best, and that's what we're trying to do.
And you always hear so much said about the arms race of college football and college sports today at large. And one of the things that a prospective student athlete wants to see when he shows up on a campus, and this has always been very obvious, it matters. Football matters to the school that he is visiting.
Right.
And when you see cranes out and about like you do right now, last year one half of the stadium was finished with renovations. This year the other half is going to be finished with those renovations. Walk us through exactly what's playing out here at Mountaineer Field.
Well, you know, what we're playing out right now is obviously, you know, we finished the east side, so now we're going back to the west side that you see there on your camera, and it's going to be identical to what you saw on the other side of the stadium. So again, we're finishing the stadium. That was phase 2 is what we're talking about. There's some other fan amenity things that we're looking at that we should be able to announce here in the coming months. But you're right, Jed. If I'm not putting cranes out here in football, adding the resources, continue to build, then we're probably getting behind. We still have a lot of things to do here in this building, to adding team rooms, update our medical area, update the locker room. So there's things that's on my vision and on my plate that I'm looking at to say what's next. And a lot of that comes with funding. We have to, you know, get the support. Our Mountaineer Athletic Club has done a great job going out and raising the funds in the past. But those are the things that it's the vision that's going to help carry this program into the future and be very competitive year in and year out.
Now that you've had one, year of the east side being done, what did fans come to you with that they enjoyed the most? The feedback that you've got.
Well, I think the most is actually the free-flowing access, the wider concourses, actually the more restrooms. Probably our biggest complaint, and we're not going to hide behind it, is the first game we had some glitches. We had some glitches that, the entry into the gates, some of the concession stands, it was slow. Everything was new. We worked that out after the first game. I think it was the Missouri game. But, now we've been through that on the east side. Now the west side, we'll be able to work through those things and make it pretty seamless. We also, we're creatures of habit. And we had a lot of fans that, on the north side, the new gates, and, we changed the east side to the student gates only, and people were used to going through those gates, and now it was all new. So they kind of figured out the gate situation. But overall, I think the improvements, I heard very positive feedback, and now the west side will be the same.
All right, and that this year also included the renovation of the Coliseum. Fans, I know, are thrilled about that. It's an incredible look seeing that play out. Well, there's a lot of work to get done, Shane, and I know this is a really special day for everyone's football program, but in particular WVU's. Thank you so much for spending some time.
Thank you all for having me, and let's go Mountaineers.
Yeah, I love it. Shane Lyons, West Virginia Athletic Director. It's National Signing Day 2017. We'll return with our day-long coverage. Dale Wolfley will rejoin us, and we'll also be hearing from assistant coaches. Dana Holgerson will be stopping by. We've got a whole lot planned for you, so stay with us on WVUSports.com.
Our employees are a key component to our success. It's absolutely essential to keep them safe.
Safety is a continuous process. Things continuously evolve and you work in a very dynamic environment.
Brick Street was the first organization that came to us with a guaranteed cost plan and really invested in us.
I consider Brick Street as an extension of our office.
The relationship between Brick Street Insurance and Rantoul Foods should last a long time.
The West Virginia University women's basketball team battles Iowa State on Saturday, February 4th at 12 o'clock. Bring the whole family for $1 admission thanks to United Bank. Or get your tickets today at WVUGame.com or by calling 1-800-WVU-GAME. Come cheer on the Mountaineers on Saturday, February 4th as the WVU women's basketball team takes on Iowa State at 12 noon at the Coliseum. Hope to see you there.
3, 2, 1, it's over! The West Virginia Mountaineers have knocked off the #1 rated Kansas Jayhawks.
Join the excitement of West Virginia basketball.
They get into a mile down the baseline, left hand slam dunk!
Single game tickets are on sale now at WVUGame.com and 1-800-WVU-GAME.
Back out front to Miles, he'll jack a three, good! 1-on-2, takes it to the bucket, layup shot, good, and a foul!
Secure your seat at the Coliseum today.
The 2016 Nissan Altima. An IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus. emergency braking that could stop for you. Get to your local Nissan store today. Take on sudden stops. Get to Nissan, proud partner of WVU Athletics.
Swung on, hit hard to left field. Going back to the track, it is out of here!
West Virginia baseball is right around the corner. The Mountaineers have 23 games at Monongalia County Ballpark, including Big 12 foes TCU, Oklahoma, Texas Tech, and Kansas, along with games against non-conference rivals Pitt, Marshall, and Penn State. Season tickets are on sale now for as low as $110 at WVUGame.com or 1-800-WVU-GAME. Order your season tickets today.
Our friends at Brick Street Insurance bring you National Signing Day 2017, and those are just a handful of the names that are in the gold and blue officially. The I's dotted, the T's crossed. We'll be talking about them. We'll be talking to them eventually, and the coaches that helped recruit them and know their skill sets better than anyone. This is the place to be, WVUsports.com. Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to our day-long coverage of National Signing Day 2017. With Jed Drenning and Dale Wolfley, I'm Dan Zangrilli. Be sure to join us on the radio side later this evening, live from Kegler's from 7 until 8. Please find an affiliate near you, and we'll be sure to recap this day, and it's already been a busy one. Number of letters of intent have been coming in, signed, sealed, and delivered. So, boys, a few that have just come in this morning. As a matter of fact, before we took the air, a number of letters coming, and a lot to be excited about because Isaiah Hardy is a Mountaineer, and this is a big boy from New Jersey, Lackawanna College. I mean, you talk about space eater, you talk about wingspan. Big number 72, Isaiah Hardy. Wolf, you're going to have a lot of fun with this guy.
Well, I'll tell you what, Danny, when you watch this film right here, when you see, Jed, it's physics. Okay, so when mass hits smaller mass, big mass wins. And I'm telling you right now, Isaiah Hardy, just watch him come off the ball. He's huge. He's 6'6", he's 340 pounds. I think his best football is still ahead of him, especially when Coach Wickline gets in there. Look what he's doing. I mean, I had to sit there and laugh when I watch this because we talk about this mass. He's coming out. He's still learning how to be a good offensive lineman. But what he has is the ability to move quickly.
Yeah.
340 pounds, move space. He pulls. They have him pulling there. And what he does, it's just, if you're like offensive line play, you love watching this guy play. And he's going to be a guard here at WVU, and he's got a chance to actually perform this year. He's 3 for 2 out of Lackawanna Junior College, so he's got 3 years to play 2. And so if they need to redshirt him, they can. But the great thing, too, is that now we have 17 offensive linemen on scholarship. You talk about building depth for what we need in the Big 12. That's a perfect example, and we keep adding to it.
And the thing about him is, well, he played guard there. He has the versatility. He can probably play here or even a tackle if you have to slide him out, because you talked about the feet that he has and the athleticism. He played guard there because they're an inside zone team at Lackawanna, and you want to put your best player where the football is. The interesting thing about it, when a kid this size, what jumps out, well, skinny ankles. So he's not a true plow horse or road grader or somebody you might expect of 6'7", 340. Skinny ankles. He's kind of built, when you talk to Coach Duda, like a big athletic linebacker. So he's a different animal in that respect. He does move around. They do put him in space. When he climbs to that second level, he can do some amazing things for you. He's powerful. He's agile. Knocks a defensive tackle on his heels, then reacts to catch a flying linebacker coming in. So he has that agility as well. Great feet. He did pull up, climb to the second level, but he did so under control. And the interesting thing about it, didn't lunge in space. Sometimes you see these big guys, once they get in space, get desperate, overextend themselves. He came in under control at a very measured pace, did that incredibly well. But when you talk to Coach Duda, my favorite story, they were trying to move a 5-man sled, okay? They were out at the practice field trying to move a 5-man sled. A handful of guys were unable to do so. Here comes Isaiah. Hey, what are you guys trying to do? They're trying to flip it up on a flatbed truck. He said, get out of the way. He got under that thing. It has to weigh, Coach Duda's saying, 1,500 pounds. You know a 5-man sled. Well, he flips that thing like a tire, chips part of the truck, and then walks away.
And you know what else is the best thing? Even if he whiffs on you, by the time that defender runs around the ball carrier's gone. Yeah. Because he's got that what? He's got that huge body and big
around
can.
Isaiah in 80
You know what I'm
days,
saying? Absolutely. So that's a great get out of Lackawanna Junior College. Coach Duda at Lackawanna has been very good at WVU these past few years, and I suspect that's going to keep continuing.
Knee bend. I mean, that's one of the things you're going to look for in a guy that size. Can he play with knee bend? Because if he can do that and play appropriately with the angle on his back, he can get a lot of things done. And Duda is very specific about these types of things. He'll tell you play the game of football at about a 105-degree angle. People talk about that 90-degree knee bend, but you play the game at about 105 degrees, he can do that. Those are the types of things that he can pull off. So it's pretty impressive when you talk about this kid with this size and this skill set.
A physics lesson and a geometry lesson about this 6'7", 340-pound hog that we're going to have a lot of fun watching him develop. And he's not, as Jed has mentioned, completely raw and unrefined. There is already a base of
Did you see the people bounce off his chest?
Yeah.
And they just bounced off, and they went back by about 3 yards.
What's popular in this league is to bring people off the perimeter, not just against pass game, but against the run game to disrupt things at the point of attack. He is agile enough, Danny. You see him pulling, and he redirects in mid-stride to chip that blitzing backer off the edge. And as Wolf said, once you chip him and you got to run around him, that's going to be a pretty ineffective defensive football player rendered obsolete, and that's what happened.
Isaiah Hardy, offensive lineman, 6'7", 340 pounds. He is not small. E.J. Brown, we take a look at Brown. This guy is fun to watch as well. E.J. Brown from Tucker High School, Stone Mountain, Georgia. Another safety that Gibby's going to have a lot of fun with. Let's take a look at this guy. You spoke to his head coach, Jim.
Yeah, he played an odd stack, Wolf. Played a hybrid position, looking at that spur, and played on the hash plus in the box. He's very versatile. He was called, you see the physicality here. The first thing I asked Mike Montoro when he told me that the fax came in, I said, is the fax machine okay? That's the first thing I asked the guy. He's about as physical a football player as you'll see. And when you talk to Coach Lamar down there at Tucker High School, he said he's the most physical kid he has ever coached, but he's a well-rounded kid. 3.2 GPA plus high football IQ. Incredibly physical, Wolf. Lowers his shoulder, bone-jarring authority, brand of contact. You see shades of Jeremy Tyler, and dare I say, you'll hear Gibby talk about this, even Carl Joseph. So let's
Carl
get some
Joseph
of your comments here. Yeah. What do you got to say, Wolf? Look at this guy.
I'm telling you, I watched this, and I watched it 4 times straight the first time because I laughed the entire time watching it. He throws his body fearlessly at the big. They don't fall forward, the runners, after they hit him. He decleats them. And he does everything legal, but he's just an intimidator out there.
Jeez, look at that.
He's taking the ball, and he's decapitating it from the player. I mean, it's really fun to watch. This is one of my favorite highlights. I've watched this over and over, as I said. And Jed, he's got good fundamentals. He's got good tackling skills. And he will wrap you, but he will also deliver that big hit for you. And he's got 4.5 speed. He has a huge future ahead of him. I mean, he's got some good offers right there. You see it. And guess what, guys? If you don't like this guy, you don't like football.
Yeah, and I hadn't seen the tape yet when I talked to Coach Lamar. And I think over the course of my conversation with Coach Lamar, he said the same words over and over and over again. He said, just watch the tape. Just why he was trying to explain his physicality. And he kept falling back and deferring to those words, just watch
You can't explain that unless you see it.
No, that's exactly right.
Well, you had an opportunity to, again, take the scalpel and dissect this thing in the film room. E.J. Brown, safety. Let's learn more.
And Gibby, when we take a look at E.J. Brown on that back end in the secondary, Stone Mountain, Georgia product, 2 words come to mind: full contact.
No doubt about it. That and Carl Joseph.
There you go.
That was when I first turned the film on to watch this kid. That's exactly who it reminded me of. And you hear from coaches all over the country is, hey, I got a kid like Carl Joseph, and you watch it and it really never lives up to the expectations. Don't know if this kid, if EJ can either, but when you throw tape on, that's who I think of. Very, very physical.
And when you watch that knack that he has, and Carl did have that knack at the very last second, weaponizing his entire body. But one of the things that has to excite you as well, heading into the Big 12, this kid seems to have a knack on tape of quickly recognizing and diagnosing the perimeter screen game.
No doubt, and he'll fit very well into what we do. Yeah, obviously in this league with teams that screen us and all that, but he'll fit into what we do with our safeties and how we, get them in the box at times, get them in the half field at times, and we ask him to set the perimeter for a screen and make sure that we play the point of attack physical, and he could surely do that.
Mountaineer fans, get that chin strap buckled and get ready for E.J. Brown.
6 others offered him, and he chose West Virginia. And I have to imagine for a guy like E.J. Brown-Wolf, how intriguing it's got to be to play in Tony Gibson's system, especially for a safety. And the key, I think, phrase from Gibby there a moment ago was that he really fits well for what we do. And that's really not to be lost here when you're looking especially at the safety position.
Well, when we look at the safety position that we are expecting to come in today, we expect 5 or 6 safeties to be able to play. And when you have Carl Joseph, that goes in the first round draft pick, and you got a guy that kind of looks like Carl, they kind of gave him the same number of the jersey there because they're expecting the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think it's a great expectation that Gibby can sell this. It's amazing how he can sell all 3 safety positions. And again, we'll get this into this a little bit later, but I think Matt Capone has come in and done a fantastic job with the safeties here and the recruiting of these safeties. So if the safety position looks bright, we have a few opportunities. Maybe a couple guys could go play corner. Maybe a couple of guys will end up actually as a linebacker as some sort in this defense. But whatever, these type of athletes that are really good and that can actually play man coverage are pretty special.
And we talked about it earlier, high football IQ. So if you're going to show up at a late point on campus and try and find your way into that lineup, this is a kid who ran an odd stack in high school. And Coach Lamar pointed out, we threw a lot of coverages to these guys, and he was always the first guy on board to understand big picture what we were trying to do. So that bodes well as well.
Absolutely.
All righty, so Isaiah Hardy, E.J. Brown in the books, and so is now Hakeem Bailey, somebody that Mountaineer fans should certainly be excited about. Hakeem Bailey, 6 foot, 190-pounder, a corner. With Rasul Douglas graduating, perhaps he'll be the next interception leader in the Big 12 one day. Let's take a look.
We took a hard hit in that secondary, Wolf, at that corner position. We got Eli Battle, a handful of other kids coming back. They'll be fighting for some playing time in the spring. So he's going to fit right in, and it's nice to have him on campus. What I see here, Wolf, nice ball skills. He attacks the football at its highest point. Great shadow coverage, especially when things shrink in the red zone. A very physical kid. He keeps his hands on you. I think Gibby's press cover 3. I see him fitting in that type of approach defensively. Flies up and sets the edge when he's playing cover 2. So again, you see that physicality. Reads and reacts tremendously well against that quick screen game. We see it week in, week out, a steady diet of that quick game in the Big 12. That's one of the reasons I see him fitting in, Wolf.
Absolutely, and he's 3 years from Iowa Community College, and I thought he was the best in that league as a cornerback. So I think we got the best prospect out of there. And again, he's here as well, so he's midterm, so he's disciplined, getting it done. And Jeff, when you get into the physicality, when you look at him, his back pedal, and his fundamentals, and his breaking on the ball, and like you said, that he goes after the ball at the highest level. So he's a playmaker. He had 9 pass breakups. He led the team in interceptions with 5, and he's out there. He's making a difference on the field, and that's because I think the way he reads the quarterback and reads the scheme and the offense, again, that's in with your screen game that you're talking about. It's all those things together, and then he'll come up and he'll actually whack you too. So this is another guy that we have in our defensive secondary that this year that you're going to see is a physical player and ball.
Red zone. I mean, one of the things you'll see,
time.
Danny, with these defensive players, there's a common theme that keeps emerging here on these highlight tapes or on their tape at large. They're good red zone football players, and that's where the modern game, now more than ever, is really going. You got to stop them and hold them to 3s instead of 6s in the red zone. And I see that kind of production out of a lot of these kids in this class.
And that's where West Virginia did so well this year.
But that's what I like, because these safeties and these corners that we're seeing come in this class, they can play man. That's what we do. Gebby, cover 0. Bring 6. Everybody else is on an island, and then that's what we need to recruit. So you can see that our coaching staff is going after the type of ball players that we need to be successful in the Big 12.
And they don't grow on trees either. So to be able to get that type of player that is comfortable and confident of being exposed, again, it takes a special type of person.
Well, there's a certain appeal here. If you're a transfer or a JC kid, specifically at certain positions like corner, we just saw Rasul Douglas come the last couple of years. Look at the success that he had, and look what he did on the national stage. So if you're a junior college cornerback, West Virginia now has that fact to sell.
Absolutely. when you look at who else, Worley, and you got KJ Dillon. I mean, there's a ton of success going on before them, so it is making this a whole lot easier to sell.
Alrighty, a lot more coming up here on WVUsports.com. National Signing Day presented by Brick Street Insurance rolls on. There are the names. We'll be breaking down all of these names. You'll get to know the newest members of Mountaineer Nation. Stay with us on WVUsports.com.
One of the things that GoMart looks for is a company that is going to provide us with the best coverage for the best premium that we can get.
When you look at the overall picture, the partnership that we have with GoMart is working.
Working with Brick Street keeps our employees and customers safer every day.
At the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
Together, we are one, united by leadership and dependability, driven to successful outcomes, no matter the challenge. Our skill to excel is matched only by a desire to compete for the ultimate prize, your satisfaction. We are united with the Mountaineers. United Bank, West Virginia's bank.
The West Virginia University women's basketball team battles Iowa State on Saturday, February 4th at 12 o'clock. Bring the whole family for $1 admission thanks to United Bank. Or get your tickets today at WVUGame.com or by calling 1-800-WVU-GAME. Come cheer on the Mountaineers on Saturday, February 4th as the WVU women's basketball team takes on Iowa State at 12 noon at the Coliseum. Hope to see you there.
National Signing Day 2017. West Virginia fans, welcome back to Morgantown, and we're taking a look at some of the names that we have rolling in through the fax machines. That list continues to grow, but we have a new visitor here on set, and it's a face that Mountaineer fans are going to remember. Now, I brought this up with you the other day. I'm going to bring it up again. Jake Spavital, offensive coordinator, West Virginia, hired this offseason. The last time Mountaineer fans saw you, you were the offensive coordinator at Texas A&M, and you were having a bit of a Twitter battle with Dana Holgerson. Right. Well, if we remember that leading into the Liberty Bowl, walk folks through how that played out again, Jake.
Well, there was a long process of the bowl selection. I heard the possibility that we might be playing West Virginia in the bowl game. Kind of came through that kind of late notice that it was going through. Did a radio interview with Tony Caridi at the time. Talked with him about how I know all the Dana signals, and then I called him and I told him that I'm going to be picking them all game, and we're going to be battling the entire game. But after that, Dana went out on Twitter and kind of said he doesn't have to worry about it because he taught me everything. So I initially went back with my response to it, and he pretty much ultimately shut me down with the most ultimate Twitter response with the Ernie McCracken off of.
Which was pretty good.
I couldn't come up with anything else after that, but no, it was all out of fun, and I think that kind of made the game even more interesting.
Yeah, Jake, you've had a long history, of course, with Dana Holgerson, and you were at Cal last year, and you actually married a former gymnast here.
I did.
With Meg, and tell us, we were talking about it last weekend, about how you actually were hired here. It's kind of a funny story.
It was. Like that. We had a really good year offensively at Cal, had a few opportunities to go to some other jobs. Dana talked to me a little bit about coming back to West Virginia. I was looking at these other jobs, but really what the selling point was Dana started recruiting Maiden, my wife, who is from Bell, West Virginia, and went to school here. So that was pretty much the selling point for Dana on getting me back to West Virginia, was pretty much negotiated the deal with my wife Megan.
Isn't that wonderful?
She's pretty fired up, and I normally don't tell her much about the job circuit because this profession is pretty crazy, but she overheard me talk about the possibility of coming back to West Virginia, and I felt like she started packing up her bags right there in Berkeley, California immediately.
Well, obviously you're a bit of a quarterback connoisseur. I know that you worked with Gino while you were here. You worked with Johnny Manziel. Matter of fact, you picked up Johnny Manziel the year after he won the Heisman and got more production out of him the year that you spent with him. But what you step into here is a situation that's going to be a competition in the spring involving guys including Will Grier, a Florida transfer. I know he's a guy that you've become familiar with. He's the son of a coach, a North Carolina kid, played for his dad down there, spent 6 games as a starter at the University of Florida. And recently, you and I were able to sit down in the film room and take a look at what Will Grier might bring to the table. So, you guys want to cue that up? Jake, I'd like to take a chance to talk to you about a guy in Will Grier. Now, Will transferred from the University of Florida last year, but the way things have played out at some point this year is when he'll be eligible. So in some respects, you might really consider him, in effect, a part of this signing class. So when you watch Will Grier, I know he's a guy that you recruited. What do you see from the outside looking in? Let's start with that.
Will has incredible arm talent. Yet alone, he's a coach's kid. You can tell he's been trained at a very young age, very polished. He can only make all the throws, but he's also very mobile with his feet, which is a little surprising. A lot of people think he's a pure pocket passer, but he does have the athletic ability to extend plays and actually do some pretty good runs, for instance, right there. But a lot of excitement with this kid. I really enjoy how he is a coach's kid and the way he handles the leadership side of things. He's not a kid that's just only going to lead by example, but he's going to be verbal out there and find ways to play with a lot of passion and get people motivated from that regard. But
and we just watched him making plays against a pretty athletic Missouri front seven. You talked about it with his legs, and you said a lot of arm talent, and you said a kid is a coach's kid. Well, he's a coach's kid, but he's also a coach's kid, a coach that actually runs a system very similar to what you guys like. So there has to be some level of translation there as well.
Exactly. From what he did in high school, from being a spread system and throwing it around a bit, and then what he did at Florida with being more of what you saw with Dana doing a lot of times with being under center with attached tight ends. The kids actually ran every probably imaginable offensive system out there, which he's seen it all and done it all. Undefeated as a starter at Florida. I think he's very eager after sitting out last year to get out there on the field and show everybody what he's capable of doing.
And there's a certain element of toughness. The one thing that stands out, I remember that play that he made at the end of the first half against Florida where he took that shot, delivered that throw, stood in there, faced the music. There's a toughness to this kid that you really can't coach and that really resonates from that position with the other kids.
Exactly. A lot of people don't really think of a toughness at the quarterback position, but I think you got to be one of the most physically and mentally tough kids to play that position, and I think he's got it all. A reason why he was one of the top quarterbacks rated coming out of high school, and to be able to play in the SEC at Florida. We're fortunate to have him here, and I think the Mountaineer fan base is going to be pretty excited to watch him throw it around next year.
And of course, you're familiar with how tough that SEC schedule can be. So for a kid to come in as a redshirt freshman, right out of the gates, 6 for 6 in starts, that says so much. And now last year, I had an opportunity, at least between the lines, to watch the kid react, with the other kids react to him. And there's a personality and a certain charisma that he has to him as well. And that's once more one of the things that you can't coach at that position.
Exactly. And that's something that you look for when you're trying to recruit one of the top kids in the country. And Will's got all that. He's got this just moxie about him that these kids want to play for him. And, he's a very mature kid. and he understands that you've got to get this is a team game, and you got to get all 11 guys playing on the same page to be successful. And he takes a lot of pride in getting everybody on the same page. And he's just a great leader from that standpoint.
So it's going to be an interesting quarterback competition for sure. 2017 here in Morgantown, Will Grier in the mix. So it's going to be exciting for everybody.
So Jake, with Will Grier, he's not officially part of this class, but he does officially affect this class.
Correct. Yeah, I think that's one of the main reasons that Dana lured me to come back. He's like, you're going to be working with Will Grier, one of the top quarterbacks, one of the most talented quarterbacks in the country, probably going into next year. And I think with that, him being here in Morgantown for a year has allowed us to get on track with some of these receiver recruits and kind of boosted the recruiting from that standpoint, because when you have a quarterback that can distribute the ball pretty accurately and is pretty exciting to watch, I think that is going to excite a lot of recruits to come to Morgantown. So I think he's a very beneficial part of this recruiting class.
And there's another kid that Mountaineer fans are tremendously excited to welcome back. The last time we saw this kid, he was hauling in the game-winning catch in the Cactus Bowl over Arizona State, and that's David Sills. And he's a guy also that you and I had an opportunity to sit down and take a look at in the film room. And Coach, one of the guys we're excited to have back in the mix, converted quarterback. He was here a couple years ago, did some big things for us, David Sills. One of the things that he does for us, that type of height and that type of athletic ability, particularly in the red zone. Look at him making plays, scoring for you, another weapon once you get down to that scoring area.
Exactly. Actually, I got to watch a lot of tape of him over the years with when Dana and I would trade tape. He brings a lot of dynamic, a lot of size to that perimeter. The other thing is he's got a starting quarterback mentality out there on the perimeter as well, which is huge from a leadership standpoint. Very excited for this kid to be back. You can play him not just on the outside, but you can also move him around in the perimeter. And I think he's going to be a great addition to what we're trying to do and what we're trying to accomplish with this team this year.
So exactly one of those types of kids that we're looking for, especially when we're trying to make plays when we get down in that red zone area.
Jake, David Sills, welcome back, right? It's almost like welcome back Cotter, right? Because this is the best news that we had, that he came back. He really wanted to be a quarterback. 2 years ago in the spring game, he did some tremendous work on his feet, leaving the defense really struggling to stop him. So now when you add that to the receiver's ability to catch the ball, I mean, he has really good ball skills.
Oh, he has great ball skills. And, that was the first thing I noticed when I was watching the tape of him playing receiver at West Virginia in 2015. But because normally you're like quarterbacks, not many can make that transition. He's athletic enough to make that transition out to perimeter and just still have that quarterback mentality. I think that's going to be very beneficial for that room. And very excited to have him back. Went to El Camino, so I actually got to watch him a little bit when I was out at Cal. And it's kind of a small world that we both end up coming back to Morgantown.
And sticking with the theme of big-bodied receivers, another guy that you and I had a chance to break down in the film room recently was Dom Maiden from Riverside City College out in California, a league that I know you're very familiar with and a player that you've become very familiar with. Let's take a look at the film room and what you and I had to discuss about Dom Maiden recently. And Jake, another kid we want to look at here at receiver, 6'5" frame, Dom Maiden, a kid from Riverside, a junior college circuit out there in California that you're very familiar with, and he brings a very tempting skill set to the table with that height and with those soft hands.
Exactly. If you look at a lot of these highlights right now, they're in the red zone. He's a big red zone target, being 6'5". Comes from a very prestigious league in the JUCO ranks in California. Very highly recruited kid. I think he's just going to bring that added addition that what you guys have already pretty much addressed over watching last year. He's going to be a great red zone target for us. Very excited for how physical of a body he is, and I think he's just going to be a different type of body type that you're used to seeing out there on the perimeter.
And sometimes those kids with that large frame can have that height work against them. A smaller DB can get up underneath them, get in their grill, jam them. Doesn't seem to be the case with him. He's enough of a technician. He's played football at an advanced level against these JC kids. That hasn't really been an issue for him.
Right, and normally with 6'5" body types, pad level is an issue. He tends to get in and out of his breaks at a very manageable pad level, which that's going to be very beneficial for him to get off press because he's already at a disadvantage coming off the ball with a guy with with a lower level of pad, but he seems to be a very physical type of kid that can get off that pretty good. He has a great job at keeping the proper spacing, and I think that he's going to be a big factor for us in the red zone.
I really like that fact. He's got a big factor in the red zone. If you look at him, 6'5", we just looked at David Sills there at 6'3.5", 6'4". Those are some bigger targets. And again, you also have the tight ends as well in Wesco and Stone. And so you're going to have some taller targets possibly this year. What's your philosophy in the red zone? What are you going to bring to the table for WVU?
Yeah, you know, first off, you got to be able to run the ball. You have to establish the run game when you get into the red zone. But to complement that, when you're going to throw on the perimeter, you have to have bigger targets and to be able to throw the ball around a little bit more. You know, I think with the size that Dana has recruited this year, you can tell that he wanted to put an emphasis on the red zone with getting those bigger type bodies out there, because when you get down there, there's not very much space, and you got to be able to hold your ground and be able to make some big plays. And I think that's what Dana wanted to improve on, because he thought he struggled in the red zone and throwing those fade balls, which I think with the addition of these guys, it's big time.
Yeah, and the other thing too is his father, Maiden's father, was an ex-Navy SEAL. And that's some discipline right there, you know what I mean? Obviously got to have the athleticism, but I heard that he can't tell you what he does now, because then he'd have to, pop you. You know what I mean? It's top secret.
You can tell that, his father was an ex-Navy SEAL or currently one. Who knows what he's doing, but you can tell the discipline the kid brings when, my short time here, and you got to watch him do the sprints out there. He's the guy that's leading the way, and that's pretty impressive for a guy coming in and being new to a program to be competing at such a high level so early in the sprints.
And another thing that jumps out about this kid, yet another kid in this class that had a lot of success in terms of the wins and losses. He was on a 10-2 football team a year ago. There's a lot to be said for that in terms of prioritizing that with kids who come from a pedigree of success.
No question. I think that's at any position. If you look at a kid that is a part of a winning program, that says a lot about him, because the kid gets it. You want kids that are part of winning programs, because hopefully that can rub off on your current program. And I think that not just at that position, but all positions, that's very important to the culture that you're trying to create at a university.
Well, Jake, I'll tell you what, I told you the other day, and I'm going to say it again. The last time you were here, all we did was break about every offensive school record in existence. No pressure on you at all, right, buddy? Welcome back, brother.
Hey, excited to be back.
Excited to have Jake Spavital back in the fold here in Morgantown, West Virginia, offensive coordinator. It's signing day 2017 here in Morgantown, and we will return right after these messages.
Hospice takes care of end-of-life care patients. Our two biggest challenges, not only automobile accidents, but also lifting.
Working with Brick Street, we train our employees to work safely such that they do not incur any injuries.
They spend most of their time being a caretaker to others. We all work together to try to focus on the injuries that we have.
They are helping us take care of our employees so the employees can have a long career with hospice.
We rely on the folks from Brick Street.
I think students are really interested in this issue and they know that it's a problem on campus, but they just don't really know how to get involved. As a peer advocate, we hand out resources and let students know that there are places that they can go if they need help. With the large number of people that are now confident enough to come forward after their assaults, I know that the peer advocates are now making a difference on campus.
A new day's arrived for heart and vascular care in West Virginia, one that brings renewed hope to people with heart or vascular disease. The WVU Heart and Vascular Institute now offers many therapies and procedures that are not available at any other hospital in West Virginia or Southwest Pennsylvania. So now the most advanced heart and vascular care is available right here, close to home. To learn more, visit mywvuheart.com.
grace and beauty, power and strength. Share the experience with your family and friends. The 2017 National Collegiate Women's Gymnastics Morgantown Regional, April 1st at the WVU Coliseum. Visit ncaa.com/WGymnastics for tickets today.
National Signing Day 2017, presented by Brick Street Insurance. Welcome back to WVUsports.com. Thanks so much for joining us. It is a busy day, and we have all-day coverage here on WVUsports.com with Jed Drenning and Dale Wolfley. Dan Zhang, really glad to have you along. Well, good stuff from Jake Spavital. My goodness, that
Always
was
good
fun.
stuff.
Yeah,
Right, Will?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'll tell you what, he's young, but he is smart.
He's had 4 head coaching interviews. At his age, 10 years ago, he was a quarterback at Missouri State.
Unbelievable.
He's had experience with Gus Malzahn, Dana Holgerson, Sonny Dykes. Heck of a resume, Jake.
Absolutely.
All righty, well, let's keep it going, and letters continue to roll in. And gentlemen, let's discuss Tyler Thurman. So the newest member of Mountaineer Nation, this is hot off the presses, and this is a big boy, Wolf.
Once again, we're just keep adding those big fellas at 6'5", 280 pounds. He comes off the ball. You know, at Buford High School, Jed, they like to run the ball, and it's a big-time program. So this is a good get establishing those relationships. And, you know, Tyler, if you look at him, he will actually come off the chip blocks and get up to the second level, and he uses his arms. He's got a really nice wingspan, just like Isaiah Hardy did. And I like what he does. He plays with a little bit of a nasty edge to him. You know, he's got a little bit of a, you know, that junk coming out of his neck. You know what I mean? He likes to hit you. He likes to pop you.
There are still teams that run the I formation, and this is one of them right here. And Coach Simpson, Jess Simpson down there will be the first to tell you. He said, we're still American down here. We run the I formation. And you see him showcased in it. Played on the move a lot. They asked him to move around, hit that second level. He pulled and played in space. He targets very well in the open field. He's strong. He pushes the pile. You talked about it, Wolf. He's a body mover. He plays to the whistle, keeps his head on the swivel, always looking around to help, never stops, neutralizes his guy, and then looks to do more. He has a great punch. But one of the things that stood out to me, I talked to Jess Simpson, his coach, the other night. One of the things that stood out to me was, yes, he has the measurables, but he also has the intangibles. He said he has the right stuff. He's not the type of kid that you're going to have to chase around and worry about what he's doing. He's always going to be doing the right thing. Now, they used him, Wolf, scheme-wise, ran a lot of zone, stretch zone, mid-zone. So there's some versatility with this kid as well.
Absolutely, and he is a 4.0 student. Yeah. So, I mean, he's smart, so he applies that to the field. And I like his flat back, Jed. We talked about knee bend with Isaiah Hardy as well. This is just another cat that we're bringing in, 17 offensive lineman scholarships that were there, probably going to develop him for a couple of years, let him get his strength. But you know what? It's a great pick when you can get a 6'5", 6'6" guy that's 280 pounds, who's going to probably grow up to be 300, 310.
He's going to put 35, 40 pounds on.
Absolutely. And when he gets out there and he's got that nasty edge to him, and he can move his feet, flat back, great pickup.
And he's exactly the type of kid, Danny, that Coach Joseph is drooling over. When you see a kid like this that's raw and has that type of frame that you can put muscle on,
it's raw
those
clay.
guys love that. Yeah, raw clay. Yeah.
I like his hair too.
I like his hair too.
So now just looking ahead at West Virginia's offensive line depth, because you know, there were some senior leaders that departed, and of course the offensive line is the backbone of any team, and it was clearly for West Virginia in their 10-win season. How do you feel that this recruiting class helps replenish some of the graduated depth?
Well, it's always difficult to see how a high school kid's going to project. You just talked about the fact this is a kid who's going to step in and over the course of the next couple of years probably put 30 or 40 pounds on, add tremendous strength. When you look at the JC kids, maybe more immediately impactful, but from an offensive line standpoint, well, if we lost a lot in terms of the couple kids that we did lose, because the versatility that Adam Pankey bought, you're not going to be able to replace that overnight. And T.O.'s T.O. There's only one Ty Orlovsky. I don't know that you'll ever replace him, but it's not like the cupboard's bare. I mean, we have some building blocks there with McKivitz. Yodney's going to be healthy. Marcel's back. Kyle Bosch. I mean, there's tremendous building blocks there, but some of these kids in this class are going to come in and possibly have an opportunity.
Absolutely. Isaiah Hardy probably is one right off the bat, but you know, you have Grant Lingenfelter's going to be a fifth-year guy. We don't know if he'll be playing guard or center, but he's going to be somewhere in the mix. And again, I go back to the depth. that this offensive line has. I have not seen this since 1988 when I played, that we had 17 offensive linemen on scholarship. I have not seen it, and the quality of guys that we have. We have some big dudes that will be rolling up here from freshman and sophomore that will be contributing to the team.
And the truth of the matter is, there's something from a brand standpoint that we have that's a little easier to sell in years past. I'm an old school spread guy myself, but I'll be the first to tell you, those guys like Wolf like to roll up their sleeves, get down and dirty. They don't want to pro set and pass set all day. They want to knock people around. Now that has its place, but they want to go forward, they want to go downhill, and they want to get physical with things. And when you have the brand of football that we've established in the run game over the course of the last couple of years, that is tremendously appealing to these physical O-linemen.
I want the best of both worlds on the offensive line, and that is having an equal run to pass ratio, but able to actually open it up and go downfield. And this gives the chance for the offensive line to stay nasty, a nasty attitude, a nasty framework. That is the opportunity that Wick line and this offense gives these football players.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Tyler Thurman in a West Virginia University jersey, and the fact that he played in that old school offense, pretty cool. And I like how you refer to yourself as an old school spread guy. Doesn't that sound like
spread guy?
Doesn't that sound like an oxymoron?
I tell you what, I'm not sure how to take that right
Hey,
now.
I have a theory, very quickly, okay? Because I was kind of joking with Coach Simpson about it, but he said, we're still American down here. We run the I. And I said, look, there's nothing more American than the spread. What do you think was happening during the Revolutionary War? We were hiding behind trees and shooting officers. That's the spread offense. That's what it is. It's not lining up on an open battlefield and going right at the British Army. We're hiding behind trees shooting. That's the spread offense. That is purely American. Right
Just
there.
remember, last year Skylar Howard did go underneath the center and did hand
He
off
did.
in the eye.
When you run 80 snaps, that's what tempo gives you.
Alrighty,
80 snaps,
alrighty.
you can split it both ways, right?
I've got to break this
Yeah.
up before the train just gets completely off the tracks here with Mr. I and Mr.
40-40. 40 runs, 40 passes.
All right.
You know?
So, speaking of pass, how about Reggie Roberson? Got to
Yeah.
be excited about this wide receiver from Texas.
Oh,
Tech.
absolutely. Another kid, talking about muscle twitch, Wolf. You can never have too many kids like Reggie Roberson. When you look at him on tape, big frame, but he'll add some bulk as well. He spent a lot of time, he spent a lot of time in space, all right? Shifty kid, can move around, can make things happen. Once the football is in his hands, he's incredibly decisive. He makes that decision, he makes that cut, he sees the daylight, and he finds it, and he goes. Smooth, he catches with his hands. He's not a body catcher. That's something that jumps out. We talked about that vision. He turns the jailbreak screen into an art form. And that's obviously a very in vogue play in today's game. And that speaks to the vision that this kid has. He finds that hole, he hits it. Great concentration and grit, toughness on crossing routes. He'll go into the briar patch after it. Wolf, that has to appeal to you. He's not afraid of contact across the middle, and he has tremendous field awareness. You'll watch him sometimes dot the I on the sidelines. I think he brings the complete set of skills to the table.
But he dots the what?
Dots the I.
Okay.
He crossed the T as well.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, what he does cross, Jen, like you said, is the crossing routes.
Yes.
He does the breakers. He is not afraid to catch the ball and then take a hit. You know, he had 60 passes for 1,060 yards, 11 touchdowns. He had over 1,800 all-purpose yards. Once again, another guy who obviously has good field vision because he can do the special team stuff and returns as well. You got to like, who did West Virginia just lose on the inside receiver? Dakeel Shorts. And this is what I see here. You talk about running the jailbreak screens and all the different kinds of screens he can do in that center. He has a knack of settling down in the defense, especially in the zone, and getting open. Or he can go across the middle, as we said, and man coverage, and make that pick and grab. He's exciting.
And you look at the other offers there. I mean, certainly was not on was on a lot of radars, and including West Virginia's. Now, when you look at the size, when you talk about the tools, Jed Wolf, and when you take a guy like Reggie Roberson here and you put him one-on-one with Coach Carrier to get him some, I'm talking Harvard-type education here as far as receivers are concerned. I'm really excited to see what Coach Carrier can do with this set of tools that he has.
Well, straight earlier I referred to him as having a big frame. He's 6 foot, $180, but he's the type of kid. He plays a physical brand of football. You talked about Dakeel. I like that comparison. I can see that projection. I think he's going to get in the weight room. I think he's going to add some strength. I think when you get Coach Carrier in the room with him, he's going to mold him, take his, as you touched on, Danny, take his game to another level. When you got a guy like Coach Carrier working with some of these kids, I now find myself watching tape. And I'm asking myself, what's that kid going to look like in a year with Coach Carrier? But you touched on something, Wolf, that is worth repeating. Special teams. This kid was his district special teams MVP in Texas. So when you're signing kids like that in those transition units, the more kids you can populate your roster with that have that kind of skill set from a special team standpoint, the better off you're going to be.
And athleticism. And let's take a look at this. Let's take a step back right now. We're seeing all these different types of receivers, right? This is Mark Carrier making his move right here. What about Matt Capone in the safeties that we're expecting today? You're seeing the type of players that he's looking for. So this is their first get. They're going, what about Blue Adams in the corner? When Hakeem Bailey being in here? I mean, so you're seeing the type of players that these new coaches after their first year are going after. This is the type of players they want to have that they think they can succeed in the Big 12.
Already speaking of special teams, we'll discuss that next. It's National Signing Day 2017, all brought to you by our friends at Brick Street Insurance. There's the list for you. It is expected to grow as the day goes on. We are here with you for, well, a lot longer, until 1 o'clock. No better place than WVUSports.com for the most comprehensive breakdown of the newest members of Mountaineer Nation. We return from the Hall of Traditions after this.
Our employees are a key component to our success. It's absolutely essential to keep them safe.
Safety is a continuous process. Things continuously evolve and you work in a very dynamic environment.
Brick Street was the first organization that came to us with a guaranteed cost plan and really invested in us.
I consider Brick Street as an extension of our office.
The relationship between Brick Street Insurance and Rantoul Foods should last a long time.
The West Virginia University women's basketball team battles Iowa State on Saturday, February 4th at 12 o'clock. Bring the whole family for $1 admission thanks to United Bank. Or get your tickets today at WVUGame.com or by calling 1-800-WVU-GAME. Come cheer on the Mountaineers on Saturday, February 4th as the WVU women's basketball team takes on Iowa State at 12 noon at the Coliseum. Hope to see you there.
3, 2, 1, it's over! The West Virginia Mountaineers have knocked off the #1 rated Kansas Jayhawks.
Join the excitement of West Virginia basketball.
They get into a mile down the baseline, left hand slam dunk.
Single game tickets are on sale now at WVUGame.com and 1-800-WVU-GAME.
Back out front to Miles, he'll jack a three, go! 1-on-2, takes it to the bucket, layup shot, good, and a foul!
Secure your seat at the Coliseum today.
The 2016 Nissan Altima. An IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus. With forward emergency braking that could stop for you. Get to your local Nissan store today. Take on sudden stops. Get to Nissan, proud partner of WVU Athletics.
Swung on, hit hard to left field. Going back to the track, it is out of here!
West Virginia baseball is right around the corner. The Mountaineers have 23 games at Monongalia County Ballpark, including Big 12 foes TCU, Oklahoma, Texas Tech, and Kansas, along with games against non-conference rivals, Pitt, Marshall, and Penn State. Season tickets are on sale now for as low as $110 at WVUGame.com or 1-800-WVU-GAME. Order your season tickets today.
Brick Street Insurance brings you National Signing Day 2017, and 1 day removed of the retirement of Brett Musburger, you are looking live at Mountaineer Field, Milan Pushkar Stadium. It's gray, gloomy outside, but the fax machine is scorching hot here inside the Milan Pushkar Center. Pretty soon, the newest members of Mountaineer Nation will be on that very field. And we are so excited to talk to Special Teams Coach Mark Scott about the newest members of Mountaineer Nation. Dale Wolfley alongside. I'm Dan Zangrilli. You could send us a note at WVU IMG Sports if you'd like, if you have a question about some of the newest Mountaineers on Twitter. So, Coach, Ricky Johns, you are got to be really excited about how he's going to be able to contribute to the cause.
Absolutely. I mean, you put on Ricky's film, he's 6'3", about 195 pounds, or 190 pounds now, long, athletic. He's got good speed. He's physical, and from where he played in high school, it's really a natural fit for what we do in with our defense in the safety spot, that spur position. He's got great ball skills. He's a first-team All-State wide receiver, and was really one of the leaders on their defense to a team that went undefeated all the way until the state semifinals.
He doesn't have a lot of offers. And I don't get Giovanni Stewart, who did not redshirt this year, came in from Katy High School in Texas, and he was a factor for us on special teams this year. And, Ricky Johns, I don't get it. I'm watching it. He's got great instincts on there. He's fast. He's strong. He's going to come off. He likes to hit you. And he's got good fundamentals. Well, I didn't understand what was happening.
To be honest with you, we were kind of... We've had a lot of talks kind of about the same thing. 6'3", rangy, athletic kid who's really good in space. We've liked his film since the sophomore year. He's continued to get bigger, get stronger, increase his speed. But kind of reminded us of the recruitment of another Philly area kid, Daryl Worley, in terms of he didn't have all the big time offers and everything like that. But really excited about him, the versatility he can bring to our defense.
Is this you mentioned that you're surprised that he hasn't had other offers, but is this just a guy that kind of flew under the radar? Obviously, because, how in the world, I guess my question is, how does a guy fly under the radar like this?
To be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure. But
that's okay. We don't ask questions.
No doubt. We're happy that he's signing with the Mountaineers today. And again, happy to be able to bring him in this summer and get rolling.
I think it's a great thing, number one, because again, I go back and I refer to Giovanni Stewart here, who didn't have very many offers, but he's a kid that did not get redshirted this year. That we had to use him. And with this guy here, he's very athletic. He led the league in receiving. He was, I believe, a first-team All-Stater.
Yeah.
He's an athlete. And then when you saw in the film right there, he's a smart player because he seeks out the ball carrier. He understands the scheme of what the offense is trying to do, and he avoids it. And he goes in there and he makes a tackle. And again, he's got good knee bend. He's there. He's ready to go. So I think it's a great fit. I didn't get it, but I'll tell you what. I'm telling you, Mountaineer Nation, you're going to know who Ricky Johns is because he's going to be a player in the future.
No doubt, and he really fits our scheme and what we do defensively. And then again, you talk about how successful he was as a receiver. To have a guy like that who's athletic, who's physical, who fits what we do, and then his ball skills on top of that. With the emphasis we put on creating turnovers and everything, it's a great fit for us.
Where do you see him starting out in the defense?
I think we're going to start him out at that spur position, and again, we've got guys coming back at safety, but get him involved, learn the defense. Obviously, a big, long, athletic kid like that, you think special teams right away. And again, if we think he can come in and help us, and then we can bring him along in that spur position where we've got a couple seniors in front of him, and really then the next year, hopefully he can take that over.
My main thing is for these safeties that we're bringing in here, who we expect to find today, is that they all can go man coverage. And that is so huge because we talk about, hey, you don't know if there's one guy could end up at corner, these safeties that we're doing, or one guy could end up at linebacker. But regardless, they all have the same abilities. You're obviously going after the same type of athletic kid.
No doubt. Again, with Ricky, with the other safeties that we're bringing in this class, you see guys who can play in the box against the run. You see guys who are good in zone coverage, again, reacting to the ball, breaking on the ball. They can play man coverage. They can blitz off the edge. They can do all the things that we want to do defensively, which, again, makes them great fits.
As far as Isaiah Hardy, I'm excited about this guy. Just the sheer mass, the length, the Lackawanna College transfer here coming into a WVU. This is a big ball of clay that you guys have an opportunity to really mold and do some special things with.
Absolutely. And again, Isaiah comes from a great high school program, Timber Creek in New Jersey. Obviously, he's gotten so much better and just become stronger, improved his body over his 2 years at Lackawanna. And obviously with the relationship we have with the coaches up there, Coach Judah, Coach Pardini, and Coach Reese, they do a great job with their guys, getting them ready, both athletically and academically for the next level. But the scary thing is Isaiah's 6'7", 335 pounds, and he's down about 25 pounds from what he was when he first got to Lackawanna. So from a physical standpoint, he's going to be ahead of the game a little bit compared to some of the other guys we're bringing in. Again, we get him in here in the summer and get him rolling, learning the offense, really get him ingrained into what we want to do. And then, again, he's a guy who can come in and give us some depth or, again, push for a starting job this year. But at the same time, he's also got a redshirt availability. So if that's a route we need to go, he gives us some flexibility at the O-line spot.
Yeah, he has 3 years to play too, so you do have that luxury of being able to redshirt if you need it. But, I said earlier, jokingly, physics, right? When big mass meets little mass falls down. Absolutely. And that's exactly what he does. And he appears to play strong. He's got decent knee bend for such a large man. And I really think his best football is ahead of him.
No doubt about it. As he continues to improve his body and just, again, he moves extremely well. You wouldn't think a guy who's 6'7", 335, 340 pounds can move like he does, but he's got great feet. He's a really good athlete, and his ceiling is extremely high. We're excited to have him.
Well, Coach, and we're extremely excited about this year's class. It is a good one, to say the least, and that's just underscoring it for sure. Coach Mark Scott joining us here on our National Signing Day program, all presented by Brick Street Insurance. The names continue to roll in. Love to see every time we show that graphic, it's growing with the list of names. And we will continue to tell you more about the newest members of Mountaineer Nation as our coverage live from the Hall of Traditions here on WVUSports.com continues.
Hospice takes care of end-of-life care patients. Our two biggest challenges, not only automobile accidents, but also lifting.
Working with Brick Street, we train our employees to work safely such that they do not incur any injuries.
They spend most of their time being a caretaker to others. We all work together to try to focus on the injuries that we have.
They are helping us take care of our employees so the employees can have a long career with hospice.
We rely on the folks from Brick Street.
I think students are really interested in this issue and they know that it's a problem on campus, but they just don't really know how to get involved. As a peer advocate, we hand out resources and let students know that there are places that they can go if they need help. With the large number of people that are now confident enough to come forward after their assaults, I know that the peer advocates are now making a difference on campus.
A new day's arrived for heart and vascular care in West Virginia, one that brings renewed hope to people with heart or vascular disease. The WVU Heart and Vascular Institute now offers many therapies and procedures that are not available at any other hospital in West Virginia or Southwest Pennsylvania. So now the most advanced heart and vascular care is available right here, close to home. To learn more, visit mywvuheart.com.
Big 12. It's all here.
Grace and beauty. Power and strength. Share the experience with your family and friends. The 2017 National Collegiate Women's Gymnastics Morgantown Regional, April 1st at the WVU Coliseum. Visit ncaa.com/WGymnastics for tickets today.
Brick Street Insurance presents National Signing Day. We're inside the Milan Pushkar Center, the Hall of Traditions, as we continue to learn more about the newest members of Mountaineer Nation. And there is the list for you, and it's a pretty exciting list as we tend to take a look at some of these names. Perhaps, heck, they'll be, on that list one day as part of the NFL draft. We'll see. Long time between now and then, Jed Drenning, Dale Wolfley, but it all starts here. And sometimes, you just don't know what you're going to get. And that can sometimes be a good thing, sometimes can be a bad thing, but more often than not for Mountaineer Nation, with the signing classes under Dana Holgerson, there have been some surprises. Some guys, Wolf, that maybe kind of flew under the radar, that who is this guy? He didn't have a ton of offers, and then you say, oh, that's Nick Kwiatkowski.
Yeah, absolutely. It happens every year. There's not a doubt about it. And that just goes to show you who's actually scouring the landscape to find those players that might be a little bit either under the radar or a little rough in the weeds, and you can pick a diamond out of it.
Sure. All righty, and the newest member of Mountaineer Nation, Jed, I know you were excited about Ezekiel Rose. Tell us why.
Disruptor. Plays hard off the edge. He's very dynamic and explosive. Of course, in our system, he's going to project Wolf as a 5 technique. You'll see the explosiveness right off the snap. He's a very strong kid. Runs through the arm bar. Watch that left tackle. He had no chance. Boom, there's the sack. Play both sides, right in, left in, so some versatility there against the right tackle and the left tackle. Extensive inventory of moves. In other words, that's one of the things that impress you. He has a good club move, he has a shoulder dip, he has a spin move, and you need that kind of repertoire against some of these more talented tackles that you're going to see in the Big 12. That will serve him well in our conference. He's very tenacious. You'll see him sometimes, even when he's near the ground, he's still clawing to bring the quarterback down. So that kind of tenacity is going to serve us as well, Wolf.
We talked about developing relationships with coaches in other schools, whether it be high schools or junior colleges. This is from Trick's team.
Yep.
This is Trick of East Mississippi. So, we're going to see a couple of those things today as well from former Mountaineer football players. And yeah, you said it. You said he's got a high motor. Mm-hmm. That's what he has, a high motor. He runs down plays in the backside. He's got a scrap and claw, just like you said. He has a natural bend, Jed, that is there that I'm really excited about, because I don't think we've had too many of those of recent days, had those natural bends. I think he's 3 for 2. He's got 3 years to play 2. We have the luxury of redshirt him if need be, but I think he can be a factor this year, especially since we've graduated 3 defensive linemen this year. I think he's going to be called to step up, especially with that motor. You got to like it, even if it's in third down situation. But if you also looked at that tape, you also saw the split zone happening. And so what happened was you saw the fullback, the offensive tackle went down, okay, and the fullback came to kick him out for the split zone and set the wall. But what he did is he stayed square. He read that, and then he took on the block of the fullback and then drove right into the lineman or in the running back. And that's a rare when you see that at junior college level. That's technique, because he had square shoulders. I wish, could we run it one more time? Just to show that.
Ezekiel Rose?
Yeah, Ezekiel Rose. Run it one more time. Because I think it's important to know we're getting a guy with technique that's not just raw.
And more advanced
defensive
level.
lineman, more advanced for sure.
Yeah, from a projection standpoint, Wolf, and you're talking about a pretty high level of football.
Look at it. I mean, that's a natural bend.
Absolutely.
When we have not had that, and this is going to be good, looking at that 5 technique, defensive end coming around the corner.
Now, oftentimes, in this odd front defense, those guys are going to be asked to occupy space and free things up for those second level players to come downhill and make plays, but it doesn't hurt when you have someone with a knack for disruption like this that can make things happen on their own.
Look how elusive he is. You talked about the arm bars, using his hands. It's so advanced compared to what we see come out of most.
There he is. Look at him on the ground.
Right there.
On the ground making a sack.
I mean, it truly is important. I just wanted to show how this kid really does have a high motor and how important he really is going to be to this defense this year. I mean, he's good. Look at him. He just doesn't stop. He likes to play football.
And how does he project in this 3-3-5 odd stack? Because you mentioned, they're
There it is right here. Look at him squeeze down.
He's a
drive the
five-tech
ball.
defensive end.
That's it right there. That's the play I want to show. That's against the run. That's just not a pass rusher. That's a guy who knows how to defend against the run as well.
Absolutely, and that's difficult to do. In other words, it's one thing to come in with reckless abandon with one goal in mind, and that's to get to the quarterback, but that's going to really be counterintuitive ultimately. Like Wolf said, that's a unique skill set when you can come in under enough control to also be prepared to defend the run game.
Alrighty, so believe it or not, and this guy is an interesting guy as well. I mean, we learn about Mountaineers and their unique abilities sometimes off the football field as they dive into the community, or fellow students will get to know them, maybe walking to class or sharing your class. Well, as far as Ezekiel Rose is concerned, Mountaineer fans actually might have to buy an album one day after he leaves West Virginia, because he's got a backup plan, does he not? I think so. Let's learn.
Hidden talent is I can sing and I can dance. People look at me and be like, I began to sing and they were like, no, you can't sing, can you? What would I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in and you kicking me out. Got my head spinning, no kidding, I can't pin you down.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm smitten.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Valentine's Day is only 2 weeks away.
I'm hearing that voice sing Country Roads here at Mountaineer Field after a big win. That's the first thing I was thinking, Wolf.
Or how about after he gets to the quarterback, he sings softly into his ear after he pile drives him to the turf.
You know what, Daddy? You can't say softly at all when it's football, okay? It's football, for crying out loud. He's a good singer. I like it, but I like him singing when he hits the quarterback. Let me hear the music of that, the thud.
Yeah, the pads crunching would be a terrific backbeat for Ezekiel Rose. Good stuff. Looking at Rose and now Jalen Harvey, one of the newest members of Mountaineer Nation. Let's break down Harvey. What do you know?
You know, when I look at Jalen Harvey, he's 6'2", 325 pounds. He comes from Justin Crawford's community college. Talk about success. They've went and won the national NJCAA championship 2 years ago. They went to the Heart of Texas Bowl this year. But when I think of Jalen Harvey, you look at how big he is, 6'2", 325. You know, I think it's sort of mix a lot. You know, baby's got butt. You know what I mean? You know what it is? They say, hey, I like big butts. Well, I like big butts on a zero technique, and he's got a can. I'm telling you right now, and when you see that can, he's a zero technique. He's got to take on two blockers. He's in the out front. He has a flat back. He can move that body.
Sure.
And he's a great kid. Again, he's another guy that's 3 for 2, luxury redshirted. But once again, I think he's a junior college guy that's going to have to come in and contribute.
You just talked about that zero tech, Wolf, and that's what he's going to occupy. He's going to be right at the point of attack, holding up that nose, holding down the point. Big man in the middle. Tremendous pad level for a guy his size. Uses great leverage. One of the things I like, tremendously high motor, plays with excitement and the kind of energy level that you're going to need when you face 90 offensive snaps on a hot, sweltering afternoon in Stillwater, Oklahoma. So that's going to serve him well. He's quicker and more athletic than you might think or expect.
He really is.
He really is. In terms of reacting against the run game, you talked about that when we were breaking down Ezekiel Rose. The same thing holds true for Jalen Harvey. He's not just with reckless abandon trying to disrupt things in the backfield and run past them. He's also under control.
You're not going to move him in that middle, and that's what's so important about the nose guard spot, taking on 2 offensive blockers, sometimes 3. I mean, you really can get in that mix, and it's so important to have that type of guy that can step in right now.
And Mechanic Jed over here had an opportunity to pop the hood on Harvey and get to know him a little bit more with his position coach.
And Coach, in recent years, the junior college circuit's been pretty kind to the West Virginia Mountaineers, hasn't it? We're hoping the same holds true. Northwest Mississippi Community College, Jalen Harvey, big old boy. Like to see him right at that nose, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's what you're looking for when you pick a nose out. I mean, there's 2 different types of body types you'll look for, but it's nice when you get the big body guys too.
Talk about what he does from a disruption standpoint. We see him moving around, making some things happen in that backfield.
Yeah, I think you hit it right on the head. He's a disruptive player. He uses his hands extremely well. He gets off. He's got great hip. When you see him explosive getting off. And for a big guy, he'll chase the ball. And that's the thing that we really started to study on film till we get guys that'll move and chase the ball. And he's one of those guys that'll do it. You know, we know he can take up space in the middle like you'll see on all the clips here, but it's the fact that he'll chase the ball is exciting.
Jalen Harvey on that West Virginia defensive line.
You get the wily coaching veteran Bruce Tall, Jed, working with Harvey. That's going to be really cool to see what Coach Tall can do with this guy.
Wolf, you said it as soon as we went to that segment. He's going to make him better right away. What a technical coach Bruce Tall is, and he understands the big picture of what we're trying to do in the odd stack.
And I'm so happy the fact that they're both here. You know what I mean? That they're here for the wintertime spring ball. And again, Bruce Tall, I respect immensely. And watching him coach, if you just went up there and watched him coach the technique, you would instantly be like, yeah, that guy's got it. He knows how to relate it.
Wolf, we have to keep you away from Harvey for reasons that you'll find out. So, Harvey, Jalen Harvey, be wary of this guy. To my right, you're left at home.
I don't think he's getting talent, but like I'm honest, like I'm really funny, and you know I like to cook too, and you know shouts out to Miley Cyrus, she's still my favorite, you know, still one of my favorite singers. I listen to a lot of country music, Tim McGraw, Keith Urban, you know to keep it simple.
So if you ever have Jalen Harvey in the Wolf's Den, you can't be having him bringing you potluck stuff, okay? Just want to.
Well, I'm sure it's pretty good. Obviously, he likes to eat it, but you know the wonderful thing about him is that the kid is just a good guy. He's here, and that's another high character type kid that we have coming into the program.
Yeah, looking forward to Quindarius Qualls as well. One of the Mountaineers already joining the club. So let's learn about the double deuce. Quindarius Qualls, number actually 33, triple three, or double threes. I'll just stop talking and let you watch this guy on the field because he's really good.
Danny, look at him run down the backside. This is just like Ezekiel Rose, Jed. He's a guy that's another high motor. He also has a natural bender. He's a natural blitzer. He had 23.5 TFLs. He had 9.5 sacks. But the main thing is here is he had 20 quarterback hurries. And he runs well in the open field as well. So he can turn on. He can rush. He can drop off and cover. So this is a good pickup. Another junior college guy from Northwest Mississippi, Justin Crawford School, is teammate of Jalen Harvey, and I love how hard he plays.
The thing that jumps out, all the plays behind the line of scrimmage. You talked about the hurries. In addition to that, 9.5 sacks, 16.5 TFLs, explosive off the edge, aggressive, but once again, disciplined, smart, sees the football, stays home. It's tough to get one up on this kid. Speed, he chases things down. You talked about it, Wolf, from the backside. He plays downhill. He has tremendously strong hands. He has the ability to square up in space, and that's going to be critical for him in the Big 12 as well. He can start and stop on a dime. Has the hips almost of a defensive back. For a kid his size, that's very impressive. One of the plays that jumped out to me on this tape, we showed it a little bit earlier. He was showing blitz, and he had flat responsibility. Well, from the middle of the field, the quarterback read the blitz, but it was just a show. He threw a quick hitch. Qualls retreated, redirected, flew out, and made the tackle on the hitch for a 3-yard gain. That takes some tremendous athleticism, some tremendous burst, and some tremendous football savvy, all wrapped into one. You saw it in that one play.
And another defensive player that's going to make an impact probably this year. He's going to be Sam linebacker. But again, I see with Rose, I see with the WQ, is that we have a guy that can rush the pass rusher.
What can Gibby do with this type of talent? This size, this athleticism, I mean, a lot of different things.
Well, when you look at the odd stack, what I would say he probably projects as a will. Okay, he has that speed to chase things down from the backside to the strength of the formation. That's one of the things a Will's going to need to do. Much like in a 4-3, there's not a lot of difference in the odd stack in terms of what you're going to ask the Will to do in that respect. But that kind of athleticism and that kind of burst will fit right in that respect. But consider this, in terms of true linebackers, this is really the only one we signed in this class. So that right there speaks to what Gibby sees in this kid and how game ready we hope that he might be.
Already an exciting recruit has signed just moments ago, and he's from the Pittsburgh area. We'll tell you about him when we return on our National Signing Day coverage here on WVUSports.com. It's all presented by our friends at Brick Street Insurance. So stay with us. We have a whole lot more coming up. Plus, corner coach Blue Adams on the Mountaineers Sports Network.
One of the things that GoMart looks for is a company that is going to provide us with the best coverage for the best premium that we can get.
When you look at the overall picture, the partnership that we have with Gomar is working.
Working with Brick Street keeps our employees and customers safer every day.
You know, at the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
Together, we are one. United by leadership and dependability. Driven to successful outcomes, no matter the challenge. Our skill to excel is matched only by a desire to compete for the ultimate prize, your satisfaction. We are united with the Mountaineers. United Bank, West Virginia's bank.
The West Virginia University women's basketball team battles Iowa State on Saturday, February 4th at 12 o'clock. Bring the whole family for $1 admission thanks to United Bank. Or get your tickets today at WVUGame.com or by calling 1-800-WVU-GAME. Come cheer on the Mountaineers on Saturday, February 4th as the WVU women's basketball team takes on Iowa State at 12 noon at the Coliseum. Hope to see you there. Brick Street Insurance presents National Signing Day 2017 here on WVUSports.com. Thanks again for joining us. There is the list of the newest members of Mountaineer Nation. Kenny Robinson from Pittsburgh just signing. We'll tell you about him a little bit later on. But Dale Wolfley steps out for a moment so we can bring in Blue Adams, West Virginia corner coach. 1 year in the books for you, Coach. And yes. I suppose you did all right with Rasul Douglas, right? A little feather in your cap.
Just a little bit. I got lucky, really.
Well, and I think he did as well, if we could be honest with each other, Blue. What was it like coming here to West Virginia, working with Tony Gibson, the 3-3-5, and obviously, I don't think it's any secret that the secondary was decimated by injuries, but you talk about taking what you had and then maximizing it, and hopefully, you're going to, really take care of Rasul Douglas, as he looks to continue his career. I think he's a terrific NFL prospect. Let's do an assessment of year one now that you have an opportunity to reflect.
It's a lot of hard work these young men put in. Mm-hmm. I think that's first and foremost. These men have put in an incredible effort on a day-in, day-out basis to get better, and I think that's what stands out to me is the amount of work these men are willing to put through in order to get better. So it's been a pleasant experience for me in terms of coming to West Virginia. It's anything. If I would say anything other than that, it's been a remarkable year for me. Yeah.
Well, you have to take some credit, because the truth of the matter is, a year ago at this time, one of the major concerns on this football team, both inside the building and out, was what are we going to do at corner? We've got a couple bodies there, but somebody's going to have to emerge. Somebody's going to have to develop. Well, not only did they emerge and they develop, we talked about Rasul, but look at the overall production we got out of that position. So Whether you like it or not, you got to take some credit there for what played out.
Again, it was the hard work of those young men. I mean, you weren't talking about just getting the most out of those young men because they were willing to go the extra mile. So I would say that's where the accomplishment needs to be laid is the amount of work that those young men put in collectively, not just on the grass but off the grass as well academically. I thought the guys did a swell job, not exactly where we want to be as of yet, but I thought they made great strides at it, and we'll continue as we continue throughout their career.
All right, one gentleman that you were really involved in bringing here to West Virginia, the letter has come in on the fax machine this morning. We learned that 6', 190-pounder E.J. Brown is a Mountaineer out of Stone Mountain, Georgia.
Yes.
You have a close relationship with him. What kind of young man is coming to Mountaineer Nation?
Man, I think he's a football player first and foremost. He is a guy that can generate impact in short space. I think that's one of the things you'll notice about him is his ability to tackle and play physical. I think that's going to be vital in the safety position, and that creates momentum for us. That sets the tone for us. You need guys like that on your defense, especially in the secondary, that can kind of create that momentum for you.
And some of those things you can bring out of a player, and some of them they have to already be there. And what he does at that very last second, there you go. He
already has it, which is awesome. The fact that you can see it on tape and not have to go ahead and kind of seek it from it.
Yeah.
That speaks wonders, man. Anytime you can look at the tape and this guy just jumps off the tape because he's a physical player.
You always want the type of kid that you have to pull back instead of push forward.
Absolutely.
And there's a lot of pushing forward done by himself on this tape.
Absolutely.
And the bodies are flying everywhere.
Absolutely. I mean, I love young men that play the game with the violent stinger.
Mm-hmm.
And he, with every collision, you can tell that this is a young man that relish the physical aspect of the game.
And I had an opportunity to talk to his head coach, and there's a thing within that program down there known as the Kelly Kofer Award. It's a very prestigious award. A lot of things factor into it. Part of it's the results that you reap on the football field, but just as much of it, what you do in the community, what you do in the classroom. It's a very well-rounded global award. He won that award, so it speaks to the type of kid he is, right?
Yes, I think so. Well-rounded young man. I spent some time with the family. Family is a great family, man. Great family, absolutely amazing. So it was a pleasure to recruit such a talent to West Virginia. It really was.
We just saw a moment ago the number of schools that were vying for his services, Blue. Speak to the relationship that you have with him, and how did you ensure that West Virginia was going to be it for E.J. Brown?
You know, it's just a day-to-day recruiting kid, just the day-to-day communications with him. Again, I thought he was a perfect candidate for West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the style of ball that we play will put him in positions where he can put his talents at it, really display them the way that that we would like for him to display them. So I thought he was a perfect candidate for the job.
Blue Adams is with us, a Mountaineer secondary coach, the corners specifically, in year number 2 now here at WVU. You also had a hand, I understand, in Tyler Thurman and bringing him over. Yeah. So how does a cornerbacks coach forge a relationship with a man this size with that hair?
Yeah, I love the hair. I love the hair. He's like the wrestler, the grave digger or something. I mean, I absolutely love the hair. I like to play for a big man. I think he can bend well, and you don't see that a lot. Big men that can bend and run block and pass block. So again, the recruiting process went well. Phenomenal family. Him and his mom, his dad is also there. So this is another young man that I think should explode on the scene at some point in his career.
And we continue to try and redirect towards some physicality with what we do offensively. It's been the last handful of years Coach Holgerson has really steered things in that direction with that physical downhill running game.
Right.
This is a kid who comes out of an I formation offense that ran for over 4,000 yards a year ago. So in that respect, the whole staff has to be excited about getting him in the fold.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I would hope so.
And as we turn our attention to, and there's a common theme here between E.J. Brown, Thurman, and now we look at Hakeem Bailey, a 6'1" corner from Atlanta, Georgia. So you've got Georgia on lockdown, don't you?
Don't know if I got it on lockdown. I've just been fortunate enough to get a couple guys out of Georgia. I'm sorry. So should be good for our program.
And what do you know about Bailey? In particular, as we look at this film, I mean, my goodness, flipping kids and just continuing to be a monster on the field here.
His ball skills, man. His ball skills are something that just kind of jump off the tape on me. It's just guys. Usually, corners are wide receivers that can't catch. I think this guy has pretty good hands. So I'm looking forward to him, getting his hands on some balls, hopefully chasing the interception record at some point.
I'd like to say thank you for finally admitting that as a corners coach. I've never heard a corners coach actually admit that, but here's something I want to hear you talk about. So many of these kids in this class, 2 or 3 of them at least jump to mind. In the Big 12, what do you guys see so much of? That quick game, that perimeter game. It's frustrating. You can't get to the quarterback. He's one of these kids that diagnoses that so quickly and flies downhill right after it.
I think he does a phenomenal job, both zone and man. We just got to get him going a little bit in the program, get him to work a little bit, and I think he'll be fine.
So, what is the true potential do you see at the end of the day? You mentioned, the hands and maybe chasing an interception record, but if you can look into your crystal ball here, what do you see?
I think we would have to reserve that to after I've had the opportunity to put hands on him a little bit and kind of mold him a little bit.
So it's nice that you took him away from the Bearcats, huh?
Yeah, that's the old alma mater.
Former Bearcat Blue Adams with us. Blue, congratulations to you on a successful first year.
Thank you.
And congratulations here on year number 2 and a terrific number of recruits. You got yourself some new toys.
Definitely, and that's always good. That's always good.
All right, Blue Adams, corner coach for the Mountaineers. Up next, we're going to learn a little bit about Kenny Robinson from Pittsburgh, just signed, and many other Mountaineers. The class of 2017 continues to roll in this morning into this afternoon. With Jed Drenning and Dale Wolfley, I'm Dan Zang. Brick Street Insurance brings you our day-long coverage here on WVUSports.com.
Our employees are a key component to our success. It's absolutely essential to keep them safe.
Safety is a continuous process. Things continuously evolve and you work in a very dynamic environment.
Brick Street was the first organization that came to us with a guaranteed cost plan and really invested in us.
I consider Brick Street as an extension of our office.
The relationship between Brick Street Insurance and Rantoul Foods should last a long time.
The West Virginia University women's basketball team battles Iowa State on Saturday, February 4th at 12 o'clock. Bring the whole family for $1 admission thanks to United Bank. Or get your tickets today at WVUGame.com or by calling 1-800-WVU-GAME. Come cheer on the Mountaineers on Saturday, February 4th as the WVU women's basketball team takes on Iowa State at 12 noon at the Coliseum. Hope to see you there.
3, 2, 1, it's over! The West Virginia Mountaineers have knocked off the #1 rated Kansas Jayhawks.
Join the excitement of West Virginia basketball.
They get into a mod down the baseline, left hand, slam dunk!
Single game tickets are on sale now at WVUGame.com and 1-800-WVU-GAME.
Back out front to Miles, he'll jack a 3, go! 1-on-2, takes it to the bucket, layup shot, good, and a foul!
Secure your seat at the Coliseum today.
The 2016 Nissan Altima. An IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus. With forward emergency braking that could stop for you. Get to your local Nissan store today. Take on sudden stops. Get to Nissan, proud partner of WVU Athletics.
Swung on, hit hard to left field. Going back to the track, it is out of here!
West Virginia baseball is right around the corner. The Mountaineers have 23 games at Monongalia County Ballpark, including Big 12 foes TCU, Oklahoma, Texas Tech, and Kansas, along with games against non-conference rivals, Pitt, Marshall, and Penn State. Season tickets are on sale now for as low as $110 at WVUGame.com or 1-800-WVU-GAME. Order your season tickets today.
National Signing Day 2017 inside the Mountaineer locker rooms here at Mountaineer Field. They'll be filled up with some new members of Gold and Blue Nation. Thanks so much for joining us here on WVUSports.com. Dan Zangrilli with Jed Drenning and Dale Wolfley. Glad to have you along. The fax machine letters of intent are coming in. And hot off the press, we've learned that 3 safeties are going to be here. And clearly West Virginia recruiting, I think, for an area of need. And at times going a little lower on the depth chart than they probably would have liked, but my goodness, you got to be pleased with the production that came across in 2016. But new toys for Blue Adams, who we just spoke with, the corner coach, but also Coach Capone. He'll be in year number 2 coaching up the safeties. Tony Gibson, defensive coordinator as well. Jed, he's got himself some new toys, starting with a really exciting player and a name that you like. We'll have fun with this. X-Ray Lowe from Johnstown, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, which Mountaineer sounds the most like a Star Wars villain? X-Ray Lowe. I love it, Wolf. But when you look at this kid, this word crops up again, another versatile kid. Played a lot of corner in high school, probably projects as a safety, but you never know. We'll see where this thing takes us. Great cover skills. He plays big. He's physical, and he uses his hands. Once again, every time I see a kid on tape doing that, I'm envisioning Gibby's press 3 and how he likes to use their hands and get physical on the perimeter. He diagnoses those perimeter screens, another common theme. Great red zone defender. We've talked about that earlier in the day. So there's certain traits that obviously this staff is looking for when they target certain positions.
There's also some special teams possibilities as well to kind of indoctrinate him as well, as he's not foreign to that side of the football either.
Well, do we have a theme going on today? I think we do, especially with these safeties here and the ability to play man coverage. You can see him out there playing out on the wide receiver. He's going bump and run, man coverage. Mm-hmm. He knows how to do it. He's not afraid. Mm-hmm. He's got good bend, his knee bend. He's not afraid to run with the wide receivers, okay? He's got the skill. When you see defensive backs and you got a really fast receiver, you see them get nervous and they get real tense and they're kind of dragging and pulling each other. He does not like that. He will sit there and run with receivers in the field. He's very comfortable doing that. And I like the fact that he's just a playmaker. He's going to make plays on the ball. You know, there's nothing I couldn't stand worse than seeing a cornerback or a safety that's afraid to go up and make a play on the ball, okay? And that's a special talent you have, but it's also a special confidence that you have to be able to do that. And that's what I see with this X-Ray. He has got some great offers here. This is a really good pick. Yeah. And again, he can be a corner, so that might be a corner down the road. You don't know. And so that might fill up both getting all the safeties we have, but it's our luxury of the defense of having that.
Let me ask you this, because we saw on the graphic a moment ago, there were a number of Big 12 and ACC schools after Lowe's services. Mm-hmm. And if you are somebody that is going to play in the secondary, how appealing is Tony Gibson's defense and the freedom in which it creates for you to come here?
It's very appealing. I mean, there's a lot to be said for a defense that's unique by its very nature, and it's different than what a lot of other teams are doing. So you get to have that kind of circle the wagons mentality in that locker room and then that meeting room. But when you look at this kid, well, if there's 5 or 6 kids in this class, we've discussed this, that versatility is the key to that position. In any defense, really, but particularly in the odd stack, because when you're recruiting kids at that position, they can go one of a couple directions. Sometimes they'll add a little weight and step down closer to the box and become a second-level player. Sometimes, as we touched on, when you look at some of these kids, they've been incredibly productive at the high school and prep level as corners, and these tremendous cover skills they bring to the table, maybe they land there. So there's boundless possibilities when you look at these 5 or 6 kids in this class that we have. They're listed as safeties. Maybe they do end up there, maybe they don't, but it gives you that kind of diversity and that kind of flexibility from a personnel standpoint.
You know what else I like? I like the fact that they're just players. And they just go out and they play. And once again, when you sell this fact that your Bandit and your Spurs safeties are going to be covering man coverage, and then you have the success with Carl Joseph, with KJ Dillon, that's why we're getting all these safeties. I think that's why we're getting this type of quality player today, because they're recruiting and selling. Hey, look, this is what you can do, and you're going to be featured. Because you know what, NFL scouts going to see that you're a safety, but you're going to have to play man in these inside slots.
Absolutely.
All right, from Johnstown to Ligonier, Pennsylvania, Mountaineers going to that part of the State for the safeties, Lowe to Colin Smith from Ligonier Valley, Pennsylvania. Let's learn more about Colin Smith. What do you know?
Well, first of all, there's a pre-existing relationship between Colin Smith and X-Ray Lowe. I mean, these guys have played against each other for years up there in Pennsylvania. When you watch him on tape, Colin Smith is a downhill hitter who cuts through the mess. In other words, he finds ways to weave through that mess, weave through those blockers, a lot of time in or near the box. So tremendously physical kid. I had an opportunity to talk to his coach, and Ryan Biden, when he says, again, physicality really defines his game. He's an old school player, not at all afraid to get dirty. He's always around the football. Another thing you want to see from your safety, great ability to read the quarterback's eyes. When you look at the production, Wolf, he wasn't just a quarterback. He was a relatively prolific high school quarterback in Pennsylvania, and he was asked to incorporate a lot of RPOs, run-pass options, understand who the stress player was defensively. So what that's done is when you translate that to what he brings to the table defensively, he understands the big picture.
That's right, he does, because you look at quarterback, what position is like quarterback on defense? It's free safety right there, and you have to see the field, and you have to understand what the offense is trying to do in the scheme and then react to it. You don't find too many free safeties that have 294 career tackles. He likes to lay the hit down, he likes to tackle, he's got great fundamentals, great knee bend, and he wraps up. I like to see a guy that wraps, and that's what I see with this guy right here. Excellent athlete.
And he also passes up offers to Louisville and Michigan to come to West Virginia, Jed.
He said, Coach Beidel told me, if you want to summarize this kid's game in all caps, one word, violent. So you can see him fitting so well into Gibby's locker room. He said sometimes maybe too much so. You're going to have to pull this kid back a little bit. He likes to get to the box and in that box area so often that sometimes you're going to have to coach him up to retreat a little bit and not be so aggressive.
Very, very solid athlete. Great get for West Virginia. And again, I'm just so enthusiastic about what you just talked about, being all these players having the versatility to do a number of things in the defense.
Harrison Smith. You guys might be familiar with him for the Vikings, former Notre Dame safety. That's who he models his game after. It's one of his favorite players. When you talk to his high school coach, he said he's probably, from a style standpoint, the guy he most represents. So an incredibly productive kid, has tremendous aspirations. Again, another high character, high quality kid that we're getting as well.
Yeah, interesting comparable there. Very excited about Smith Rowe, but also Kenny Robinson, this guy coming out of Imani Christian in Pittsburgh, was at University Prep High in the City League, and then went over to the WPIAL Wolf. Kenny Robinson, really, really exciting. Just a terrific athlete, perhaps one of the best of this year's recruiting class.
You know what? I said to Gibby. Is Gibby, well, how can you describe Kenny Robinson? He goes, freak. Okay, that's because he's a quarterback, he's a wide receiver, he was a defensive back. He really did a lot for his team, the Imani Christian. And the fact is that he can play corner or he can play safety. It's another versatile player. And he may be just the best athlete in this class. Could be.
Yeah, potentially. Big frame. He's going to add some bulk. He too spent a lot of time near the box. He can sniff things out. He closes so very quickly when you watch him here on tape. Great downhill tackler in space, another skill that's going to help him in our league. Great timing. He can anticipate the snap. Another one of those guys that you can see that's serving him well in our blitz packages. He's strong. He can fight through blocks. Even along the line of scrimmage, you'll see him fighting his way through blocks. And once again, Wolf, you talked about it. He was a quarterback offensively. He once threw for 448 yards in a high school football game. You don't throw for 448 yards without understanding the game of football and what it looks like from a big picture standpoint. So he's going to bring that to you defensively as well.
I also think he looks a little bit like E.J. Brown, where he's absolutely fearless. He throws his body into the opposing player. He's not afraid, whether it's an offensive lineman or a running back, to make the tackle. But you know what? What I really, really like about him is how he just reads the play, accelerates, and then the offensive running back does not ever fall forward when he makes a tackle. He doesn't get that extra yard when in the back. Kenny takes him and he stops him right at contact, no extra yards.
And frame-wise, Danny, he's a 6'3" kid. So Darryl Worley was a tall kid. Okay, Ross Sewell had some height to him. This kid has more. So we haven't had a lot of that in recent years, but normally when you see a frame like that, you think maybe he projects by putting some weight on and be an outside backer. That's not the case with this kid. His skill set would dictate that he's going to land in the secondary. It's just a matter of where, maybe at corner.
Yeah, you've got Pitt in the kid's backyard, Louisville as well. West Virginia beats out. I wonder where the success story is, because he had some different options and places to go. So West Virginia obviously wins. I wonder who we tip our hat to in that regard.
It's difficult to say, but we do know that our staff has some connections up in the Quaker State. There's no doubt about it. You start with Tony Gibson and work your way from there. He has a long history in southwestern Pennsylvania in particular, but it's difficult to say where that would go. But when you look at the offer sheet, that is impressive.
And again, once again, look at the type of athlete we're getting today.
Yeah.
When's the last time, Jed, we've seen a class of this caliber athletes, all of them really, really, really good.
Number 2 safety in Pennsylvania.
I mean, again, I love it.
And what you can also do is the one word that I keep hearing is versatility. And how important is that when you have athleticism, versatility, interchangeable parts? I mean, not only in the secondary, but we're talking on the defensive line. We're even talking about offensive line. This, if we can, I think, talk about this 2017 recruiting class in a vacuum, it would be that, athletic and versatile, which a lot of classes, quite frankly, aren't.
Added to special teams.
All right, you
let those guys run down being screaming banshees, man.
You're not trying to win the Big Ten in 1982. You're
Right.
trying to win the Big 12 in 2017, and that's the word it takes to do that.
Well, you had, Jed, an opportunity to chat with Tony Gibson about Kenny Robinson and the freakish type of athlete that he is, perhaps the best in this West Virginia recruiting class. Really exciting player, so let's learn a little bit more as Jed and Gibby break it down.
Gibby, now let's take a look at Kenny Robinson, a kid that I know you're really excited about with the athleticism that he brings to bear and adds a lot to the signing class.
Yes, he's a tremendous athlete. Football, basketball, whatever he does, he's good at. They put him at quarterback. He makes plays there. DB makes plays. He can play corner. He can play safety. He can probably grow into a linebacker eventually. But just very athletic, dynamic with the ball in his hands again. And we love to recruit these kind of guys. Great size. He's 6'2", maybe 6'3". This is a tremendous athlete.
And he's a converted quarterback as well. 448 yards he threw for in one game, so obviously the kid understands route concepts on the defensive side. From a recognition standpoint, that helps. Tremendous anticipation of the snap. I know that's a big part of a blitz package, anticipating that snap and getting the jump on things.
Yeah, and any time that you're looking for guys, you don't want to have guys that you need to teach how to blitz. But that's hard to do. You want guys that are instinctive, and when we call blitz, they come off the edge, and you don't have to teach all that. The only thing you want to teach is maybe the technique and the coverage, or a blitz, maybe, showing it a different way before you bring it. But this guy knows how to play football. We're very, very excited about him.
At 6'3" and 195 pounds, the possibilities might be endless what you can do with the frame of a kid like Kenny Robinson.
And we're going to learn a little bit more about Kenny Robinson, X3 Lowe, Colin Smith, all three Pennsylvania guys with a guy who has some Pennsylvania ties. Joining us next, Coach Capone. He's got himself some new toys at the safety position. Look at that list. It keeps growing and growing. We're live here inside the Hall of Traditions. It's National Signing Day 2017. Our coverage presented by our friends at Brick Street Insurance. We'll have more coming up in just a moment. Coach Capone is next here on WVUSports.com.
One of the things that GoMart looks for is a company that is going to provide us with the best coverage for the best premium that we can get.
When you look at the overall picture, the partnership that we have with GoMart is working.
Working with Brick Street keeps our employees and customers safer every day.
At the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
Together, we are one, united by leadership and dependability, driven to successful outcomes, no matter the challenge. Our skill to excel is matched only by a desire to compete for the ultimate prize, your satisfaction. We are united with the Mountaineers. United Bank, West Virginia's bank.
The West Virginia University women's basketball team battles Iowa State on Saturday, February 4th at 12 o'clock. Bring the whole family for $1 admission thanks to United Bank. Or get your tickets today at WVUGame.com or by calling 1-800-WVU-GAME. Come cheer on the Mountaineers on Saturday, February 4th as the WVU women's basketball team takes on Iowa State at 12 noon at the Coliseum. Hope to see you there.
National Signing Day 2017. Yep, it's snowing outside at Mountaineer Field, and that's the type of football weather that we love to play in. That is just terrific. Grade A B-roll right there. Actually, a live shot, as a matter of fact. We sent Big Daddy out there in the snow without a jacket to get it, and we're oh so appreciative. Thank you very much for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. That's Coach Capone right here, who's got a lockdown on Pennsylvania, apparently. It helps, I guess, you're from there, and that you were able to really dip into what has been I think this year in particular, in Western PA, a deep pool for safeties. So you got yourself some new toys.
Yeah, absolutely. We're excited. We got some guys coming in, at a position of need. That obviously we got to replace some guys, and looking forward into the future, we got a bunch of guys that'll be able to come in athletic, pick up the scheme and fit in right away and help contribute.
And let's start with X-Ray Lowe. You go to Johnstown to find him, and this is an exciting player, as are the others. But we'll first start with Lowe as we look at some of the film.
Yeah, X-Ray, a very talented football player on both sides of the ball, and you'll kind of see that in all the guys, the safeties that we're going to bring in, is they were all standouts on both sides of the ball and very athletic, physical guys. X-Ray played a lot of corner, can do some things. His versatility will allow us to move him around in the secondary, and he's a pretty special player. Was the best one on the film when you turned it on, and led Johnstown to a great year, and very excited about what he brings, and his physicality and some things, different things he can do in the secondary that fit our scheme really well.
What really stands out to me about X-Ray is that he is not afraid to make a play on the ball. He will go after it. He will bump and run with you. It doesn't matter. He's got that confidence that still much need to do, whether it be a safety in this defense or a corner.
Absolutely. We look at production, ball production, and he goes out there and makes plays, and his ability to be able to make plays in space and tackle and play man coverage will definitely help him, obviously, in what we do.
And Colin Smith from Ligonier nearby, these guys familiar with one another, played against each other, I believe. This is, a terrific talent. And he had a number of offers, including one from Michigan. So how did you peel him away from that?
Just building a relationship with him and his family. Got to know him pretty well, came down and visited a few times in the off season, and then to a bunch of games. But just kind of letting him know how we saw him fit into our defense, and you can see there just another excellent football player. He what helped him too was being a great offensive player at quarterback. It'll help him on the defensive side of the ball, and just watching what the Coach Beidel did with him defensively from a scheme standpoint is let him roam free and just run around and make plays. And very, very physical type kid, very smart football player that'll be able to obviously come in and hopefully help us right away.
Yeah, it's rare to see a free safety that's going to go ahead and make 294 career tackles and be a first-team All-State quarterback on both sides of the ball. What is your philosophy? I think I see your philosophy, but all these safeties come in. What are you looking for when you said, I want to look at this kid, and what's your parameters?
First of all is athleticism. We want to get those guys that obviously can run and make plays in space. You look for that. Good, just solid football players and good tacklers. We want to bring kids in. We ask our safeties to do so much in this defense that they got to be able to play in space and have some short area quickness, but they have to be able to tackle as well. And you'll be able to see all 5 or 6 of these guys that we brought in are very, very physical. They make plays in space, and they do the things that we ask them to do.
Kenny Robinson is perhaps the best athlete in this class. Tony Gibson is absolutely elated as we look at Robinson again, from University Prep to Amani Christian, and just is a freak. I think that's, to steal a Gibby term we're using to describe Robinson.
That's a pretty good word to describe him. And again, you turn on the film and you see him make plays, played some different positions for Amani this past year, was thrown at the quarterback role, played some receiver for them on offense, defensively played some safety and some linebacker, but just an absolute freak, great basketball player too, can dunk it well. But very excited about Kenny and what he brings to the table, and his potential and his growth and how he fits in. He's got great length and just an overall great athlete. And you can see from these plays too, he's all over the field. He's physical. He'll hit you. Very excited about him.
If you had to speculate, you don't know what the guys haven't been here. Most of them, Derek is here, but are some of these guys going to have to play this year, whether it be on special teams or be in some really significant backup roles?
Yeah, absolutely. I hope so. I hope they come in ready, and that's the conversation that I've had with these guys over the last 5 or 6 months is, we lose some guys and we got to replace some guys, and we want that depth on defense, especially at the safety spot. Nowadays it's hard to play 80, 90 snaps a game, so we'll start the best 3 safeties, hopefully play the best 6. If we're 3 deep, play the best 9. So it's being able to come in and not assume that you're not going to make an impact right away. I want those guys from day one to have that confidence and work their tails off and be ready to go, because some of these guys, it could be 1, it could be 2, it could be all 6 of them have to be able to be ready to go and could obviously make a contribution this year.
All right, we've mentioned Lowe, Smith, Robinson, Derek Pitts. Kind of lies in the weeds here, because this has been a very, very strong class for the secondary, the safeties in particular. Let's look at Pitts here. I would imagine Lowe, Smith, Robinson going to get all the headlines, but when you watch Pitts, he should be getting plenty of airtime as well.
Absolutely. Just watching the highlights again, best player on the field, hands down.
Yeah.
Athletic kid, physical, very physical, and what'll help Derek out is, obviously being a mid-year guy here working out already, gets to go through spring ball, so he'll be ahead of the game from these other guys. So it'll be good for him to, get that 6-month head start, and he's going to get a ton of reps in the spring. So we'll obviously be able to get him greased up a little bit and see what he can do and see what he needs to work on once we get into the summertime and into fall camp. But got great range, another long athletic kid. That's going to develop and put on some weight and just get faster and stronger in the weight program. Coach Joseph does a great job of getting these guys ready and getting them where they need to be. So very excited to have him, be here and be able to go through spring ball and weight training.
Derek Pitts was kind of a rover. He did it all. He covered, he blitzed, he did really it all. And, the thing about him is he's such a great athlete. And I think he can really stand out because he's got great vision. 45 yards in kickoff return, 21 yards per punt return. That's phenomenal numbers.
Absolutely. That's, kind of we went back to talking about being an athlete, to play safety. And that's not only just seeing it from the defensive side of things, but, kick return, punt return, being the best guy on offense too. That all, correlates to just being a good football player. And, we'll work on, obviously find out what he needs to work on, and we'll work on those and get him going.
Yeah, and I was being facetious when I said that he was going to kind of fall under the radar. Obviously, you look at I mean, that's an extensive list to win that recruiting war. I mean, we're talking Oklahoma, Penn State. Certainly, it helps that he's going to stay in state here for sure. But I mean, Virginia Tech is a driver and a 9-iron away. So, Coach, you did a terrific job in making sure that you were able to set yourself apart from the stiff competition that you were clearly up against. And again, I'll ask you, how did you do it? You mentioned communication, but I mean, that's to check all of those boxes, to win all of those. Sometimes you go 2 of 4, sometimes you go 3 of 4, but to go 4 of 4 in a really, really competitive arms race, if you will, you came out pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's the success we've had on defense over the last few years, and seeing the guys, like KJ and Carl get the opportunity to play at the next level. That opens a lot of doors for the guys that, for us to sell to these guys to come in and see what we do and try to help them reach the goals that they want to reach, not only at the collegiate level, but looking to play in the NFL as well. So, it's always about building those relationships and letting those kids know that you're going to take care of them for the next 3, 4, 5 years and lead them in the right direction of where they want to go.
And how intriguing is it to be? I mean, being a safety guy, you're playing the position yourself. How intriguing is the 3-3-5 odd stack? The freedom that they have, the importance of their role. I would imagine for anyone that has a nose for the football and likes to fly around out there, that, I mean, that's got to be a big feather in your cap to not only the results, but the system itself.
Yeah, obviously, you know, I might be a little bit biased, but I think that the safety position is kind of what makes our defense go. You know, the things that we ask them to do as far as, you know, blitz and make plays in space and play man coverage, you know, they have to do it all. You know, so that's obviously what we try to sell to these guys, and, you know, just try to make them the best football players, best student athletes that we can, and obviously have to come in and hopefully contribute right away and be great at what they do.
You know, man, I'm just saying, this is my own opinion looking at this film and these players. I think you're the one holding the candy bag this year. You know, I think we got some great players that are going to fit in the Big 12. Again, you said it before with the success of K.J. Dillon, Carl Joseph in there. And again, I really go back to the belief that you're teaching, they're saying, you got to cover man coverage, bump and run. That's what NFL scouts see, and that's what makes it such a selling package, along with everything else that he said. There's a special position in this defense.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we like I said, they have to do learn a bunch of techniques and do a bunch of things, and you know, they kind of make us go on defense, you know, so we don't have to sub-pack. We can match any personnel grouping, you know, just as long as we got those three guys at safety, at the spur, the free safety, and the bandit. And, you know, I like to make those guys interchangeable, and, you know, so we want to play the best guys and get them on the field, not just learn one specific position, but, you know, they got to know all three. But it's kind of unique. It makes them, you know, with the college scouts, or excuse me, the pro scouts that come in, you know, the things that they do day in and day out, you know, makes them attractive to the scouts.
Coach Capone, congratulations to you on a great recruiting class. We'll go from the defensive side of the ball over to the offensive side of the ball. Another good recruiter in his own right, Coach Sider, is coming up next as well. The list continues to grow. The letters continue to pour in. The class of 2017 and the newest members of Mountaineer Nation. It's National Signing Day, and we've got all-day coverage for you right here on WVUSports.com. Thanks to our friends at Brick Street Insurance. Back after this.
Hospice takes care of end-of-life care patients. Our two biggest challenges, not only automobile accidents, but also lifting.
Working with Brick Street, we train our employees to work safely such that they do not incur any injuries.
They spend most of their time being a caretaker to others. We all work together to try to focus on the injuries that we have.
They are helping us take care of our employees so the employees can have a long career with hospice.
We rely on the folks from Brick Street.
I think students are really interested in this issue and they know that it's a problem on campus, but they just don't really know how to get involved. As a peer advocate, we hand out resources and let students know that there are places that they can go if they need help. With the large number of people that are now confident enough to come forward after their assaults, I know that the peer advocates are now making a difference on campus.
A new day's arrived for heart and vascular care in West Virginia, one that brings renewed hope to people with heart or vascular disease. The WVU Heart and Vascular Institute now offers many therapies and procedures that are not available at any other hospital in West Virginia or Southwest Pennsylvania. So now the most advanced heart and vascular care is available right here, close to home. To learn more, visit mywvuheart.com.
Big 12. It's all here.
Grace and beauty. Power and strength. Share the experience with your family and friends. The 2017 National Collegiate Women's Gymnastics Morgantown Regional, April 1st at the WVU Coliseum. Visit ncaa.com/WGymnastics for tickets today.
It's National Signing Day 2017. Welcome back to Morgantown, West Virginia. And we have a new guest on set here with us, and it is Coach Jawan Sider. And I'll tell you what, I'm not sure anybody on the staff is more talked about leading up to National Signing Day than Coach Sider. I told you a couple of days ago, I get the same question every year. Hey, make sure Coach Sider stays. Make sure Coach Sider stays. Welcome here.
I'm here.
You're here. So the heavy lifting's behind you, right? You just sit back and reap the rewards, let's hope, right?
Hey, that's the reward of this time of year. You know, all the hard work now, you get to see all the fruition come true with the kids you've been recruiting, the ones that want to be here.
Well, we're going to talk to you about three in particular, and one of which, when people think of you, J1, obviously the recruiting connection that jumps off their mouth first is Florida, the state of Florida. You've done such a tremendous job in the Sunshine State through the years. Alex Sinkfield, running back from Delray Beach down in Florida. He's a kid that you're bringing into the fold this year. Let's talk a little bit about what he brings to the table.
Well, he's just a tremendous athlete first. I mean, you talking about a kid that was a year ago, first 2 years of playing was a defensive back, a wide receiver, and a running back, and special team guy. He never left the field, and that's the first thing that jumps out at me. This kid's competitive. He's football smart. He competes at everything he do, and I think the biggest thing, I knew he was good on film, but the thing, when I got a chance to watch him in the spring practice, that's what sold me on the kids. We had a lot of kids we went out and saw. We was only going to take 1 or 2 kids, and when I watched that kid practice, he competed, and he took every rep, and when he wasn't taking a rep, he was coaching, and he was trying to get right back in. I was like, you know what, it's something about that kid, and he understands the game, and for me, recruiting this kid, when I got a chance to sit back and watch him practice, I never seen a kid set up blocks as good as he does at this age, you know.
Mm-hmm.
His running style is very similar to Crawford. You know, they got that same type of jump cut mentality, and they always finish forward. You know, they always compete and get that extra yard. And when they stick their foot in the ground, it ain't just sticking their foot in the ground. It's an explosion. You know, you going to see power come out. They step finishing.
Yeah, Jay, I really see him being elusive, just like you said with Crawford. But the acceleration, to me, is really what I see, because he's got vision, man. He sees the field, obviously, with his special teams efforts, with the punt return, kick return. I mean, all these guys do, and I really like his ball skills coming out of the backfield. It was what you like to do, mainly like, say, a Wendell Smallwood, or maybe a Jock.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's what it seems like he has.
With what we had coming back in that room, I really focus on versatility. Guys who can play multi-purpose position, can be in the backfield, can be in the slot, you know. Because we had one guy last year with Kennedy, you know, didn't want to put Crawford or Petaway out there. So now give us a chance to coach up other guys who can do it, and likewise with those kids coming along, you know, now they're a year older in the program, you can do more things with them. So, I mean, that was the thing, we was focused on guys who can play in space and do a bunch of different things for us.
It's almost 2 backs in one.
Yeah.
You and I talked about that recently in the film room, and when you look at the kid, he has that patience that you talked about, but he also has that jump cut burst that you bring to the table. And as I touched on recently, you and I had a chance to sit down in the film room and take a look at running back Alec Sinkfield. J1, another kid we'd like to talk about is Alec Sinkfield. Now, one of the things that jumps out on tape about Alec Sinkfield, every time he's going down, he's falling forward. These are exactly the type of kids that you don't see getting arm tackled as a direct result of that style of running.
No question. I mean, and the thing about this kid is you hit it right on the head. I mean, he always going forward. But throughout this recruiting process, I never recruited a kid that set up blocks as well as this kid. You know, and his versatility, he's fresh, which I like it because the year before he played receiver. I think he was a 1,000-yard receiver. But he also was, I think he made All-State as a defensive back. I mean, just to miss the versatility, this kid's always working. I mean, you should see, he got 2 twin sisters, and they all built just like him, all right, and they play football. So just a pedigree of athleticism in their family, and that's the same thing you're going to get with this kid. The one thing I know about this kid, he's always going to be on time. He's always willing to do extra work. You're never going to have to look for him. He's always going to sit in the front row in school. So he checks the box as a kid off the field as well as on the field.
And there's some versatility that you touched on. It's almost like you're getting two backs in one. The one back is the patient kid who sits back and waits for things to develop, which is a very special skill set. But sometimes you'll see the kid make one cut and go and not wait on anything. He brings all that to bear.
Well, I always tell people, I don't want to coach hard for 3 yards. I want them kids where I can get the ball and make me look like a lot better coaches. So, I mean, that's what he is. I mean, he can see stuff and he can set up stuff. Like, you know, prime example. Every one of his clips, he finished forward. He's a real sudden, always making that first guy miss. And the thing is, feet always going forward, forward, forward. I mean, that's what you like about this kid. You're never going to get a clean shot on him. And the versatility in our offense, we live and prey on that, you know, just getting guys in space, being playing the backfield in the slot because you just put so much pressure on the defense.
West Virginia got another good one in Alec Sinkfield. And Jay Wan, we're going to jump right from one versatile back in Alex Sinkfield that's going to bring a lot to this class to another versatile back. Tough to find on the field, but he's sure not tough to find on tape, is he? Tevin Bush, a New Orleans kid. Talk about that versatility yet again. Comes in at 5'6", 154 pounds. Talk about what he brings to the table.
I mean, the kid knew how to score. I think he had almost 30 touchdowns just last year alone. I mean, 1,000 yards receiving, 1,000 yards rushing. I mean, he's different than anything we got in our program. You know, I was here before when we had Jock and Noel, you know, and people get so caught up in measurables sometimes because he ain't 5'11", 6 feet. But this kid's a football player. He doesn't go down. You know, first guy never touches him. I mean, he can make you miss in the phone booth, like they said for Tavon. I mean, this kid got something that you can't coach. And you know, we'll find different ways to use him. I mean, he's a special talent. I mean, if he's 5'11", 6 feet, and we're not sitting here talking about him, you know, that's the difference. And I'm glad we got him. He's competing. I mean, you know, just talking to Will Grier already, he's one of his favorite guys already. So that tells you he's grabbing attention to guys already on the team.
Jay, how fast is Tevin? Because he looks like he's, you know, 4'4" something. I mean, he looks really fast. You give him a crack, and he's gone.
I don't know how fast he is, but he's fast. I'm going to tell you a story on this kid. They got a big-time young receivers next year. That's big, big time. So I go to the game. They were playing one of their big rivals. They wrote a coverage to take this kid out, take Tevin out the game and leave that kid one-on-one. So that's the type of respect they have for this type of kid.
Yeah, when I look at Tevin, I really see a young man that can really run the ball, but he can catch. I mean, he looks really comfortable. I mean, going downfield, he'll catch the ball over his shoulder.
Yeah, I think he's a fitting image of Jock Sanders and Tavon. He got something in between them. I'm not trying to say he's Tavon, nobody's Tavon. But Jock did a lot of those same stuff. I mean, he was a great player here at that same height. You know, that was a backfield guy that really was a really good slot player. And you can do so many different things with them guys. Touch passes, you know, sweep, put them in the backfield. When, you know, hopefully we get lighter box next year because we're going to throw the ball a little bit farther down the field with Will here. So those things will help us too.
And when you see a kid like this, Tevin Bush reminds me of one of those kids. You know, he was the fastest kid on the playground. There's no doubt about that. Oh, yeah. It's almost like a pickup football mentality when he steps out there. He doesn't give up on a play. Obviously, you see him making some plays in special teams here as well on the tape, but he doesn't give up on a play. How many times do you see him hemmed in, reverse field, go off script, and that's really when you see how truly special he is.
He's one of them kids that every coach going to be, it's a gift and a curse. You're going to always no, 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 yes, yes, yes. When you're going to try to reverse the field, and all say, no, you can't do that. Yes, you can. It's one of those types.
Sure.
And you got to be careful taking a lot of that away from a kid who's like that because he's done it so much. And you know, like I said, he always make the first guy miss. You know, eventually he's going to get forward. I mean, he's just competitive. He just competes.
2,500 all-purpose yards. That's pretty awesome. On a state championship team for 5A in Louisiana is really impressive. You know, I think what you look at him is that his vision has just got to be immaculate because he can turn the field around. He can go, but you can't ever get a direct hit on him.
That's right. We always talking about the one thing you got to have at that position is vision. But he got vision and he got like almost like an X-ray. He can see stuff before it happens. You know, you got a unique skill set to be able to anticipate what that defender gonna do before he react to it. You know, and that's hard. You know, some of the great ones got it, and that's why they become great players. And I think this kid got a lot of that in him.
So Mountaineer fans are going to be very excited when you see what you get in Tevin Bush. Now, J1, let's jump states. And let's jump to the other side of the football, and another guy that you helped rope in, and that is Lamont McDougal from Parkland, Florida, a kid with a tremendous heritage. He has an uncle and a father with an NFL pedigree, a first-round pick from Oklahoma and Stalker McDougal, and of course everybody knows about Jerome McDougal and his time at Miami and in the NFL. Talk about on the defensive line what Mountaineer fans can expect out of Lamont McDougal.
Well, he's a bulldog. I mean, that's the only way to describe him. You know, Gibby them always preaching dogs over there. Well, he got a real bulldog. I mean, kid on the 6 feet, but he's got a size 16 foot in the ground. You know what I mean? And he's strong as an ox. I mean, when he get out there, he's coming. You know, and he's quick twitch. I mean, he's reactive. I mean, he got great genes. I mean, the pedigree don't fall from the tree. You know, he's a combination of dad and mom because he's like right there in the middle of both of them, how he's built. So, it's like you say, when you come from good stock and lineage, I mean, usually you don't really miss on those type of guys. And you turn his film on and you watch him, and he's one of them kids. If he was sitting here, he'd be rocking. You know, he's always moving. You know, it's like, you okay? You need anything? No, I'm good, coach. You know, he's just ready to go. It's like I equivalent to, you know, everybody talking about a pit bull sitting on the porch ready to tag if somebody come in the yard. That's like he is. You just want to whistle, say, go get him. That's what he do. I mean, like, go get him, big fella.
Well, it's obvious to see he is a disruptor. He likes to play football. I think he might be a little bit of WWE in him, trying to do body slams. And, you know, he had 14 sacks this year, 15 as a junior. I mean, this guy just loves to penetrate and cause disruption. And he looks like he's got a huge smile on his face all the time.
He's a good kid, man. He's raised well. You know, I'm going to tell you a thing about this kid that stood out. He was on his official last week. You know, we have breakfast in the morning. The parents beat the kids out. This kid was the first one down every morning. So that says a lot about that kid from that standpoint of what you're saying, smiling and being on time, doing the little things. And a lot of stuff that people don't know, him and Sinkfeld played together for like 2-3 years in high school at American Heritage before he transferred to Deerfield.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things that jumped out at me, J1, when watching this kid on tape, as an old quarterback, and maybe this jumped out at you too, I'm watching the opposing quarterbacks. Now, there's a deceptive quickness to McDougal, and one of the things I noticed was when a quarterback on the other team was trying to run a traditional screen, everything was going according to plan. They were on script, they were being cool, the O-line held for that set and let him go, and then all of a sudden, this kid is on you a lot faster than you anticipate him being. The quarterbacks got frantic, and then crazy things started to happen.
100%. You know, we both been quarterbacks. The worst thing we want to do is a pocket being pushed in front of our feet. You know, we can handle edge guys, we can step up and get out, but when that pressure coming right at us, we got nowhere to go. So, yeah, I mean, that just – and like defense today, they always want to push the pocket, and you got a guy that can penetrate, and, you know, he'll be a little different than what we had, more daring, where you can penetrate and use him more instead of just being a two-gap guy. Just kind of listen to what Bruce been talking about, how he's going to use him, because you don't want to hinder a kid who can get upfield the way this kid can. You don't want to just, okay, we're going to sit there and hold a point. You got to find ways to move and let him penetrate.
Let's jump outside personnel, Wolf. I was going to ask a recruiting question. Since we jumped into the Big 12, as a guy who's been on the trail in these key areas, I mean, that Florida pipeline has always been so critical to what we're trying to accomplish here at West Virginia. How have you seen the landscape change or the perception of West Virginia in general change as a program since 2012 when we left the Big East and jumped into the Big 12 conference?
Well, I think people always ask that question. West Virginia is still West Virginia and South Florida. It hasn't changed much. You know, of course, they miss having that game being played against Miami every year or South Florida. Mm-hmm. But kids, our alumni base is so big. So many guys done play from down in Florida here. I mean, I think outside from back in the 80s and 90s, I mean, we have more kids outside the state of Florida anyway. One of the first schools to do it. So the name's still good. And then, you know, we got relationships. You know, I'm from down there. You got Blue from down there. You got Wick from the west side of Florida. I mean, we still got the same connection and ties. And the coaches down there know, hey, we do a good job developing our players and, you know, and be good mans in the future.
I believe in the bloodlines, J1, but, you know, there's some really good school offers here. We got a good one here. We got him out of Florida and up here to WVU. I mean, that's really impressive. So, I mean, keep doing what you're doing down there, man, because, you know, everybody's watching and listening.
Hey, man, trying to just keep us going forward.
Mountaineer fans, he's not going anywhere. That's what I want to tell you. So, J1, as Wolf just said, keep on keeping on, and you keep doing what you're doing because the heavy lifting's behind you. Relax for a couple hours, and then get back on those phones for next year.
I'm already on 18 early this morning.
There you go. 2017 National Signing Day here in Morgantown, West Virginia. Coach J1 Sider, we appreciate your company this afternoon. We will return to Morgantown after these messages.
One of the things that GoMart looks for is a company that is going to provide us with the best coverage for the best premium that we can get.
When you look at the overall picture, the partnership that we have with GoMart is working.
Working with Brick Street keeps our employees and customers safer every day.
You know, at the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
Together, we are one. United by leadership and dependability. Driven to successful outcomes, no matter the challenge. Our skill to excel is matched only by a desire to compete for the ultimate prize, your satisfaction. We are united with the Mountaineers. United Bank, West Virginia's bank.
The West Virginia University women's basketball team battles Iowa State on Saturday, February 4th at 12 o'clock. Bring the whole family for $1 admission thanks to United Bank. Or get your tickets today at WVUGame.com or by calling 1-800-WVU-GAME. Come cheer on the Mountaineers on Saturday, February 4th as the WVU women's basketball team takes on Iowa State at 12 noon at the Coliseum. Hope to see you there. National Signing Day 2017. It's the Mountaineers' haven that you're looking at right there, the locker room that many newcomers will have an opportunity to get to hang their gold and blue in. And we see the list continuing to grow. We are just about done as far as names that are going to be coming in. We'll see if anything does come in at the last hour here. But it's certainly been a productive morning so far. Dan Zhang, really, with Jed Drenning and Dale Wolfley. Glad to have you along here. Thanks to our friends at Brick Street Insurance for making this show possible. It's been fun to watch how West Virginia has fared against other universities, other major conferences, and some real dogfights in a recruiting war, Jed Wolf, that they've won, quite frankly, particularly at the safety position. I know you talked to Jaywan Sider here just a moment ago. This guy certainly has recruiting down to an art form, and we're so very fortunate to have him. His fingerprints certainly are all over this class.
Well, there's no doubt. As Jaywan was alluding to the last segment, we've had a long history since going back to Doc Holliday, back in the early Don Nalen era of bringing out those South Florida boys. And they've done well at West Virginia, Jed. And so that does keep the pipeline open. And there's also coaches down there. I mean, you know, Jared Brown is down there coaching. He's at Sinkfield's OC. I mean, they're helping in that relationship. So, you know, of course, Cogs is down there as well. So we have some real ties in South Florida, and we do need to keep that going because we do get some great players from down there.
We're starting to see some Big 12 competition leak into the state of Florida. And you know what? There was a time back when we were in the Big East that wasn't as true. Texas and Oklahoma State didn't really see cause to head down to the Sunshine State, but that's changed. I mean, in some respects, everybody is a national recruiter these days. So when you look at those big brands out of the Big 12, not only are we down there trying to sell something against all the SEC and ACC schools, but our pitch at one point was, well, hey, we offer a different brand of something they can't offer. Now we're selling against that brand in Oklahoma and Texas as well. So it continues to get tricky, and as soon as you stop, you sink. So you can't stop. And J1's not kidding. He's going to be right back on the phones.
Yeah, well, it's also nice when you can win the battles in your own backyard, and the Mountaineers have done that. There are a number of local boys that are part of this 2017 recruiting class, including a familiar name, and this is going to be fun to watch. Fairmont's own Darius Sills get after it in the Golden Blue, Jed.
Well, earlier we talked about a West Virginia kid in Derek Pitts. We also, Wolf, talked about a West Virginia heritage kid in Maverick Wolfley. Here's another West Virginia heritage kid in Darius Stills. And the son, obviously, Mountaineer fans know it well, of Gary Stills. He has brute strength. He often overpowered opponents. I saw this one guard he was lined up against. He both ragdolled him and ran past him, depending on what snap you want to pick up or look at, especially against some of those undersized guys. But he was often quicker than those undersized guys as well. That's one of the things that jumps out at you. He explodes right past the guard who is 50 pounds lighter than he is. He seizes opportunities to disrupt. He doesn't leave much on the table in terms of opportunities to make plays in that backfield. He is, despite his aggressive nature, he doesn't lose track of the football. He always has a nose for the football. He knows where it's at, and he's often one of the first guys to that football.
The best thing about Darius Stills is that he plays hard. He's a big body. Another defensive lineman. We have 2 junior college defensive linemen, and we got 2 high school defensive linemen. When we graduated, 3 senior defensive linemen on this team. Once again, we're meeting our needs. We're finding guys that can come in right away and help contribute, and we're also finding guys that can develop if need be. But Darius, hey, the best thing about him is he plays hard, he plays low, he likes to hit. You can see that. He's very physical. He'll knock your head off if he can. And the worst thing about Darius Stills is that when he comes over to my house, all the food disappears in the refrigerator. I'm telling you right now, it's unbelievable.
That's saying something.
That's
a big refrigerator.
I was going to say, the fact that you didn't make it disappear first, in and of itself, is a miracle, let alone with Mavis.
He has his own fridge.
Oh, he does, yeah. Padlocked.
He has his own fridge.
Let me get back to Darius. Darius is a wonderful young man. His bloodlines, Gary, his father, was a player. I mean, he was a baller. Jed, you know that.
Yeah.
And he'd come out and he would run by you, he'd run through you, he'd run over you. It didn't matter. Gary was going to get it done. I see a lot of that in Darius Stills, and he's a really good addition. Again, it's meeting the needs of this team in the defensive line.
Yeah, looking for a good run stopper, and I think the Mountaineers have found that in their own backyard here at Fairmont Senior, and Darius Stills, 278 pounds. Well, he was playing in one of our coaches' backyards growing up. Another big boy that we are pleased to have join Mountaineer Nation, Kelby Wickline. If the name sounds familiar, well, it should. Kind of looks like the old man, does he not? That's Joe's son, Kelby, coming to us from Jones County Community College, Wolf.
Yeah, he's 6'5", 280 pounds. He was actually here this past spring, and he went on Jones College. He got a number of offers, good, solid offers. And just watch him here. Now, can you imagine, Jed, if you're in the Wickline home, hey, Kelby, go over there, give me a 3-point stance. Hey, Kelby, give me a 2-point stance. Let me see the kick come back on the pass pro. You know that this guy is going to be a solid technician, and watch him play. He stays square. You never see his arms ever come outside the interior of the body. He's got a flat back. He has square legs, square footwork. He can recover because he's always under control. And watch, here's my favorite thing I'm watching this. He wants to play to the whistle, Jed. He puts guys on their back. And that's physicality, and that's what I love.
Great knee bend, another one of these big guys. We've talked about that. He is the son of a coach, but guess what? He plays like the son of a coach. You talked about his technical skills. There's a lot to be said for that. Wolf, one of the things I liked in watching this tape, there's times I know he was holding that guy, but I couldn't see it.
That's right.
I couldn't see it.
Interior,
and
man.
that is the trick, right? You said he doesn't extend his arms. He's very physical. Also, at that left tackle position, he played in isolation incredibly well. That is a trait that you have to master if you have any hope of playing that tackle spot. He uses the defender's momentum against him. That's not an easy thing to do. And from a technique standpoint, he's a great cutter. And when you have a guy that height and that size, 6'4", pushing 3 bills, to be able to drop and cut like that, that is all technique right there.
And I believe he's 3 for 3 in junior college. So he's got 3 years to play 3 as well. So that gives us another year with him to play. And hey, he might be a center, might be a guard. He could play all 3 positions on the offensive line. And I think it's a really, really good pick. Really, again, 17 offensive linemen on scholarship right now. Best that West Virginia's had in a long time.
I think these. Oh, Dan, go ahead.
I was going to say, that's some good versatility if we're talking 6'4", 6'5", and 280, and being able to be a center. I mean, that's...
Possibly.
Yeah.
And what I like about it is that these 2 kids that we've just broken down really encapsulate this class. I mean, you know what you're getting in Wick's kid. He's a high-character kid, that's a physical kid, that's a technical kid. He brings a skill set to the table that not a lot of other kids are going to bring. And when we double back to Darius Stills and what he brings, again, I had an opportunity to talk to Coach Abbott. You like the fact that in the biggest game he ever played in, he played his best in the semifinal game last year against Bridgeport. Held the nose down about 80% of the time for him, was unblockable. They moved him out to 5 technique, was unblockable there. But another kid, you talked about it, Wolf, high character kid, high motor kid. These 2 kids that we just broke down kind of represent this entire class in those respects.
They get it.
They get it.
Because they've had leaders that are close to them and family to show them how to get it done.
All right, coming up next, we check in with Kelby Wickline. We learn why he chose West Virginia.
Initially, I came here from transfer from UTSA. Got here in the summer 2016. Had to sit out. I went to junior college just to pass the time, get better as an athlete. The reason I came back was, I mean, all in all, I had some other offers on the table, but I knew this was the best place for me for 3 reasons. Those 3 reasons being the coaching staff. I could trust these guys. I mean, the best of the best. Got Coach Spav, Dana, my father included. He's going to coach me. I'm a position coach. Strength staff, mentally and physically, they're the best at developing young athletes and maximizing their potential. And third, I just feel at home here. I mean, just no place like Morgantown, West Virginia. It's just where I want to be.
That's pretty good acumen right there. You could tell that he's got it going on. Kelby Wickline for sure.
He talks like a coach.
He does.
He does.
He's
But
coach's son right
when
there.
he sits there and he sells that Mountaineer strength staff like that, he's been around. He knows, and that's just a great testament without really having to go out there to sell it. I'm telling you, that means a lot.
Yep, it certainly does. Up next, more coverage continues as we learn more about Mountaineer Nation, the new members, as the list continues to grow. We are live from the Hall of Traditions. Our signing day coverage is presented by Brick Street Insurance, and you're dialed in to WVUsports.com. Stay with us.
Hospice takes care of end-of-life care patients. Our 2 biggest challenges, not only automobile accidents, but also lifting.
Working with Brick Street, we train our employees to work safely such that they do not incur any injuries.
They spend most of their time being a caretaker to others. We all work together to try to focus on the injuries that we have.
They are helping us take care of our employees so the employees can have a long career with hospice.
We rely on the folks from Brick Street.
I think students are really interested in this issue and they know that it's a problem on campus, but they just don't really know how to get involved. As a peer advocate, we hand out resources and let students know that there are places that they can go if they need help. With the large number of people that are now confident enough to come forward after their assaults, I know that the peer advocates are now making a difference on campus.
A new day's arrived for heart and vascular care in West Virginia, one that brings renewed hope to people with heart or vascular disease. The WVU Heart and Vascular Institute now offers many therapies and procedures that are not available at any other hospital in West Virginia or Southwest Pennsylvania. So now the most advanced heart and vascular care is available right here, close to home. To learn more, visit mywvuheart.com.
Big 12. It's all here.
Grace and beauty. Power and strength. Share the experience with your family and friends. The 2017 National Collegiate Women's Gymnastics Morgantown Regional, April 1st at the WVU Coliseum. Visit ncaa.com/WGymnastics for tickets today.
Signing Day 2017, presented by Brick Street Insurance, and we appreciate our crew working hard behind the scenes and minimizing their Amazon.com screens for the online shopping that they've been doing this whole show to show that they've been working actually really hard. No, just kidding. They have been absolutely, positively the heroes behind the operation and bringing you this coverage we're so happy to do. From the Hall of Traditions, the list continues to grow. Dan Zangrilli, Jed Drenning, and Mountaineer receivers coach Tyrone Carrier. You're smiling like this is Christmas come early for you.
Yeah, a little bit. If you get a couple guys like I got, you get a little comfortable. So
yeah,
I'm feeling good right now.
Well, I mean, clearly you've had a stable. You're going to lose some guys to graduation. Shelton Gibson has announced that he's going to leave early, and of course the Alpha Dog. And I don't think you can replace a DeKeel Shorts. You just got to hope that whatever he did rubbed off on some of the younger guys. And we'll talk about what those two leaving the program means. And I also want to get a Karan White update from you.
Okay. Well, those two guys they are really tough to replace. Leadership from DeKeel was through the roof. If I needed anything to grab those guys together to tune up, if it's in the classroom to weightlifting, whatever I needed from DeKeel, he provided for me. As far as the intensity, the edge was all Shelton. That guy gets everybody going, and it's not just the receivers. I'm talking about the whole entire team. So losing those two guys will be tough for me, but I'm very excited about what I got coming back.
Yeah, how's Karan White progressing in his rehab?
He's doing well. We had a long talk just last night, and he's eager to get back. But it's a process. And, you see your guys, your teammates out there. They throwing the ball around, and Will Grier's looking great, and you just get anxious. And I'm telling him to calm down. We know what you can do.
Yeah.
It's time to just heal more than anything. But he's doing fine. I think he's a little bit ahead of schedule, which is great. Hopefully we can get him back by spring.
Coach, what I want to ask you about is the physical attributes from a personnel standpoint at different positions, the needs or the skill sets that you might look to at the slot versus on the perimeter, because when you look at what we got, we just talked about Karan. He's a bigger kid out there on the perimeter, just like his brother was. Gary Jennings brings some size to the table. You see, and we'll break down some kids here shortly, that bring some size to the table. So that's obviously a different player stylistically than some of the kids that we shift around and put in the slot and move elsewhere. Just talk to fans about the difference between what that size means, where it might fit in schematically, and things of that nature.
Well, sometimes you need to beat a couple defensive guys up. I think Karan and Gary and Sills and Maiden, those are bigger bodies that you can create a mismatch with. And you need those fast, shifty guys to create habit in the secondary. Run away from people. And I feel like we did a great job of balance. We got big guys that can run. We got small guys that are pretty physical. So it's just, to me, it's whatever men's the best. Because to me, nobody's starting. Everything's up in the air. We got great bodies. We got different ways we can work things. So I mean, the hardest thing is what you want out there.
I find myself asking what would it look like a year from now with some of these kids after Coach Carrier's had them. I'm now asking myself when I watch these wideouts on tape, I'm like, well, yeah, I like what I see now, but he's still a little raw. You put Coach Carrier in a room on the field with him for a year. Imagine what he look like then.
Yeah, I hear a lot of people ask me about like Maiden and Sills. I said, Coach, you look good, and it's my players. I said, Coach, you look good, but if he get a year under you, or if he start working with you, you'll see he's gonna be really good, and it's great when you hear, the guys in your room who all competing for a position, talk about that. They talk about the learning curve, and they do a great job of grabbing the new guys in and kind of teaching them what I talk about and trying to get them as far ahead as possible.
All right, let's take a look at some film here. When we talk about Maiden is concerned, you somehow, some way got him to come to Morgantown. Home is a long way away. He's a California kid. As we watch the film, explain what Mountaineer fans are going to see. Some big size here at 6'5" as well.
Yeah, so when he's running, right, you don't notice how fast he's moving. You got to pay attention to the ground. He covers ground really well. Now, he's really shifty to be that big. And one of the things I like about him is the great pad height. He never gets too high. He never gets to his full height potential. And that's a lot of things you got to deal with guys that's big and play high, because now smaller DBs can get up under him. He does a great job with that, catch the ball away from his body, able to come in and out of breaks really well. To me, I don't know how everybody in the nation didn't jump on this kid. I think he's really amazing. Big frame, can run, great pad height. Look at that, sticking in and out of breaks, catching the ball in bad angles, being patient coming in and out of those breaks, making people miss, can change direction well. You can't beat that at that size.
No, one of the notes I have you just hit on, good runner in space for a guy his size. Now, one of the other things that you have to find appealing is this is a pretty advanced level of football versus a high school kid. Nice JC circuit out there in California.
Yeah.
And you talked about it. Sometimes if a kid shows up on the perimeter at 6'5", that height can work against him if he's not a sound enough technician to get off the football against those shorter DBs.
Well, that's what I'm good at. I'm really good at coaching technique. I stand behind that like 110,000%. And my guys said all the time, like, hey, coach gonna jump on you about technique, and he's ready to learn and ready to figure that out.
So tell me here about Stills here coming up in a moment, but I want to first let Mountaineer fans listen in to why exactly Maiden chose West Virginia, and I want you to give me the story behind the story, or the story behind his answer.
I chose West Virginia because it's a great opportunity. It's a great school to come to. It has a lot of tradition and a lot of players getting to the next level. So came and thought I could do what they did.
All righty, so take me behind the relationship and how this was immediately introduced and how obviously it came to fruition to get a guy to come all the way to Morgantown.
Well, I told him to hit Google. You Google these receivers that was here before.
Won't take long, will it?
Yeah, that sealed it up right there. And knowing that the receivers that Dana Holgerson had throughout his career, I tell these kids, you hit Google and you know what you're running into. And you can Google your coach too, and you can figure it out. Then we got to go from piecing things up. What's the depth? What are your opportunities? And I was, one of the great things I feel like I'm great at is just being completely honest. I'm brutally honest with my guys, and I'm completely honest with them. I say, you can be a guy, but it's guys here. So you're going to have to compete for it. Ain't nothing given.
I've heard that honesty. In the locker room at halftime, he's not pulling punches.
You listen to our radio show, some of the interviews we do. I mean, you talk to the receivers, a tough man to please here, Coach Carrier. Well, from Dominique Maiden, let's take a look at Sills here, as David has been absolutely a coup here for West Virginia. What are Mountaineer fans going to be getting here?
Well, this is the thing. You got a quarterback playing receiver. That's more than enough said there. And the great thing about it, I had a chance to really kind of coach him a tidbit during the spring. And all I was doing was I continued to beg him, David, please come to receiver. You have a gift. You just don't know it yet. You just got to give it the time to progress. But I mean, look at this, a kid that haven't been coached that position, doing that right there. I mean, you can't beat that. You can't beat it. He's great coming in out of breaks. And one of the things I respect about him the most, he reached out to DeKill Shorts. And I was like, DeKill, I need to know everything Coach Carrier like. And so he went that far ahead to learn what I wanted and exactly how I like things. So now when I see him out there catching the ball now, and I'm like, man, who taught you that? He's like, man, I got everything from DeKill.
Everything from DeKill.
Everything from DeKill.
See, when he was here for that year, when you watched the transformation that he undertook, leaving the quarterback position to move out on the perimeter and help us at wideout, he was getting by on talent alone. You just touched on it. He was incredibly raw, but he was still making plays for us, and that's exactly the type of kid. I'm going to be honest with you, Coach, that when he decided to come back into the fold with us, I couldn't wait to see what he might look like with a little bit of time under you.
Yeah, I got a call. It's like, hey, David Sills want to come back. What you think? That's what you asking me for. You saw him without getting coached like that. So, shoot, as soon as they told me, I was excited about it. Extremely excited to be exact. So, like I said, hey, when you get two guys like that from JC, whew.
If you were 6'5", you'd still be in the NFL.
I think so.
All right, so Reggie Roberson, what do we know about him? DeSoto, Texas, 6 foot, 180 pounds. What does he project to be?
To me, he's a route technician, and he's big, he's strong, he's 6 foot, 192 pounds in high school. He's basically in a position to come in and play now.
And what does he need to refine here? Let's take a look, and Mountaineer fans can see him on their screens right now. What are the biggest attributes, I guess, that he has, and what are some of the things that you need to develop with him?
Well, he got a great football IQ. He, especially with playing receiver, he knows how to use his pads and keep eye contact with guys. He sets up his routes really well. He's really patient with being in the red zone of setting guys up. Some of his flaws that he has to work on is, of course, pad height and the deception of speed. He got to know how to gauge his routes and a little bit better coming in and out of them, just a little bit better.
He's smooth. You talked about those routes. He does. When you watch a kid on high school tape, you don't expect somebody to run that advanced of a route. He's a little bit ahead of the curve there. That's one of the things that jumps out, but you have to like the physicality. I mean, he goes into the briar patch after the football. He'll take those crossing routes, he'll take the pounding, and he doesn't slow down.
And he's fearless.
He's fearless.
And that's this one of the kids who really has a chip on his shoulder. Texas kid was kind of, messed around on that Texas market a little bit and was more than willing to come to West Virginia and tear that Texas market up. So he's one of those kids that I like that got something to prove. Remind me of myself with, being a little under height and he's being a little bit underrated. And, you got something to prove.
All right, so we've learned about Maiden, Sills, and Roberson. West Virginia fans, the $1 million question. And by the way, plenty to pick from as far as Reggie is concerned. A lot of teams that you were competing with to get him to come to West Virginia. I'm just looking at it. That's the school farthest east from his home state of Texas. Anybody that can contribute immediately that's going to be in the mix. This is a tough group to crack because the depth chart's pretty good for you, and you have your pick. So are any going to see the field really this year?
I think everybody has the opportunity to see the field because we're loaded. I feel like we got skill, we got depth at every position, and at some point somebody gonna need a breather. True. Now, who's starting is the biggest question of the day.
Yeah, so true. I guess we'll let that play out let the dogs get at it. Coach Tyrone Carrier. Coach, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be catching up with him more before the 2017 season kicks. You see the newest members of Mountaineer Nation, signed, sealed, and delivered, I's dotted, T's crossed. We'll be learning about all of them throughout the remainder of the day and later this evening on our radio portion of our Signing Day Show presented by Brick Street Insurance. That'll air on an affiliate near you on the radio side from 7 until 8 tonight. We'll have more coming up in just a moment. We're live inside the Hall of Traditions at the Milan Pushkar Center on WVUSports.com. Back after this.
Our employees are a key component to our success. It's absolutely essential to keep them safe.
Safety is a continuous process. Things continuously evolve and you work in a very dynamic environment.
Brick Street was the first organization that came to us with a guaranteed cost plan and really invested in us.
I consider Brick Street as an extension of our office.
The relationship between Brick Street Insurance and Rantoul Foods should last a long time.
The West Virginia University women's basketball team battles Iowa State on Saturday, February 4th at 12 o'clock. Bring the whole family for $1 admission thanks to United Bank. Or get your tickets today at WVUGame.com or by calling 1-800-WVU-GAME. Come cheer on the Mountaineers on Saturday, February 4th as the WVU women's basketball team takes on Iowa State at 12 noon at the Coliseum. Hope to see you there.
3, 2, 1, it's over! The West Virginia Mountaineers have knocked off the #1 rated Kansas Jayhawks.
Join the excitement of West Virginia basketball.
They get into a mile down the baseline, left hand slam dunk.
Single game tickets are on sale now at WVUGame.com and 1-800-WVU-GAME.
Back out front to Miles, he'll jack a three, good! 1-on-2, takes it to the bucket, layup shot, good, and a foul!
Secure your seat at the Coliseum today.
The 2016 Nissan Altima. An IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus. With forward emergency braking that could stop for you. Get to your local Nissan store today. Take on sudden stops. Get to Nissan, proud partner of WVU Athletics.
Swung on, hit hard to left field. Going back to the track, it is out of here!
West Virginia baseball is right around the corner. The Mountaineers have 23 games at Monongalia County Ballpark, including Big 12 foes TCU, Oklahoma, Texas Tech, and Kansas, along with games against non-conference rivals, Pitt, Marshall, and Penn State. Season tickets are on sale now for as low as $110 at WVUGame.com or 1-800-WVU-GAME. Order your season tickets today.
Signing Day 2017, live inside the Hall of Traditions. Thanks to our friends at Brick Street Insurance. Mountaineer football never stops. 2017, well, that began as soon as 2016 ended in Orlando at the Russell Athletic Bowl. A live look at the off-season conditioning program, which is a rigorous one under Mike Joseph. Thanks again for joining us. Stan Zang, really glad to have you along with the signal caller, Jed Drenning, and Mountaineer defensive coordinator Tony Gibson is here, and you're a happy guy, aren't you?
Very uneventful today. So first time in about 20 years of college coaching that really no surprises. Guys gave their pledge and stuck with us, so it's good to have that.
Well, and that means that the program itself is making strides, and nobody's on the fence. It's WVU through and through, no questions asked. So that's a testament to what you've helped build.
Yeah, it's a great, great situation we're in right now. Coming off a 10-win season, made recruiting a little easier, and we feel we got our needs. We went after certain guys in certain positions, and it's not over yet. We still have room for a couple guys. We have some scholarships out right now that hopefully will get filled by mid-February.
And I think it says a lot about where the program's at from a stability standpoint. When you look back, Gibby, to the number of guys we lost to the NFL, we had to replace those guys. Well, now we're losing more guys, okay? There's no real sense of desperation. It's kind of just, hey, it's a luxury, not necessarily a desperate necessity, and that's kind of where we're at with it.
Yeah, it's sleepless nights for me, but other than that, it's pretty good. But we feel that we built this program, we built depth in the program, on the defensive side, and I think right now our guys, the expectations. We had our first meeting yesterday with the kids, and the first thing I brought up to the defense was, hey guys, remember a year ago we were sitting in this room talking about we had to replace 9 starters, 8 starters. And guess what? A year later, we're talking about the same thing. And who's going to be the next Justin Arndt? Who's going to be the next Rasul Douglas? Because going into last year, nobody knew about those guys. So we got it started on the right foot, and I think our kids are anxious right now.
Well, you had a field day, and it's a credit to you and Coach Capone. We're really able to load up on some highly coveted safeties, including one that I think everybody in Mountaineer Nation should get excited about just on his athleticism alone. And if I had to make you describe the guy in one word as we look at some film here, when we look at Kenny Robinson, what comes to mind?
Freak.
That's
the that's number one, and you hear that term a lot in recruiting. But this kid he's a phenomenal athlete, and we've known about Kenny for a long time. We've had him up here for camps for the last couple of years. We offered him a couple of years ago, and he's just a tremendous athlete, tremendous kid, and he's going to bring some big things to us.
A quarterback.
Yeah, a high school quarterback, and you ought to see him play basketball. If you follow him on Twitter, you'll see a dunk a night. And it's unbelievable what he does with the basketball in his hands, and again, being a quarterback, just having the ball in his hands every snap, just means so much. And then you look at him on defense; he's physical, he's athletic, everything that we want in our safeties.
Number 2 safety in the state of Pennsylvania. Normally, when you see a kid with this type of frame, you wonder which way is he going to project? Is he going to project down to the second level, or could he even project as a freak out to the perimeter as a corner? He brings a lot to the table in terms of possibilities.
Yes, he does, and don't be shocked if you see him playing some corner. That's not out of the question right now, and see how we finish up and see how spring ball goes with some of these other guys we're going to be putting in a corner. But he's a kid that could play any of the 5 spots, and maybe since Drayvon, he's the first guy that we've had like that. Probably, and you go back before that, it's a KJ Dillon. He's that type of athlete.
How important is versatility to what you need to do in your schemes, everything that you want to run? Because when we look at this class, that is one word that I think everybody kind of uses to describe this class, particularly safeties, versatile.
Yeah, versatile. And when we put them up on the board and they ask me, what are you looking for in a safety, that's the first word that comes to mind. Yeah, I want a guy that could play multiple positions and could do multiple things. And as you all know, the one position in our defense that's very important is that spur position. Mm-hmm. And he's a guy that could fit that mold. He can go back and play free. He can play bandit. He can go to corner. So he's a guy that fits that. And along with him, a lot of the other guys that we've signed are that same kind of, we've got some quarterbacks in this class that we're projecting as safeties. We have tailbacks. We have guys that played corner that we're projecting as safety. So that position for us to play 3 guys and the role that they play in our scheme is very, very important.
Another guys, we take a look at some film now of E.J. Brown. This is a Blue Adams special, as he has really done a good job canvassing the state of Georgia. Brown, safety, corner, maybe whatever the needs are as they arise, right?
Yeah, he's definitely, we're going to put him at one of the 3 safety spots, probably start him out at free safety. He's got great range on the football. Does a great job of high pointing the ball, as you just saw in the last pick. He's got great vision. But the one thing that sticks out with him is how physical the kid is. I mean, he's, I said it with Jed the other day, the one thing about this kid, when you turn it on, Carl Joseph. This is the closest kid that we've seen since I've been here that kind of reminds me of Carl, just the way he likes to play and how physical he is.
So many coaches claim, hey, I got a Carl Joseph-like kid. Well, guess what? No, you don't. All right, there's a certain thing. There's some sort of defensive it that these kids have where at the very last second before contact, they weaponize their whole frame. And I don't know how they do it. It's not something you can necessarily coach. Carl had that thing, and when you watch tape on E.J. Brown, he appears to have whatever that it thing is.
Yeah, no doubt. He's a kid that gets every ounce of energy and explosion in his body and puts it through a ball carrier or receiver when he hits him. And Carl was a guy that from his tip of his toes to his forehead, every ounce of it came through there, and EJ reminds me of the same type of player. Now, I hate to put that label on a kid that's coming in as a freshman because Carl was a first-round pick, and everybody knows what he meant to this program. But, I'm not saying he's going to be that type of player, but when you watch him, that's who he reminds me of. I hope we can get him to that point, and if we do, we're going to have a great one.
odd stack team defensively. They threw a lot of coverages. Brian Lamar threw a lot of coverages at these guys, and he'll be the first to tell you, E.J. Brown was quicker to learn those coverages than anybody else he had on the team. That has to bode well as well.
Yeah, very smart kid, comes from a great program. And again, anytime you get a kid that's played in the stack and understands, because there's only a certain amount of things you can do out of it. With 5 DBs, your coverages we're more multiple maybe, and we do some other things in the blitz game, but it's the fits and where we ask those safeties to fit in to be that extra linebacker, and where we ask that linebacker to be that extra D lineman. They have to know that scheme, and we feel that he's a guy that can fit in and learn fast. So we're going to be counting on him to actually, him and Kenny and all these safeties are going to have to come in and add depth.
Gibby, when you are in a living room or when you're on the phone talking to secondary player, corner safeties in particular, how appealing is the odd stack to them, especially if they didn't play in it in high school? The fact that they have an opportunity to not necessarily specialize, move around, and kind of charade at times as a linebacker, something that they probably always wanted to do in some respects. I would imagine that in and of itself has to be appealing. And when you sort of lay out, hey, here's how we do things, this is our system, it's different than what you've typically played for, maybe the exception here, Brown, but that's got to be, in and of itself, a big recruiting chip.
It is, and what we do, I break it down to kids, and the first thing that they want to know about, every kid wants to know, where are you going to play me, what am I going to do for you, where am I at on the depth chart? They all want to know that. So the first thing we always do is I'll lay out the scheme. And anytime you're talking to a DB, when you're telling them we play with 5 guys on every snap.
Eyes light up.
And then when we get to nickel, we play with 6 DBs. We get to our dime package, we're 7 DBs. So they're encouraged by that. It gives them an opportunity to play faster. Then the other way that we go with it, we've had a pretty good run here of DBs since I've been back and of getting drafted. So we talk about Carl, a first-round pick, K.J. Dillon, now Rasul Douglas. In the Big 12, you're going to get tested. And right now, the market for, safeties and corners to play in our scheme and play as much man, that was the thing that attracted so many pro scouts last year to Carl and KJ. They said, wow, these guys are ready. And, so we use that. Hey, we're going to develop you. We're going to turn you into a draft pick. And we help those kids understand that part of it. And so it's been pretty good.
We are with the defensive coordinator, Tony Gibson, Jed Drenning alongside. Dan Zhang, really glad to have you along. Let's move up front to the defensive line, shall we? And I know you're really excited about the Parkland, Florida kid that you got from Deerfield Beach High School. Big space eater, 270 pounds, little stocky, 6-footer, Lamont McDougal. Let's watch and see what this guy can do. And he is a cat and a half. How about those frames? He is not shy, and he's going to bring some flavor to the bunch, huh?
No doubt. I don't think he likes to wear contacts, so we may get him rec specs. That's what I want him to play in, and maybe change the color of that hair from red to gold, maybe blue. Yeah. So, but also too, I want to know who weighed him when he said 270. That must have been his freshman year in high school. So he's, but just a great young man, explosive, very active on the D line, and obviously he comes from good genes. His dad was a first-round draft pick, played at Oklahoma in the Big 12, so they have familiarity with it. And just very happy that we're able to get him and think that he's going to be able to come in and be immediate help.
Well, and he's one of those kids, Gibby, that doesn't jump off the board as right away he's a big, heavy zero technique nose guard, or right away he's necessarily a true 5. He's kind of a hybrid of all those things with that size, but that athleticism. I talked earlier, as a quarterback, some of this was terrifying because you see these quarterbacks on script trying to run a screen, and he is so quickly on them more than they anticipate, it ruins the whole play, and they're frantic.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's the one thing when you see a big kid like this, obviously the first thing that we look for on the defensive line is how they use their hands. Because we don't have 4 guys. I mean, we play zero technique with our nose. He's got to beat that center up, be able to have quick hands and be explosive and be able to play with leverage, and he does all that. And then the other thing when you watch is how he moves and how he gets to the football. And, when you're evaluating defensive line, it's hard to find guys that are 300 pounds that run to the ball and play with
the
that.
Sidelines.
Yes.
So, Gibby, when we look at the list of offers here, I mean, substantial. We're talking Big 10, we're talking Pac-12. How does West Virginia separate themselves from that pack right there?
Well, I think for what we've done, what we've accomplished over the last couple of years of building this defense, then I think the other thing is the position he plays and the zero technique nose.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people are doing it. Some people do it out of the 3-4, but what we're attracting is, hey guys, we're doing this every snap. You know, this is something that you're going to play every snap. And now the NFL teams,
Half the teams.
You look at that, they're playing out front. So everybody needs a nose guard, and they're hard to find.
So we move on to Ezekiel Rose, another guy, Mississippi kid, and we've just collectively done a terrific job in the state of Mississippi at the skill position, but go get a big D lineman in Ezekiel Rose. Similar to McDougal here, or is he a little different?
He's different. He's built more for speed, edge guy, plays with power. But, you know, Coach Wickline did a great job of getting in and getting on this guy. And the other guy we have to give credit to is Clint Trickett. You know, Clint was his college coach and went against the kid every day. And when I talked to him and Coach Tall talked to him, you know, he kept bringing up this kid plays with the motor. He fits what you do. And when you watch him on film, I mean, it's hard for tackles to block him one-on-one. And you know, he's very explosive, and his motor never stops.
And an extensive inventory of moves. In other words, that well's not going to run dry. You see him spin, you see him club, you see him using all different types of technique. And against some of these more elite tackles in the Big 12, that's going to help a guy like that out.
No doubt. And the other thing that's going to help him is, you know, he's been here. He's here right now. So we're going to get 15 days of spring practice, plenty of meetings. And that's the one kid yesterday in our defensive meeting. You know, as we were talking about this, who's going to be this next guy? Who's going to replace Noble and Christian Brown? And this kid's sitting on the edge of his seat, shaking his head. He had me fired up. So he's an exciting kid. And you go up and watch him run. He's running with the linebackers up in front of the pack. So he's just a guy that we're extremely impressed with so far. And hopefully he'll continue and be able to help us in the fall.
And the final guy that we want to peel the layers back on is Quindarius Qualls, a bigger linebacker, 225 pounds, 6'2", I guess he can run a little bit better. Again, Northwest Mississippi College. So what do you got here?
Yeah, he's a teammate with Jalen, and we got both of those guys. And he's a guy that can get after the quarterback, pass rusher. He's physical, plays the run well, and he's long. I like him. He's got long arms, good height, and very athletic. So I think he'll fit in good with what we do. Yeah, I think the kid had, I don't know exactly how many sacks, but he had a bunch of sacks, and I think led the junior college ranks in Mississippi this past year.
One of the things that impressed me, Gibby, in terms of his athleticism, I saw him showing blitz one time. He had flat responsibility. The quarterback responded to the blitz look, fired a quick hitch to the flat, to the wide side of the field. He flew out and made the tackle for a 4-yard stop. You talk about running the hump and covering some ground. That type of athleticism is going to make some plays for you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And he kind of fits the mold of Xavier Preston type with size, but athletic as Petaway and those kind of guys. So when the first time I saw him on film, I really liked him, and we went all in on the kid, and he committed and has been pretty solid. And at the time he was committed to Southern Miss, and we had to go in and still one off our buddies Shannon and Jay Hobson down there. So
out of his own backyard, and that's one thing that I think we've done a really good job overall, competing with some schools geographically. We might not necessarily have the advantage, but it's been able to work. So one guy that has been in our backyard for quite some time, and I think you've been eyeing up for a little while, is Derek Pitts out of South Charleston and Dunbar. So you can talk shop with him. You could speak his language, and I'm sure that helped.
Yeah, no doubt. And, as everybody knows, in the state of West Virginia, we had and all our fans throughout the country, but it was kind of a roller coaster with him with the commitment to Penn State, and we never gave up on it. And I knew all along where the kid would end up. Everybody else was panicking, and we weren't as a coaching staff. We had a great relationship with the kid, the family, and I think they trusted the process. And in the end, we ended up getting him. But Derek is a very athletic kid. Again, played quarterback, wide receiver, tailback, corner, safety, linebacker, wherever they needed him on his team. And we feel that he's one of the top kids throughout the country. And luckily, we had him at home here in West Virginia.
Is he going to see the field defensively, or is he exclusively a punt returner here? I'm seeing his highlight tape, Gilia. You're going to keep like your grubby mitts off my defensive back. I mean, I know that's the approach you're going to take, but that really does showcase the skill set the kid has. I mean, he plays in space, great coverage ability. His hips are going to become more fluid the more he understands what's going on. But the truth of the matter is, he's another one of those guys with that anticipation knack at the point of attack. Great blitzer. All those things suit your system.
Yeah, and if you put all these safeties in a room and you told them to walk out one at a time, the one thing that you've noticed, they all look alike. They're all long.
Yeah.
You know, they can all run. And Kenny Robinson and Derek, when you put them side by side, it's going to be hard for fans to pick out who's who. They actually look alike too in the face, so their hair, everything. But you know, very excited about Derek. And again, he can do so many different things for us. And Coach Mays and all those guys, I mean, they used him the right way, and you know, just an outstanding young man.
There's an offer sheet.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, Auburn, Clemson, I mean, on there, Oklahoma, you mentioned the commitment to Penn State, and Tech, I mean, in the backyard as well. So, I mean, how do we separate ourselves?
Well,
and how do we get him to decommit?
Well, the thing about Derek, again, he made a decision at the time in the middle of summer with Penn State, and we didn't panic, but the biggest thing with him is we knew where his heart was. I mean, the kid was never going to leave the state. Everybody panicked at the time, and how do we lose our in-state guys and all that. And it's just a matter of time, because sometimes what people don't realize, it gets boring. All right, if you just do something, and you know, for a kid and for a family, maybe they were exploring and going and seeing different things. But in the end, we knew where it was going to end up, and you know, he's been good, and he wasn't ever going to leave the state. So it just made some more excitement for recruiting.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch the names come across the offer sheets as well, and to see that the Golden Blue is indeed the place that everybody wants to be. Gibby, well done. Congratulations to you on a terrific class. I know you're going to have a field day with these guys with the versatility, so it's going to be a whole lot of fun. That's just some of the names, just about all of them, as a matter of fact. There might be one or two more coming in, but that's what you're looking at for 2017, the newest members of Mountaineer Nation. Gibby, congrats to you.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, Tony Gibson, defensive coordinator, joining us here inside the Hall of Traditions. Up next, we continue on the final stretch of Signing Day 2017 here on WVUSports.com.
Hospice takes care of end-of-life care patients. Our two biggest challenges, not only automobile accidents, but also lifting.
Working with Brick Street, we train our employees to work safely such that they do not incur any injuries.
They spend most of their time being a caretaker to others. We all work together to try to focus on the injuries that we have.
They are helping us take care of our employees so the employees can have a long career with hospice.
We rely on the folks from Brick Street.
I think students are really interested in this issue, and they know that it's a problem on campus, but they just don't really know how to get involved. As a peer advocate, we hand out resources and let students know that there are places that they can go if they need help. With the large number of people that are now confident enough to come forward after their assaults, I know that the peer advocates are now making a difference on campus.
A new day's arrived for heart and vascular care in West Virginia, one that brings renewed hope to people with heart or vascular disease. The WVU Heart and Vascular Institute now offers many therapies and procedures that are not available at any other hospital in West Virginia or Southwest Pennsylvania. So now the most advanced heart and vascular care is available right here, close to home. To learn more, visit mywvuheart.com.
grace and beauty, power and strength. Share the experience with your family and friends. The 2017 National Collegiate Women's Gymnastics Morgantown Regional, April 1st at the WVU Coliseum. Visit ncaa.com/WGymnastics for tickets today.
Our employees are a key component to our success. It's absolutely essential to keep them safe.
Safety is a continuous process. Things continuously evolve and you work in a very dynamic environment.
Brick Street was the first organization that came to us with a guaranteed cost plan and really invested in us.
I consider Brick Street as an extension of our office.
The relationship between Brick Street Insurance and Rantoul Foods should last a long time.
The West Virginia University women's basketball team battles Iowa State on Saturday, February 4th at 12 o'clock. Bring the whole family for $1 admission thanks to United Bank. Or get your tickets today at WVUGame.com or by calling 1-800-WVU-GAME. Come cheer on the Mountaineers on Saturday, February 4th as the WVU women's basketball team takes on Iowa State at 12 noon at the Coliseum. Hope to see you there.
3, 2, 1, it's over! The West Virginia Mountaineers have knocked off the #1 rated Kansas Jayhawks.
Join the excitement of West Virginia basketball.
They get into a mile down the baseline, left hand slam dunk.
Single game tickets are on sale now at WVUGame.com and 1-800-WVU-GAME.
Back up front to Miles, he'll jack a three, good! 1-on-2, takes it to the bucket, layup shot, good, and a foul!
Secure your seat at the Coliseum today.
The 2016 Nissan Altima. An IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus. With forward emergency braking that could stop for you. Get to your local Nissan store today. Take on sudden stops. Get to Nissan, proud partner of WVU Athletics.
Swung on, hit hard to left field. Going back to the track, it is out of here!
West Virginia baseball is right around the corner. The Mountaineers have 23 games at Monongalia County Ballpark, including Big 12 foes TCU, Oklahoma, Texas Tech, and Kansas, along with games against non-conference rivals, Pitt, Marshall, and Penn State. Season tickets are on sale now for as low as $110 at WVUGame.com or 1-800-WVU-GAME. Order your season tickets today.
Brick Street Insurance presents National Signing Day 2017. You're looking live outside the Maiden Pushkar Center. We are inside the Hall of Traditions, and we are talking about the Mountaineers' 2017 recruiting class. The I's dotted, T's crossed, and it is an impressive list as you look at it there. There's a lot of athleticism. There's a lot of versatility. There's also a lot of size and strength up front, and that's what we're talking about right now here on WVUSports.com. Dan Zhang, really glad to have you along with the Wolfman, Dale Wolfley, and Coach Wickline. Wick, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Appreciate you having me here.
Yeah,
it's a great day.
It certainly is, and you've got to be excited about the size, the strength, and I think the length at times that you get from some of these offensive linemen that you might be able to interchange as well.
Right. I don't think there's any question, especially with what you do offensively and with the many guys that move in, move out, the injuries that occur. When you lose guys, seniors that had played for so long, you need to have some multi-dimensional guys that can have flexibility to play both inside, outside, can snap the ball, and I think we got those guys.
Coach, when we talk, we've been talking about Isaiah Hardy. He's
Right.
such a big man.
Right.
6'6", 340. When you're watching Isaiah, what are you seeing there from him, and what do you expect from him to do when he comes in? He's 3 for 2. You do have the luxury to redshirt him,
Right.
but what's the best things about him besides his massiveness?
Well, I think the big deal is he's got a lot of passion for the game. And anytime you select a player from any position, anywhere, it's just, again, it's the pride in the game, it's the passion, it's the preparation, it's the things that he does that sets him apart. And he sets himself apart by having a lot of passion. He likes the game. He enjoys being. He can be coached. He has a huge upside, and he's a moldable guy that, here's what we got. He's got great movement. He's physical. He's got real heavy hands, and he likes the game and said, Coach, let's go ahead and get better. What do I need to do? So the big deal is I'm excited about the future and the upside.
It sure is nice to see a big man like that being able to pull under control and
Right.
being able to get up to the second level. I mean, that is 340 pounds.
Well, yeah. I mean, one line of thought is either I'm going to be technically sound and I'm going to be really good from a finesse standpoint. One is I'm going to eat up a lot of space. It's going to take you a while to get around me. So I kind of think he may have a combination, no question, of both. And I've had a bunch of guys, and it's hard to find a large human with a big heart and a big-time goal, but also he's athletic. He's also very athletic.
Yeah, the same could probably be said for Tyler Thurman. Again, size, 6'6", 275 pounds, maybe not the sheer mass, but it clearly comes from a pretty good program as well, and is an impressive kid as we look at some of the film here.
Yeah. Tyler's a guy that I know Coach Crook and Coach Dorchester and we'd all had looked at offensively, and they look at this guy's a no-brainer. I don't think it's a pretty good program. Just being from down that area in the South, I think it's a really good program. They got great football in West Virginia. They got great football in Georgia and good football in Texas. But Buford and the high school where he's from, they take that sport pretty serious down there. And for what he's done in that area, it's very, very, very impressive. He's a big guy. Once again, I think when you look at him, he's a multi-dimensional guy. He's not and Isaiah can fit you in at guard, and when you move him out to tackle where you need some length, and he's a guard, okay? And when you look at Tyler, you say this guy could play tackle any day. He can move in at guard. He's a sharp guy. He's got good movement. He can play center. So, again, he's three-dimensional. And anytime you get guys like that and give them to Coach Joseph and their staff down there, you're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, Tyler really has a nice knee bend.
Yep.
He comes off of the flat back, and his hands are always up there in the interior of the defensive guy, which is nice because he does have long arms, and you see him going and chipping here on the first level and then going up to the second level and being able to do some stuff that, a big guy like him is usually not able to do.
Yeah. Well, again, I think, sometimes you'll get guys, I know from the South, down in the Texas area, and that are primarily throwing teams, and I'll be quite honest with you, I think throwing for them is a trick play. I mean, they were gonna hike the ball and run real hard, and it's a lot easier to say whoa than go. So
Yeah.
somebody says, is it hard to teach pass blocking? No. If you can run block, first of all, stay out of third and long, keep your chains right. Then second of all, make them honor the run game. After a while, pass blocking to me gets real easy. So I look at it the other way around, and to me, it's a lot easier to say whoa than go when he goes now.
What do you see him projecting as, and where do you see him eventually helping the team?
Well, I think from where we are, from a tackle standpoint, we got some pretty nice guys that have been around, that have played a lot of football. So what you want to do is take an athlete like this and move him in an area that he can help the team the most, obviously, and help himself the most. So that'll be determined, through summer and through two-a-days, and you won't really know right now. Sure. But I'd say with our tackle depth right now, he may be a guy that looks at some inside stuff. Plus, I want to see him at some center before it's over with because he's a very sharp guy who can run block really well.
Gotcha. Well, take off the coaching hat for a minute and just put on the dad hat. How happy are you and how proud are you of your son? I know that you're able to bring him into the program, and that's got to be just a thrill for you personally, let alone the football side of things.
Well, I'm very excited. You'd be less honest, and I know Coach Wolf, my man over here, has been around his players, his sons, and he'll watch them produce and play and graduate. And it's interesting. It's a special deal. It's something that I didn't ever look at when I was younger, and because as time went on, let's just do what's best for you.
Sure.
And by the same token, we're in a family fit business industry here. Let's make it sure it's best for West Virginia. Because if it's not best for West Virginia, then it's not best for him or me. So, as time went on, he went out and paid his dues and played and did a nice job. And hey, look here, we got several places he can play. Once again, I don't want to wear this out, but he's a three-dimensional guy. I mean, he's not any one thing. So he's got athletic, he's long, he's tall, he's got good quickness, he's a sharp guy, and again, he loves football. So we'll see if we can make him a good football player.
He's got 3 years to play 3, so I mean that gives him an extra year, which is nice. And do you project him at all to try to look at center position as well? Give him a shot at that.
We'll look at several guys at center, and he'll be one of them. He hasn't played center before, but that doesn't bother me as much as some others. I mean, I think we can get all that worked out. But basically, just like Tyler and just like Isaiah, he's gonna play where the team needs him the most. And right now, it may be inside. It'll be a guard, a center, what have you. And then, of course, time will tell in spring football when we put the pads on and kind of where we are on the depth chart. So,
I'll tell you, the first thing I saw with him noticing him is that his kick step. It's like a perfect kick step. I just wonder how many times he did that in the living room.
Well, I don't know. Obviously, I don't know if he got it from me or not. Maybe he was watching another coach. Maybe I could. Maybe I need to get that filled up. But he really has, and I think what happened on that end of it, he studies it. Not just us. He studies it hard, and he likes the game. He's very interested in doing well, and I think he improves himself year in, year out. He got a big upside too. I mean, he hadn't played a whole lot, so we look forward to working with Kelby.
Joe Wickline is with us here, and Wick, can you tell us, I mean, the role and the responsibility isn't going to change a ton from when you first came here, but as Dana kind of moves some things around, he brings in Jake, and you can kind of be a little more singularly focused. I would imagine you kind of enjoy that as well, though again, it's not going to change entirely,
right,
with your role and your job description.
I think it's something I've done for a long time, and I enjoyed last year and learned a lot from stepping back and coaching the tight ends and the fullbacks and being a part of what was a very successful year.
Yeah.
I believe it'll be a deal where we work all together.
Yeah.
We have great coaches in our room, and Coach Sider and all the Coach Jake now, myself and Coach Bursch, all of our guys, we kind of know what we want to do, and we all have a part, we all have a role, and we all have input. So it's a great staff, it's a great chemistry, and from far as what I'm doing, obviously I'll have hands-on the guys up front a little more, but it's something I've done for a long time, so I think it'll be okay.
Absolutely, and you mentioned the chemistry, the cohesion. I mean, that's in a great spot. I mean, compared to some other programs at times. For everybody to be on the same page, to be pulling on the same rope, I mean, that's a pretty cool thing to have synergy within the staff.
I think if everybody bases it on what's best for the players and what's best for the program and what's best for the whole, I think we'll be okay. If no one's really worried about anybody's individual success or if it's all about the mission, what direction we're going, and what part and what role we all play in to get to that point, that's a special atmosphere, and I'm very excited to be a part of it.
Coach, I want to talk about I believe it's 17 offensive line scholarships that we have.
Right.
Well, I wouldn't think we've had that since I played in 1988, had that many on there. And you've been at some great schools.
Right.
Where does this line compare right now? Because you have guys in each and every class, and it's nice to see the depth there.
Right. I think that, I've voiced this recently to Jake and to Coach Holgerson and to Ryan, to the most part, we've done a really nice job here. I mean, as far as the depth and like you say, and tackles, guards, centers, and the plan's been well. And not everybody works out in any area, but as a whole, we got some hungry guys and got some young guys coming up. And it all depends on what you do offensively. If we're going to be, spread, we're going to get the ball in the perimeter a bunch and do air raid. You may not need but 14 or 15 or what have you. If you're going to do a lot of this, that, and everything, and it just depends on what you see yourself as based on what your quarterback personnel can do, based on what you have available to you. But I'd say that 17 is a good amount. I would like to keep it to 17 to keep the young guys coming and growing and getting better and so forth and so on. But 17 is a good number.
Coach Joe Wickline joining us here inside the Hall of Traditions. Coach, thanks and congrats on a great day.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, more coming up here inside the Hall of Traditions as we look at the class of 2017, the newest members of Mountaineer Nation. Brook Street Insurance brings you coverage of National Signing Day here on WVUSports.com.
One of the things that GoMart looks for is a company that is going to provide us with the best coverage for the best premium that we can get.
When you look at the overall picture, the partnership that we have with GoMart is working.
Working with Brook Street keeps our employees and customers safer every day.
You know, at the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
Together, we are one, united by leadership and dependability, driven to successful outcomes, no matter the challenge. Our skill to excel is matched only by a desire to compete for the ultimate prize, your satisfaction. We are united with the Mountaineers. United Bank, West Virginia's bank.
The West Virginia University women's basketball team battles Iowa State on Saturday, February 4th at 12 o'clock. Bring the whole family for $1 admission thanks to United Bank. Or get your tickets today at WVUGame.com or by calling 1-800-WVU-GAME. Come cheer on the Mountaineers on Saturday, February 4th as the WVU women's basketball team takes on Iowa State at 12 noon at the Coliseum. Hope to see you there. National Signing Day. Mountaineer Nation welcomes in its newest members today, and there they are. Get to know them, take it all in. This is the future of gold and blue football. Brook Street Insurance brings you coverage here on WVUSports.com. Thanks so much for joining us. Dan Zhang, really along with Jed Drenning and Dale Wolfley. Glad to have you along. A reminder, if you've missed some of our coverage from earlier in the day and you are just tuning in a little bit late, we'll certainly get you all caught up to speed, as we will a little bit later on this evening. On the radio portion of the program, it will be a 1-hour comprehensive recap alongside the Mountaineer Sports Network from IMG. So be sure to find a radio affiliate to tune in. Dana Holgerson, Tony Gibson, and new offensive coordinator Jake Spavital will be with us as live guests. So hope you can join it. Really looking forward to that portion of the program. Well, let's get you caught up to speed and learn some of the boys in our backyard that have signed. Mountaineers did a terrific job with some terrific talent in the Mountain State, and it starts with, well, the apple of your eye,
Maverick Wolfley.
One of them.
Yeah, one of them, yeah. You could fill a basketball roster pretty much. Let's listen into what Mav had to say here after we take a look at, I can hear Fleming. There goes Ronnie Wolfley off tackle right, and he's into the end zone. A touchdown for the Mountaineers. Oh, wait, it kind of looks like his uncle.
The 24
well, he does.
on there.
I'll tell you what, he's got the same numbers his uncle in the NFL.
That did hit me watching tape. I couldn't help but think that. It took me back a little bit, Wolf. It really did.
It's real nice to see him. He does run physical. He can break away with some speed. He is 235 pounds. So, I mean, that's something that you don't get every day, a 6'3", 235-pound fullback. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do here. And the other thing, too, is that he has played 3 years a linebacker. He could be a middle linebacker. Sure. And so whatever is best for the team, he's ready for it. It's been a dream of his to play for the WVU Mountaineers, probably because I had a shrine up ever since in his crib for all my boys. And, so it's a great day. I'm really happy about it. I like the fact that how many West Virginia boys we're getting. And it's not just the scholarships here. We have 3 today, but there's also going to be some walk-ons coming on that, hey, Justin Art. Let's think about that story and all the things that they've done. Richie Bram. I mean, we can go down to the stories of how the guys that have walked on have done some really successful things in this Mountaineer football squad.
And a couple of them bringing teammates with them, Wolf.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're seeing that as well in the form of walk-ons. But when you look at a program, if you're going to build it from its foundation up, I mean, you just talked about it. It's been his dream to be a West Virginia Mountaineer. So when you look at the Maverick Wolfleys, when you look at the Darius Stills, when you look at the Derek Pitts, when you look at these types of kids, they get it. So they're going to bring something right out of the gate to that locker room that doesn't otherwise exist. They can pull this kid from Florida aside that's in their freshman class or they might be rooming with and saying, hey, here's how this plays out. Here's what this means to these people. Here's culturally what this state is all about. So the more of that you can infuse into your program in the form of quality kids, I always felt the better off you're going to be.
All right, let's listen to what Maverick had to say about being a Mountaineer like many who hold the same name have done.
To be the latest Wolfley to come to West Virginia means a lot, just because, we have my dad and my uncle come here, and then Stone, so I kind of got to uphold the name, because my uncle, he went to the NFL. He was a hard worker, wasn't the most talented guy, but he still worked hard. Same with my dad and Stone. It just means a lot besides that, but there's a lot that comes with it, I think. I'll bring a toughness to it, hopefully. Just being a good teammate, helping guys no matter what. Even if I'm not playing, I'm gonna be out there cheering for my teammates. And if I am playing, then I'm gonna, give my everything for the team. So just whatever I gotta bring.
Pretty cool stuff there as the lineage continues here in gold and blue football. And well, a little further south, it was an absolute just win for West Virginia. Wolf is. This was a full-on recruiting war. There was an initial commitment to Penn State here, and when you talk about what the West Virginia secondary is going to look like, it's going to be pretty cool when we see how it just got that much better with Derek Pitts.
Well, let's talk about Derek Pitts and what a great athlete he really is. When you look at him on the secondary, when you look at him, how he plays the game of football, he knows how to play the game of football, Jack. He can sit there and he can return the ball and the punt or the kickoff. I mean, his numbers were astronomical. Listen, he committed to Penn State and realized that he had not made the right choice for himself. And that right there tells me he's got a bunch of character. He finished school early. That's discipline, that's character. And it's even easier, or harder, I should say, for him, who has all these other offers, a whole slew of offers, and for him to sit there and say, I'm going to go to the home state flagship. I think that's huge. I think it says a lot about him and what he's going to try to do for this Mountaineer football team. Hey, it might be real easy for my son to say, hey, you know what, I want to go, my uncle, my dad, and all that. But this right here is really special. It's really unique.
That's the only points in the GW game, if I'm not mistaken, Will.
And he could have gone pretty much where he wanted to go. And he chose West Virginia. So thank you, Derek Pitts. We can't wait to watch you play.
Big game player, Danny.
And I love the confidence in which Gibby had, how there was no panic once he made that initial commitment to Penn State. Gibby did not give up. He did not go around looking for red buttons to hit and sound alarms. He just stayed the course, and he knew that this guy wanted to be a Mountaineer, because when we look at this offer sheet, it is extensive. I mean, the highlights and the speed, the fourth and fifth gear that this kid has, incredible. But look at that offer sheet. We're talking Auburn, Clemson. I mean, unbelievable.
A better part of the day. Recruiting is about relationships.
Yeah.
Tony Gibson is a relationship guy. Now, one of the things that makes him different as a college football coach is schematically, yes, I'd put Gibby up on the grease board against the best of them. He's very creative. He thinks outside the box. He's a gambler. He does all those things. But at the end of the day, what makes Tony Gibson a tremendous college football coach is his kids pick up what he puts down. What he says resonates in that defensive locker room. And those, I always say this, those kids would belly crawl through glass to hell for him. And the same type of thing applies on the recruiting trail. When he forges relationships, those relationships are for keeps. He knows what he's dealing with. He knows the character of kid that he's dealing with. So Gibby was the one guy who wasn't going to sound the alarm when all that played out. He knew the type of kid he was playing with, or he was dealing with, and he knew at the end of the day that he could count on that kid.
And I really like his length. 6'2" at the safety position. That's going to be something to behold. It's really going to give him an advantage, especially in the Big 12. Longer, leaner, more space.
All right, and we go to our backyard for Fairmont to find some more talent and some more defensive line depth. Let's take a look at what we have coming up here on the front three here. Darius Sills. Wolf, you like the size, the space, the ability to stop the run.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's coming out. He's got power. Okay, he does have a flat back and coming in and playing. He's quick, Chad. Look at the quickness that he has for being such a big guy. Now they're saying he's 280. He's really about 295 now, just under a hair under 300 pounds. So
in that fridge.
And again, as I think we've really met our needs with where our defensive line is at, with the two older guys and the two younger guys. And I like them both a whole bunch because they're both disruptors and penetrators. And again, I'm going to go back to it. I believe in Bloodlines. I believe that Gary Sills was an amazing Mountaineer here. Have a ton of respect for playing 9 years in the NFL, and I believe that those genes can go in there and they will show that he's got the same stuff.
I think so too. And again, we talk about big game environments and big game results. We talked about Derek Pitts with that big punt return in the GW game. The only points, if I'm not mistaken, scored in the game. He responded. Well, the same holds true when you look at Darius Sills. You know, Coach Abbott referred to that semifinal game against Bridgeport High School as a 3-hour root canal, okay? And it was the biggest game that Darius Sills at that point in his career had ever played in, and he responded with his biggest performance when his football team at Fairmont Senior needed it the most. So let's not let any of that get lost in the shuffle. I mean, when the chips are down as a football player and as a competitor, you need to respond. And these kids have demonstrated the ability to do that, Maverick included.
And what's nice about Darius is it's his dream, too.
Yeah.
To be a Mountaineer. And the more guys you have as a dream to be a Mountaineer, I think can only benefit the team.
All right, well, let's listen in to what Bruce Tull had to say as Jed and the Mountaineer defensive line coach had an opportunity to break down the guy that we will not be referring to as Gary's son, as Darius is going to blaze his own trail in the gold and blue.
And Coach Tull, I'd like to talk to you about one of two legacy kids in this class. Obviously, Maverick Wolfley's in the class, but in addition to that, I started with that. I won't screw up Maverick's name. You know? All right.
3, 2, 1.
And Coach, I'd like to talk to you about one of a couple legacy kids in this class. In addition to Maverick Wolfley, who's also in the class, Darius Sills from right down the road, I-79, Fairmont Senior High School. Talk about what he's going to bring to the table along that defensive line for you.
Well, you know, his way he plays the game, he's one of those guys you can play in multiple positions. You can play him both at the end and the nose position. He's such an active guy. You know, the way he uses how he gets off the ball, how he uses his hands, his quickness. So he's got, you know, we can look at him different positions and just want to see how he develops. Put him in one, but we can see how he develops in that one first.
And once again, right down the road in Fairmont Senior, Mountaineer fans, you're very familiar with his dad, Gary Sills. So, Darius Sills, great addition to this year's signing class for West Virginia.
All right, good stuff, Jed. Good stuff, Coach Tall. Up next, you'll hear from the head coach of the Mountaineers. Dana Holgerson stops by to chat with Jed and Wolf about this group of Mountaineers, the 2017 recruiting class, here on our National Signing Day recruiting class on WVUSports.com, all brought to you by Brick Street Insurance.
One of the things that GoMart looks for is a company that is going to provide us with the best coverage for the best premium that we can get.
When you look at the overall picture, the partnership that we have with GoMart is working.
Working with Brick Street keeps our employees and customers safer every day.
You know, at the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
Together, we are one, united by leadership and dependability, driven to successful outcomes, no matter the challenge. Our skill to excel is matched only by a desire to compete for the ultimate prize, your satisfaction. We are united with the Mountaineers. United Bank, West Virginia's bank.
The West Virginia University women's basketball team battles Iowa State on Saturday, February 4th at 12 o'clock. Bring the whole family for $1 admission thanks to United Bank. Or get your tickets today at WVUGame.com or by calling 1-800-WVU-GAME. Come cheer on the Mountaineers on Saturday, February 4th as the WVU women's basketball team takes on Iowa State at 12 noon at the Coliseum. Hope to see you there.
Welcome back to Morgantown, West Virginia. It's National Signing Day 2017, and Mountaineer fans, you'll be happy to know we are sitting here, Wolf and I, with the man of the hour, Mountaineer head coach Dana Holgerson. And Coach Holgerson, once more I can tell you this, every February we do, it's behind you for a couple hours, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll start recruiting the next class here when I'm done with you guys. We'll go into a room and start watching some video and on to the next class. It's never ending, you know. I mean, even the classes overlap at times too. So, you know, we've already been working towards 2018 for a little time, and we'll get going on it hot and heavy here this week.
Well, it's such a difficult thing to gauge. There's not really a science to it, even though people try and apply that approach. An interesting piece was just published recently, and ESPN put together re-ranking some of past recruiting classes, and that kind of stuff fascinates me in delving into this as much as anything with the current recruiting classes. They looked at the 2013 recruiting classes by conference, and what they looked at was, okay, well, how did it actually pan out 4 years later? And you got an interesting take on it, because the 2013 recruiting class it wasn't blowing anybody's skirt up the day we signed those kids, but here we are 4 years later, they reshuffled the deck, and according to ESPN, West Virginia had the best recruiting class in the Big 12 in 2013. You have a theory as to how that may have played out.
Yeah, I do. I get such a kick out of all these recruiting services and recruiting rankings and who's got the top class, how they think this kid's better than that kid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's nothing but somebody's opinion.
Yeah.
You know, that's all it is. I mean, we don't pay any attention to the recruiting rankings, and quite honestly, that's for fans and for some specific sites to sell subscriptions and magazines and stuff like that. So hopefully all the fans get a good kick out of that. We don't pay any attention to it. Dr. Gia hit me up yesterday and he says, "How's our class look?" And I go, "Well, I don't know. I'll tell you in 3 years."
There you go.
Because you really just don't know. I mean, I don't care what the rankings are, what these guys are 5-star, 3-star, 2-star. It doesn't matter. Pay attention to the Super Bowl this weekend. They'll publish this throughout during the game.
Yeah.
They'll put up the average starting lineup for both teams, what they were coming out of high school, and it averages somewhere around 2.5 stars. So how does it really matter at the end of the day? I'll tell you, to answer your question, Orange Bowl year, we finished 10-3 and had that great game. A lot of momentum going into the recruiting off season. If you don't recruit kids for an entire year and a half, 2 years, you don't get those guys. So you finish with 10 wins, everybody's like, "Oh wow, we're gonna have a great signing day here in a month." Well, you can't get in on kids like that. Those guys know where they're going 90% of the time. You win 10 games, you win the Orange Bowl, much like we did this year. You win 10 games, you finish second in the Big 12. You got a whole year to recruit off that.
Sure.
So look for next year's signing class to have a little bit more hype, a little bit more momentum moving forward.
Sure, because you're building the relationship right now, and by the time it gets around to be next fall, you've had that relationship established, and that's because of the 10 games, for sure. I see that. Going into the midseason, you have 10 players. You have 7 junior college guys. The Big 12 model recruiting has kind of changed for WVU, especially since from the Big East, because you can't just develop a guy for 3-4 years and say, "Okay, now go play." You have to fill in throughout because you're playing 80-90 reps per game on all 3 sides of the ball. It's just too many players need to perform. So you see a lot more junior college guys.
Yeah, you like winning now, don't you, Wolf?
I do.
I mean, everybody's like, you win 10, that's great, but you better win 10 or 11 next year. And the only way you can do that is keep replenishing what you lose. I think we found a formula that works. I mean, this transfer thing is not going to go away. I tell you the other thing that we can dig into a little bit is what we're doing today, the National Signing Day today. It ain't going to happen anymore. I mean, the rules are changing. More midterm guys are going to be coming into play, whether they're junior college, high school. Those guys kind of deserve a signing day as well. You know, your son Maverick didn't have a signing day, and I think that's unfair. I think those guys need a signing day, and all indications are is there's going to be a signing day in December. That's going to do a couple of different things. It means today's going to lose its luster, and today for the Mountaineers, I mean, we signed half our class today, half our class in December. We'll get used to it. That's just the way this is going to be. There's going to be more kids signing in December, and today's going to go away, which is completely fine with me. It's going to make December much more important. It's going to work out for a lot of different people.
Logistically, walk us through what that might look like. In other words, if you're looking forward to a December signing class, it's not like you guys aren't busy already. I mean, you're already at every opportunity you have throughout the course of the fall, you're on the road recruiting. So now if you're trying to compete for a Big 12 title game in early December and you don't know what's going on there, what might the first week or 2 of December look like at that juncture as opposed to the way it currently plays out?
It'll be chaos.
Yeah.
For those 2 weeks in December, it'll be nuts, which is already nuts. I mean, it's still crazy the way it is. It's going to make in-season visits much more important. You know, we tried to, every high school kid that's not a midterm enrollee, we try to push to January visits because you want to get them in January and have that impact of the visit on their mind when signing day rolls around. So it's going to going to make December visits important, but it's going to make throughout the season important as well. If a guy's got a bye week and he wants to come check out a home game,
True.
I've said no, you can't come because we want you to come in January. Well, if there's a December signing day,
There you go.
you betcha we're going to come. We're going to have all kinds of official visits during the season, so it's going to make in-season visits much more important, which is going to make it more challenging for coaches to make sure those visits are good. You know, and you know I think it's gonna give some coaches a little bit more power as far as, you know, holding some things over some of these kids. I don't think there's going to be nearly as many hat ceremonies out there. I think kids are going to figure out where they're going to go, and they're going to grab it and they're going to take it, and then it's going to be good. And then you're going to be able to reassess what you need to fill the class in January. You may have 4 or 5 spots, 6 spots available, to where it's going to make January a little bit easier to go target who you need.
I think it's also going to alleviate a lot of the issues for the players themselves when they've already committed so early nowadays, as it has been, that you don't have to go through all this whole January thing and coaches just, you know, all over you, and you're just going to decide what I want to do. I already know what I want to do. I want to go in December. I want to commit to WVU. I don't want to go through that whole January recruiting process.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to really alleviate the issues, because it's difficult.
I don't want to go through that January either, man. I tell you that's why kids get a little bit nuts, and you have flips, and you have guys committing to 6 different schools because they have that whole month of January and they get bored. You know, they don't have the attention, you know, because there's a dead period. There's a 3-week dead period where you can't have any contact with these kids whatsoever. And then it gets kicked back up, and all of a sudden, boom, they're starving for attention. And then you go in there and you start giving them a lot of attention. And then there's more 5 or 6 or 7 other schools coming in giving them more attention. So that's how things get twisted at the end. I just think it's going to be a little bit more cut and dry, and I think it's going to work out not only for the kid, it's going to work out for the schools, and there's going to be a lot of money saved as well. I mean, we don't have to fly all over the country the whole month of January seeing kids that are already signed. So it's going to save a lot of money as well.
So do you think there's a derivative effect? I mean, it seems that in recent years you've seen the recruiting process encroach earlier and earlier. I mean, sometimes these kids, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, are getting serious looks by some of these schools. Do you think there would be an impact on that end of things as well if this is all pushed around and rescheduled?
I don't see how it gets any earlier than it is right now. You mentioned 6th graders.
Yeah, it's crazy. Isn't it? Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean,
does
it become later?
I don't know about 6th graders, Judd.
Yeah.
Now, 9th graders are getting camp mail. Okay, you know, and 10th graders. I mean, my son's a 10th grader. He's going to camps, and he's, you know, that sort of thing. I think it's about where it's at right now. I mean, if kids are playing high school football as sophomores, or they're going to camps as freshmen, they're going to be on people's radar. It's tough to really get serious about anybody until they've played their junior year. Once kids have played their junior year, I think you got an idea what that kid's going to be about, and then you need to start recruiting them because they could be signing a year later.
Well, I've heard a suggestion made that maybe it actually has to be pen to paper to keep some coaches out of some junior highs and looking at those kids to make it. That's where I was going with that.
That's
in other words, the other direction. The other direction.
Yeah,
so,
do you foresee having to do head coaching visits in summer of the senior year?
No. So that's, you know, it's funny because we have these meetings, and there's basketball coaches around when we have these meetings and these discussions, and I've had this with Coach Hugs and his staff a little bit as well. The early signing period for December works, but they're like, be careful about how early you go, because if you go earlier, you got no time off. I mean, if football was to say you can official visit kids in the summer, we would literally have 0 days off. I mean, there's a reason why the NCAA put a 3-week dead period in July, is to be able to give coaches and kids some downtime. And if you had official visits that were available in the summer, there would be 0 downtime. So no football coach is going to approve that. That day's already been denied by the NCAA with the support of all the head coaches. You know, I think it is what it is right now. I think September 1 of that kid's senior year, they can start taking visits. That gives a whole semester to be able to find a time to be able to get that guy on campus, whether it's for a game or whether it's on a December recruiting day.
Well, we're not here to specifically talk about individual kids and how that might project out with you. What I'd like to ask you about is, philosophically, And we brought this up with Jay Wan and some of the assistants earlier. Philosophically, it seems every year we have this conversation. Since we jumped into the Big 12 in 2012, a couple different things have played out. First of all, the brand on our shirt when we step into these living rooms is probably a little more potent than it was with the Big East. And that's no knock on the Big East. It's just a fact. And second of all, when we encroach in Florida, there's probably now a little more Big 12 competition in Florida in recent years than there was 5-8 years ago.
Yeah, I see that. I see the Big 12 getting into Florida a little bit. We're still trying to cut our teeth where we've always cut our teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Ohio, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Jersey, those are still very important areas for us. We're starting to dip down into North Carolina and Atlanta, probably a little bit more than we have in the past. It's getting tougher to get guys out of Florida. I mean, that's really where we go against the Big 12 is in Florida or junior colleges. We did get the one, Reggie out of Texas, which is a rare Texas sign that we have. I think Coach Carrier is going to continue to make a little bit of inroads in there, but we've cut our teeth for years and years in the areas that surround the state of West Virginia, and it's been good. I think our brand is really good there, and I think it's going to continue to get better. We're recruiting against Big 10, ACC more than we are Big 12. I like that because we sell something different, and the better the Big 12 is and the more exciting the Big 12 is, the better it's going to be. We finished the top 20 team. There's a lot of knocks on the Big 12 earlier in the season with the non-conference schedule being a complete disaster. Big 12 finished the year pretty good. If you look at the bowl games, we finished 4-2, and we got some teams in the top 20. It's still a great conference with very high quality teams, and that's something to sell in those areas that nobody else can sell.
Looking at your wide receivers this year that you've been taking in, it seems like you're going for a bigger wide receiver. When you got some of the guys 6'5", Sills is 6'3", y'all know what he's got about him. But it just seems to me like you're going with bigger receivers now. Maybe for the red zone area to be bigger targets.
Yeah, those guys will help down there. David, he can get the ball into the end zone. I think Maiden can be a guy that can get the ball, and he got great ball skills in 6'5". And it helps to have. Don't forget about the quarterback. That really technically is a part of this class. I mean, we that number's got to go somewhere, So we took a couple of transfers that are 4-year guys that had a city year, but they're technically part of this class because that number counts in this class. So we got a bigger quarterback in Will Grier that that can get tall in the pocket, and I think that's going to help red zone. And then when you have a bigger target to be able to throw to, it should help. No secret, we weren't very good in the red zone throwing the football. I think that's fixed with the taller quarterback and some bigger targets as well.
Another philosophical question. West Virginia as a program has always been kind of a blue-collared program. And what we're doing offensively, the direction you've steered, fits so perfectly with what we do. Defensively, what we do seems to fit so perfectly. And you talked about the star rating system earlier. So many people say star ratings are for hotels, not for football players. Well, there's a lot of merit to that. It seems that kid who's overlooked in high school, and he doesn't have that 4 or 5 star rating, typically fits maybe even better at West Virginia because he shows up with, our program is all about having somewhat of a chip on its shoulder. And so when they step in the building with a chip on their own shoulder individually, they kind of fit right in, don't they?
Yeah, that's who we've always been. You guys know that better than I do, but we've taken on that mentality, and it's not going to change. I mean, it's who we have always been. We really played it up last year. The one thing that Skylar did a great job of is embracing that because that's who he was, and that rubbed off on a lot of the players. It's rubbed off on the whole program. We've always got those guys. If you look at who these guys were recruited against and who they had offers from, they typically have a chip on their shoulder and they want to go out there and they want to do good. I don't know what we're going to do offensively yet, though, Jed. I mean, we got a new coordinator, and I can't wait for that first game against the Hokies to see what we have out there. So we'll probably change a whole bunch of stuff and have a lot of secrets going into that first game.
Good move.
That's a beautiful thing. That's their turn. We've been through it the last couple of years.
That's right.
So, West Virginia.
Oh, we're done.
Yeah, we're going to wrap up here.
Okay, man.
I tell you, Coach Dorchester has done a great job with this class. He's coming up next. He'll talk specifics with the guys.
Here we go.
I'm the big picture recruiting guy, just talking, some philosophy and stuff like that. But Ryan Dorchester has done just an outstanding job director of player personnel. That starts with recruiting, but this guy knows our team, you know, just as far as what the needs are. I mean, he's brilliant. He knows what we need. He knows what holes to fill, knows the team better than anybody. These guys were pinpointed, whether they're junior college guys, high school guys, offensive guys, defensive guys, what we needed and what we went out and what we got. At the end of the day, we got all our needs filled. You know, we got a few left that we can go out there and we can get as well. He can fill you in on what we're looking for here moving forward as well.
Yeah, Doors seems to be one of those guys who's probably as close as you can get to turning it into a science. He really is. He's very good at it. But there you have it from Coach Dana Holgerson, what the future might look like in college football recruiting and West Virginia's place in it. We're going to return to Morgantown, West Virginia for a final look at the 2017 West Virginia recruiting class on National Signing Day.
Hospice takes care of end-of-life care patients. Our two biggest challenges, not only automobile accidents, but also lifting.
Working with Brick Street, we train our employees to work safely such that they do not incur any injuries.
They spend most of their time being a caretaker to others. We all work together to try to focus on the injuries that we have.
They are helping us take care of our employees so the employees can have a long career with hospice.
We rely on the folks from Brick Street.
I think students are really interested in this issue and they know that it's a problem on campus, but they just don't really know how to get involved. As a peer advocate, we hand out resources and let students know that there are places that they can go if they need help. With the large number of people that are now confident enough to come forward after their assaults, I know that the peer advocates are now making a difference on campus.
A new day's arrived for heart and vascular care in West Virginia, one that brings renewed hope to people with heart or vascular disease. The WVU Heart and Vascular Institute now offers many therapies and procedures that are not available at any other hospital in West Virginia or Southwest Pennsylvania. So now the most advanced heart and vascular care is available right here, close to home. To learn more, visit mywvuheart.com.
Big 12. It's all here.
Grace and beauty. Power and strength. Share the experience with your family and friends. The 2017 National Collegiate Women's Gymnastics Morgantown Regional, April 1st at the WVU Coliseum. Visit ncaa.com/WGymnastics for tickets today.
From me.
There's the schedule for 2017, and which Mountaineers that have signed today will make a difference in that game there against Kansas State, against Texas Tech, against Oklahoma. That's your 2017 class with Dale Wolfley, Jed Drenning, Dan Zangrili. Glad to have you along. How you doing, Wolf?
I'm doing great.
Are you?
I tell you what, it's been a wonderful long day.
It has.
But I'll tell you what, very fulfilling. I think this team really got some needs that they really needed to get, and I think it was a very successful day.
And one of the big needs is Tevin Bush. Let's take a breakdown of what we'll see from Tevin Bush as Jed had an opportunity to dissect it all. We'll also hear from Ryan Dorchester coming up here shortly.
All right, Coach Sider, one of the kids I'd like to talk to you about is Tevin Bush. Now, a kid that brings a lot of versatility to the table, but first of all, a Louisiana kid. Another one of these kids that's a little bit off the beaten path from a recruiting area that West Virginia fans aren't quite as familiar with. Walk us through how that type of thing plays out.
Well, it was a deal where Zach Motley was going through some film. He's like, Jay, watch this kid, you know. And of course, the first thing, sometimes we get caught up in statue so much. You know, he's a little shorter guy. But I also was here when we had short guys, Noel Devine and Jock Sand and Tavon. That was pretty good. The thing that I liked about the kid, we don't have nobody in our program like this kid. He's different. You just can't tackle a kid, and he scores touchdowns. The kid had 30 touchdowns last year. I think he had a 1,000-yard receiving, 1,000-yard rushing. I mean, you just don't walk out to bed and do that. I mean, I went to his game. They got a high school kid, a wide receiver that's pretty good. That's a big-time player. And they was double-teaming this kid, Tevin. They weren't double-teaming him, which I was like, well, you think you're double-teaming the big kid. But no, I mean, that's just how much respect they have for this kid down there in New Orleans.
Shifty, obviously great vision. That's one of the things that jumps off the tape at you. But also, again, let's double back to that versatility. This is the type of kid that you can plug and play maybe at a couple different spots in what we try and do offensively.
Yeah, and he already got a jump. I mean, he's up here now working out with Will, you know, out there running routes and doing those things, which is going to give him a head start because you're going to understand the passing concept. Now we can teach you the running concepts in the spring. But I think the first thing you're going to like about this kid when you watch film, you know, you watch the kids when they make plays is they always falling. The first guy get him. This kid, the first guy never get him. He's always running through tackles, even out of smaller guys. I mean, that just tells you how tough he is. And he can see things happen before anybody else can. You know, he got a rare combination of vision and, you know, and that you can't get me type kid. You know what I mean? It's that stuff you just can't coach. You know, he was born with it. He got it.
He definitely seems to play beyond that frame of 5'7". And again, pretty high caliber football he's playing against down there in Louisiana.
Yeah, and you know, he was a big reason why they went to state this year and won. I think it's been a while since Ed and Carr won, you know, when they combined the schools together. And so I think it was actually first year, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, that kid got a lot of people that follow him, and, you know, it's going to help us get our foothold back and down there in that area. You know, we did a good job back in the past with Chris Hearing and all those guys, Selvis Capers, so we good, better go get a couple more kids out of there.
Mountaineer fans, a lot to be excited about in Tevin Bush. Tevin Bush, one of many reasons to be excited, Mountaineer fans, about this 2017 signing class. With us now, Director of Player Personnel, Ryan Dorchester. Dor, how you doing, man?
Good.
It's a big day, big time of year for you, isn't it?
Easy day.
Easy day?
Make it easy.
Easy day? I tell you what, I told Dane in the last segment, it's not a science, but if anybody has come close to turning it into one, it's probably Dor. It's probably Dor.
I take a lot of pride in that. I mean, I get texts about, is there going to be any surprises, like, you know, on signing day? And by asking me, I question if they understand what the definition of a surprise is. I mean, if I tell you it's not a surprise, but, you know, we try to eliminate as much of the drama as possible.
Well, what Wolf and I'd like to talk to you about. First, let's start on the offensive side of the football, work our way to the defensive side. Let's look big picture here. Kind of looking at it globally, there's a certain way that you approach things from a personnel standpoint. Some areas you're looking more immediately to address. Some areas you're looking for player development. On the offensive side of the football, walk us through what that thought process looked like heading into this recruiting season.
Yeah, the skill positions was, you know, our two biggest targets in terms of offensively, needing some more receivers, you know, some older, some younger. You know, we had a lot of sophomores last year, so we wanted to, you know, we lost, you know, DeKeel, Shelton, and Mathis, so we wanted to add some more experienced guys, but also have, you know, some younger kids that you could develop as well. So that was a big point of emphasis, and then getting some running backs. I mean, we went through a season, you know, we got down to our fourth running back, game 11. So, you know, that's a position that I don't think you can ever have enough guys you can put back there and get you yards. So those were kind of our two main focal points on offense.
Dor, I want to take you back a few years to when cupboards were a little bit bare, especially in the offensive line department. We were working with 7, maybe 8 guys, but maybe that 8th one wasn't ready. Right now you have 17 offensive line scholarships, but you have them spaced out. And I was talking with Coach Wick about it too. You've done a pretty nice job of spacing them out in the classes.
Yeah, it's, you know, you never want to be in a position where, you know, as comforting as it may be to start 5 senior offensive linemen, you know, you're probably going to be hurting, you know, a good bit that next year. So we've tried to intentionally break that up, and part of the way you break that up is by signing some junior college prospects, you know, whether they're guys that maybe only have 2 years of eligibility or 3 years of eligibility, like Kelby Wickline, where you're basically getting a sophomore, you know, that's a 21-year-old sophomore that's been out of high school for 3 years and has had a chance to develop, you know. So that's trying to develop that spacing, you know, at all positions, but especially at the O-line where you just have so many bodies is really important.
And on the defensive side of the football, again, it's interesting to hear the thought process you guys go through when you break it down from a personnel standpoint at each position. And like, obviously, the defensive line, you lose 3 key guys, top flight guys right there. Linebackers look a different way. On the back end, you have some corners that you lost. So from a personnel standpoint, walk the fans through what that looked like a year ago, really, when you started looking into projecting what this recruiting class needed to look like.
Right. I mean, we knew based on what our depth was at corner, and then especially at the defensive line, you know, we were starting 3 senior defensive linemen, you know, 4 of your top 5 corners are seniors. We knew that those were going to be areas that we were going to have to address, and we're not done by any stretch in terms of addressing those positions. But, you know, it's no secret that, you know, in the defense that we play, in the league that we play, you need guys up front that do their job and need corners that can hold up in man coverage. You know, that's, you know, the way Coach Gibby calls defense, those are 2 ingredients that he has to have. So, you know, we wanted to go out again and tap into some of our junior college connections, and we're able to get some guys, you know, a couple D linemen from Mississippi, you know, a corner from Iowa that we're able to get here at midterm and give us an opportunity to have them go through spring. You know, last year, you know, part of the Maurice Fleming conversation was we went into the spring ball, went through spring and said, yeah, I think we need to make this a priority and go out and get another guy that we think can be a corner that can get in our 2 deep. And you know, Maurice became available, and we went out and got him. So having those guys in spring and being able to work with them will give you a much better indication of what your depth's going to be like come the fall.
West Virginia, you have 10 mid-year signees. Last year you had 9, but this is the most you've had. And we've talked before about this and how West Virginia has to change their recruiting model in the Big 12. So how did you go about it, and what is it?
You know, it was really changed coming off the Orange Bowl. You know, that class, we didn't really go sign a whole lot of junior college kids. I think we signed 1 that year, you know, coming off the heels of that season. And what you saw is probably a direct result of that was the next couple of years, you know, went 7-6 and 4-8 while we were waiting for a lot of those high school kids that, you know, we signed some really good players in 2012 and 13 classes. It just took them a couple of years to develop into those players where, you know, part of what we talked about as a staff was going out and trying to sign some junior college players that, you know, their motivation's a little different because their clock isn't as long. So they kind of need to get down to the brass tacks a little quicker. So go get some of those guys and not feel like when you get down to the end of signing day that you need to reach maybe and take a high school kid and hope he develops into something a little further down the line, you know, is resist that temptation, you know, keep it in your pocket and try to find some more of those immediate impact guys. So it was really in that time frame is when we said if we need to keep this thing sustainable, we need to be continually adding older guys to our team.
Right. So this is going to be fluid.
Yeah.
This is the model. It's staying here, and we're just going to have to keep interjecting new blood. Hopefully it's guys that can get done by midterm because that means they're disciplined.
Sure.
It shows they got a whole bunch of character.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you know, being able to graduate from, you know, a junior college in a year and a half or 2.5 years is obviously a plus, but at the same time, you're not going to want to sacrifice maybe a more talented guy that you might get in May. I mean, you look at a guy like Rasul, you know, who originally when he appeared on the radar was projected as a December graduate, you know, and didn't get here till August, you know, and I think based on, you know, the way he played last year, I think everybody's pretty happy we hung in there with him and were able to get what we got out of him.
And one of the things that programs traditionally have tried to guard against when you're signing larger quantities of JC kids is the chemistry issues in the locker room. I mean, when you get a short-term kid that's a 2 or 3 year kid versus a 4 or 5 year kid, you don't necessarily want to make them the backbone of your program, but we've seen success with it. I mean, for instance, Kansas State has had some success with it, and I've always felt in large measure because when's the last time you heard chemistry issues at Kansas State? So it's working here at West Virginia as well, and the truth of the matter is, it's working, I think, in part, and I want to get your take on this, there has to be a certain chemistry in the locker room and a certain environment that the program at large fosters, starting with Dana and working its way down through the whole program.
Yeah, I mean, it's, when you look at the makeup of even the university, I mean, there's almost half the student population at WVU is non-West Virginians. So that's kind of the culture of the university as a whole, where there's a lot of people that come from out of state and go to school here. So that's kind of filtered into the football team. We have kids on our team right now from 18 different states, which what you see in that is guys coming here. They don't really know a ton of the guys quite yet. So you're forced to get a little bit outside of your comfort zone. And I think that helps, as far as making that more of a welcoming environment, where you don't have a team that's comprised of 90% of the kids from the same state that all know each other. There's a lot of preformed opinions about that, where you have kids come from all over, and you're no different than the next guy. You're coming from a different place, which I think really creates that bond, and that those guys buying into what we're doing here. What you did in high school was great, but it stays in high school. So when they get here, they really buy into the team motto and being part of West Virginia.
It's a family atmosphere in the Mountaineer locker room that has served this program well, as demonstrated by last year's 10-win season. Dorr, we appreciate your time, brother. Now you need to get some rest, at least for a couple hours, before you pick up the phone and start, or continue on next year, I should say.
Yeah, I'm going to go get something to eat.
Go get something to eat.
I'm joining you.
You sound like Wolf.
Yeah.
You sound like Wolf. We're going to take another break, and when we return, we're going to be closing out our final look with the 2017 West Virginia Mountaineer recruiting class. It's National Signing Day here in Morgantown, West Virginia.
One of the things that GoMart looks for is a company that is going to provide us with the best coverage for the best premium that we can get.
When you look at the overall picture, the partnership that we have with GoMart is working.
Working with Brick Street keeps our employees and customers safer every day.
At the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
Together, we are one, united by leadership and dependability, driven to successful outcomes, no matter the challenge. Our skill to excel is matched only by a desire to compete for the ultimate prize, your satisfaction. We are united with the Mountaineers. United Bank, West Virginia's bank.
The West Virginia University women's basketball team battles Iowa State on Saturday, February 4th at 12 o'clock. Bring the whole family for $1 admission thanks to United Bank. Or get your tickets today at WVUGame.com or by calling 1-800-WVU-GAME. Come cheer on the Mountaineers on Saturday, February 4th as the WVU women's basketball team takes on Iowa State at 12 noon at the Coliseum. Hope to see you there.
Taste the feeling.
Welcome back to National Signing Day 2017. I'm Wolfman. Obviously, I got my partner, Jed Drenning, and Dan Zingrilli. So, guys, it's been a great day. We've met our needs. Let's wrap this baby up. Jed?
Yeah. You keep talking about something. You're making me hungry, Wolf. We've been here 5 hours. Wolf's getting hungry. He's making me hungry talking about it, you know?
Well, I guess the question is, the one that we don't know the answer to, what is this 2017 draft class going to bring? And I understand that it's impossible to answer that question at this juncture, but for the sake of what we do and for what the sake of listeners and viewers at home are so curious about, let's try to answer the impossible. In a vacuum, how do we evaluate this 2017 draft class, and what do we anticipate it being next year, the year after that, and then the year after that?
What will the 2021 ESPN article look like when it's revisiting this 2017 signing class? I think Dana hit the nail on the head. You've heard it said many times. Ask me in 3 years, ask me in 4 years. But the truth of the matter is, you have to take the approach. There's certain needs that you have. You heard Dora address those needs in the last segment. You throw enough mud at a wall that you hope some of that mud does in fact stick. You're going to miss on a lot of these kids, but you're going to hit on a lot of these kids. And the notion is, if you hit on enough of them, at least more than the next guy on your schedule, you're going to have some success. And in recent years, Wolf, we've demonstrated a track record of being able to do that very thing.
Yeah, and the one thing we have to consider is that these guys have not done anything for being a Mountaineer yet. They're just brand new. So, with that being the perspective, absolutely. And we did meet our needs, though. That's what's really important. And you know what? Big Daddy, come on, man. We're hungry over here. We got to close the baby up.
Famished.
There we go.
Thank you,
Food
Big Daddy.
coming in.
Look.
Look at this.
And without a bite taken out of it, that in and of itself is a miracle.
That's not the 28-ounce T-bone Wolf likes. But
it is not. He usually gets 2 of those, by the way, on the road.
Well, we'll make it work today right now because we're that hungry. So, hey, Danny, why don't you wrap it up? But I'll tell you what a great day. A lot of fun with you guys today. Hopefully we got some really good Mountaineers, Jed.
Yeah.
And we're going to really make some hay happen here, and then this year, the next year, and the next year.
One final thing I'll say, and it was intriguing what Dana brought up, and it was a very, very good point. The 2013 recruiting class, when they reshuffled the deck for this national article I talked about in that segment, was ranked number 1 in the Big 12 4 years later after you saw what it was worth. Well, that 2013 recruiting class came in the off-season following that successful 10-win Orange Bowl season. So that's not this class. That's next year's class that we've already started to embark on. So I think there's going to be some football players in this class. But last year's 10-win season, we won't start to reap the recruiting benefits of that until next year's class.
Yeah, that is so true, and you just hope and you think, because of when you look at this list right here, that 10-win seasons hopefully will become more of the norm as opposed to the exception. Thank you so much to everybody who stayed with us the entire 5 hours. For those that came in, left us, and then came back again, we appreciate you watching, and we appreciate our crew behind the scenes doing all the heavy lifting and the yeoman's work. Be sure to come back to WVUsports.com at 3 o'clock this afternoon, because Dana Holgerson will address the media. We will stream that press conference live for you. We will also stream our radio program from Brick Street Insurance tonight from 7 until 8, where Dana, Gibby, and new offensive coordinator Jake Spavital will join us to look at some of these names on the list, the 2017 Mountaineer recruiting class. So for Jed Drenning, the Signal Caller, and the Wolfman, Dale Wolfley, Dan Zangrilli, thanking you so much for tuning in to our coverage of National Signing Day 2017, all presented by Brick Street Insurance here on WVUsports.com.